All right, guys, today we got a real special guest in the house. We got some mutual brothers in common, but his story has not really been covered in depth like that, and it's a great story. His time in the music industry, he also never got the credit he deserves, man. I'm talking about the one, the only, Cano Almighty.
What's up, Panda? Thank you for having me. What's going on, my brother?
Yo, man, thank you so much for coming through, bro. I'm so glad to be able to interview you today and get your story. With my interviews, I like to do things in chronological order so we can help the people understand you on a deeper level, where you come from and how you got to where you are today. So, Kano, where were you born?
I was born in Manhattan in Mount St. Vincent's Hospital.
And then how long did your family stay in Manhattan?
Probably till I was like 4 years old, something like that. And then they moved to Queens. They bought a house in Queens and moved to Queens.
And then
I,
how long did you guys stay in Queens?
uh, I guess till I was like 6, something like that. That's when my mother and my father got separated, and she ended up going to a women's shelter, and we ended up moving up to Yonkers and stuff.
She went to a woman's shelter for what reason?
Yeah. Because there was domestic abuse in the relationship, and she was going to church, and I guess the church took her to the shelter, and that's how she got away from out of the relationship.
Wow. So at a young age, you were already witnessing this really traumatic things going on inside your family.
I mean, it wasn't like it was every day stuff like that, but there was definitely drama. My father thought he was a playboy, so you know, there's always problems when you stepping out. You know how that goes.
Right. So do you have any like memories of those experiences? Like were you like feeling like scared or like helpless?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember too much of it. I remember like hiding one time, but I don't really. Well, I was like 6 years old. I really don't remember too much of that. I mean, I remember being in the shelter, leaving the school in Queens. I remember certain things, but I really don't remember too much of the stuff that was going on. I mean, people tell it to you, and you try to picture it in your head, but to actually physically remember it, nah, it's like a faded, you know. Yeah, I don't really got too much memory of that.
Right. And how long did you guys end up staying in the shelter for?
I think about a year.
About a year. And are you
Yeah.
growing up with siblings at this time?
I got my younger sister, and then my mother was pregnant with with the youngest. So I got two other sisters. I'm the
Wow.
oldest.
So like while all this is going on with your mom, she's dealing with a lot, but she's pregnant at the same time with your younger sister.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So then what ends up happening after the shelter?
Well, we ended up moving to Yonkers. I ended up going to school in Yonkers, and I basically grew up in Yonkers till like the beginning of the high school. That's when we moved and stuff. But I was in Yonkers most of my early, um, I guess from like what, first grade, probably to like high school.
But like with your dad was like he not around anymore or like what happened with that situation?
Nah, my dad was going back and forth, like he was going for custody, and then one time he had kidnapped me, and I ended up going to Spain to live in Spain for a little bit of time, and um,
Whoa, 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 whoa. You can't just gloss over it like that. Come on. What do you mean like he kidnapped you though?
I mean, it's my dad. He just, I went to visit, and we was out.
So like
you
what
know,
age are you at this time when this happened?
I don't even remember, bro. Honestly, I think I was like, I can't even remember, bro. To be honest with you, I was in school because I went out there twice. Once was to live, and then I came back. I got into something trouble. I think when he grabbed me up, I was probably like 8.
Okay, so you're like 8 at the time and then he just says, "All right, we're going to Spain." And then like you don't know what's going on?
Well, the problem is he got into something out here, and he decided to move permanently. So he was out, and then in the process, he took me with him.
So at this time he didn't have custody of you or anything. He just had like visitation?
Nah, He just had visitation. But my mother wouldn't let my sisters go. So I was basically the only one that used to go over to see my dad.
Got you.
Yeah.
So then, like, you're in Spain. How do you end up back in America at that time?
Well, my mother went out there looking for me, and then she acted like she was going to get back together with him. And she grabbed me up and she was out. She came back to the States. But she went out there acting like they were getting back together. And once she got me, she brought me back.
So then your dad just like stopped pursuing it at that point?
I mean, she would have pressed charges on him for kidnapping, and back then it was a very, first he took me out the country without permission. There was already judge orders, court orders, and stuff. So he could have got into some, even out there. She could have pressed charges, and he could have got really jammed up. But that's not what she was trying to do. She just was like, "Yo, I'm out. I'm taking him, and that's it." And basically, that was the end of the bullshit. Once she really pressed that button and threatened him with that, that was the end of it.
So when you're out there, when you were out there in Spain, right? Like, did you have like any conversation with your dad, like, "Hey, like, where's mommy?" or like, "What's going on?" or anything?
I was young, bro. I was just, basically I did what I wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? So it didn't really affect me, like, you know what I'm saying, like what people would think.
Right.
I would go to the school up there, bro. I didn't do nothing but draw because I ain't even really know the language like that. I understood it, but I didn't really learn how to read and write till later on. So it was like, it was more of a culture shock. And then,
So
uh
wait, when you were kidnapped though, like, how long did you stay out there though? Like during that time?
it was about maybe like 6 months. I
Oh,
really don't remember. That's like a blank to me. Like I don't remember being out there, being in the school, remember growing up out there a little bit, but I don't really remember too much of everything else that was going on out there. You know what I mean?
got you. Okay. So then you go back to America, and what? Your dad stays in Spain at that point.
Yeah, he stayed out there. He never came back after that.
Are you guys like having any like conversations back and forth during that time?
Nah, we didn't have a phone. We couldn't afford a phone, so it was more like on the weekends or something when we used to go visit my aunt. He would call my aunt's house. And well, she wasn't really my aunt. She was like somebody my mom grew up with. So, but we used to go there on the weekends sometimes. So he used to call there, and then I used to go over there on the summers. And every time I got into some trouble or something, my mother would be quick to send me out there.
Whoa, whoa, okay. You jumping ahead in the timeline, okay? We got to cover
All
this.
right, my
All
bad,
right,
my
all right,
bad.
okay, all right, all right, okay. So you come back to America, and you guys are now living in Yonkers, right?
Yeah,
And so, like, this is where you spent like the bulk of your childhood, pretty much.
pretty much. Yeah.
So then, during that time as a child, right? What were you into? Sports, school, music?
Nah, I was into like graffiti and breakdancing. I used to live right across the street from Van Cortlandt Park in Yonkers. So back then, everybody used to go over there with the little radios and the boom boxes, and I used to be in the window all day. Since I was a little kid, I was in the window looking to the park. That's the only thing I see all day. So I used to see them break dancing and doing things. That's what we was into back then. And this is like the late '70s. Going into the early '80s. So that's what we were kind of into back then.
Wow. So you're growing up right around the birth of hip hop, right? Because what year are you born?
'71.
71. Okay, so you're influenced by the graffiti and the breakdancing. You said that you were really into graffiti, but were you breaking too?
I was breaking a little bit. I wasn't that good. We went to try out for a couple of things, but I wasn't that good.
Wait,
I
wait,
wasn't
wait, wait.
that
Okay,
good.
wait. So, can you could you spin on your head?
Nah, I didn't really do that. I was doing more like footwork and b-boying, up rocking, and stuff like that, backspins and you know stuff like that.
Can you still do the backspin?
Nah, I haven't done that in years, bro.
You'll
I might
break
not
your
be able to
ass.
get up, bro. What you trying to do,
So you
bro?
said that you were trying out. So like, what did you try out for?
I mean, we went to bad different competitions. Um, they had a big audition to go in Yonkers. They had a big audition in Martin Luther King High School when we was younger, but I was still in before I can't even remember. I don't even think I was in middle school. They had the tryouts and stuff to go to different movie tryouts. It was like if you made it there, they would send you to like I think it was Beach Street and certain things like but we never made it to the finals.
Wow, so you had the opportunity to possibly be in Beat Street.
I mean, I don't think I was good like that, but I did. I went over there. We went over there. We tried out. A couple of us went. Yeah, it
So
didn't go too
did you
much.
have your own like breaking crew, or like it was just like your friends?
Nah, it was just my friends. It was just my friends. We ain't have no name or nothing at the time. It wasn't nothing like that. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
It was just kids that we grew up with from the neighborhood, and that's it. It wasn't really no crew back then.
What about the gear at the time? Were you dressed in like the break dancers and everything? You had the nice joints on.
I didn't really have too much money like that. You know what I mean? I think I had one Baker pants with the suit, the BVDs, the Lees. Yeah, I had a couple of those, but I didn't really have too much. It was what I could, whatever I could get my hands on. It wasn't like Mom Dukes was going to spending money on
Right,
clothes.
she was doing her best at the time, right?
Yeah, bro. So that's how I started
so
getting into trouble to get clothes.
so you were also doing graffiti. Did you have like a tag name?
Skip that. I'm not even getting into that one. I actually got indicted because of my graffiti name, so I don't even want to get into that. That's how I
What do you
caught my case. That's how I got caught.
your your case
My
for you
case?
being for graffiti?
Well, I caught plenty of graffiti charges, but when I got kept caught for my serious charge, I got caught because of my graffiti name. They knew me by my graffiti name, and that's what
Oh
came up on
wow.
my indictment and everything. So I try to leave that alone. You know what I mean?
Got you. Okay. Yeah. Say less.
Yeah.
So you're living in Yonkers during this time, right? What is the demographics of Yonkers?
Yonkers, it depends. Like South Yonkers, it was predominantly black, some Spanish, and a lot of Arab, like Arab people. You know what I mean? Like from different parts. If you went to like the other part of Yonkers, which was like Park Hill, all the way up, that's when you started seeing a little bit of Portuguese, Italian, Albanian. It was really segregated at that time. Like South Yonkers was predominantly black and Spanish, but majority black.
So after Yonkers, right? What happens?
After Yonkers, I had moved to the Bronx, and we lived in the Bronx for like a little bit of time. I got into some trouble over there, and then my mom sent me to Spain.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, wait. Now, during this time, like, what is your mom doing for work before we get into the Spain part?
I mean, my mom used to work in a clothing store in Getty Square, and then at night she used to work in a supermarket. Like she used to work two jobs. Like in
So
the
she
morning,
was
she worked.
working all that time, and like, who was watching you at that time?
I was basically a latchkey kid. I used to have the key with the shoestring, and I used to let myself in and out the crib, and I mean, it was different back then. Back then it used to be like, don't answer the door for nobody, don't this. It was a different. Now it's these kids is a whole different thing, but it was different back then. You know what I mean? My sisters used to be at work with my mother, and I used to be supposedly supposed to be home, but I would be running around getting into trouble.
So that's why you got into trouble.
Yeah, a
Like,
little bit.
so during that time, right? What kind of trouble were you getting yourself into, though?
I mean, I was getting into stupid stuff. Like I said, with shoplifting and dumb stuff, like dumb stuff. We go to fucking what was this? We used to go to this pet store, and they used to sell spray paint in there to like paint the tanks and stuff. And we used to go in there and boost the spray paint, and then go do graffiti or dumb shit, dumb kid shit. It wasn't nothing serious. It was just mostly boosting stuff.
Right? Did you
Going to
did you
see 'em
get caught for
get
that?
caught, huh?
Did you get caught for that?
I mean, I got caught. We got caught. They wouldn't really do nothing. They would just, they would take the stuff away, ban you from the store, stupid shit. That was like the beginning of me getting in trouble. It wasn't nothing crazy, like,
And how
just
was
dumb stuff.
how was your mom though? Like as far as like punishment and stuff like that for you, like when you got in trouble.
My mom's wasn't really a big, she would just like be like, the disappointed type. Like, I'm disappointed in you on this. She wasn't very, I mean, there's very few times she grabbed the slipper and chased me up the block. And I mean, there's a few times, but she really tried to like give you the guilty conscience, the guilty, I'm disappointed in you. I expect better from you, and blah blah blah. That type of, the guilt trip. That was more my mom's mo.
How did that work for you?
I mean, I used to feel bad, but then as soon as the next day came, I'll go right back to doing it. I
When
mean,
you
listen, I was a troubled teen.
right. When you look at your mom, right? Because she never got remarried, did she? Or did you have a stepdad?
Nah, never. Nah,
N-
never.
So she was holding it down for you and your two siblings the whole time just by herself, right? When
Yeah.
you look at like what she was going through during that time, how do you feel about it?
I mean, I feel bad for her. I mean, she dedicated basically her whole life to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at it now, she never went out. She never, like, now I get why at times she probably was depressed. You know what I'm saying? Because she never had any time for herself. You know what I mean? Like, but you don't realize that till you get older. You know what I mean? Like, I never really realized that, how much she really sacrificed, till I got older. You know what I mean? Like, I realized a lot when I went to prison is when I really realized what my mom was going through. Like, you know what I mean? No matter what, she was always there every week on Sunday. Like, my mom struggled a lot, with me being incarcerated. So, I started learning how to appreciate my mother more once I got incarcerated as an adult.
Got you. And
Yeah.
I saw you say in the other interview was that like your mom decided to work two jobs, right? Because she didn't want to have you guys on welfare.
Well, her pride. My mother was a very prideful person. And I think it was more like to throw it in my dad's face, like, meaning like she didn't need no help. So I don't know, like in a way, I kind of wish she did get help at that time because she would have been a little bit more involved with us. But it was just her pride. Her pride wouldn't let her take handouts.
Right.
You know. Yeah.
Like sometimes when we going through a lot of things, like we try to keep ourselves busy. It's almost like a trauma response. Do you think that like your mom was like doing that to like stop from thinking about what was going on in her life?
I mean, at that time, I wouldn't have thought that. But as you get older, I think the busier you are, the less you think about whatever traumas or whatever stress you got going on. Like if you're going through a breakup or you're going through hardships or anything you're going through in life, the busier you are, less time you got to think about or dwell on things. So now as an adult, I look at it like that's why she probably was always trying to stay busy because she would come from one job, pick up my sisters from school, go to the other job, come home, cook, do all the things. So it was like constant doing something. It wasn't like she had time to sit down and, do her homework with us or sit down and watch TV. It was she come home, she do the housework, and then it's time for bed. You know what I mean? Then the next day is the same thing all over. So,
Right.
I just think it was like, she was depressed probably, She really had no family in this country, and her pride wouldn't let her go back to her parents in Spain, you know what I mean? Because how's she gonna show up there with three kids to her parents' house? You know what I mean? And she just my mother was very prideful, very 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 prideful.
Do you think all the trouble that you were getting into was kind of like a cry out, like for like attention?
Nah, I don't think so. Like attention from who? If nobody's there, I mean, you know what I mean? I don't
Well,
I
from
don't think
her,
so.
from
It's
from
just
her to stop, like
nah
no.
nah. I honestly think that I was looking maybe like you look for role models in the street. Like honestly, like that's what it is. Like no, the father figure is an important figure in the upbringing of kids, bro. Whether people realize it or not, especially for a man, a woman can't teach a man how to be a man. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Um, it's just a different thing. So you look for that role model, and sometimes the people that we pick to be our role models are not the people we should be following. You know, we might look at the dude on the corner that got all the clothes, or the women, the drug dealers, the stick up kids. You know, you look at them because they got the attention, the flash, or whatever. And sometimes those role models that we look at lead us into the wrong direction in life. You know what I mean?
So,
And
because
that's
you were
really what
saying
it
at
is.
that time you didn't have a lot of money, right? Like you couldn't afford like the gear that you wanted and everything, and you said that that's what led you into the street life was the
Basically,
allure.
it was for clothes. Me, when I started getting into things and started like boosting stuff and started getting into trouble, it was just, bro, you know how kids are fucking are mean ass motherfuckers. When you going to school and you coming in there with some Buster Brown sneakers or some Olympians or some, I'm talking about, remember, we talking about early 80s, bro. Shell tops was expensive, bro. Pumas was expensive. Actually, you know what was in style? It wasn't even the shell tops. It was the ponies.
Mm.
It was the high top ponies that was popping at the time. And bro, them things, I remember them things was like probably like $60, but $60 or $50 back then, but that was a lot of money back then. It ain't
That's
like
probably
now.
like $200-300 now.
In exchange, yeah, people were getting robbed left and right for sneakers, bro. It's not even like nowadays you see people getting yapped for chains or watches, or you know what I mean. Back then, people were getting robbed for sneakers, bro, for the windbreaker suits, bro. They was robbing people for all type of different clothes. We're not even talking about bombers and sheepskins. Nah, we talking about straight up sneakers. They run up in you or on you, put it not in you. Pause. Run up on you, run up on you, put you in a headlock and yap your sneakers. By the time you realize it, they down the block. You can't even. You know what I mean? It was a different era, bro. It was a whole different era, bro. So you know.
All right. Well, since you grew up before the birth of hip hop and you got to see it grow while you were growing up, there's been a debate in hip hop about how much Latinos contributed to the creation of hip hop, right? Fat Joe, he got some backlash a few years ago saying it was 50-50. What do you remember seeing?
I mean, 50-50 as far as what creativity. I mean, there was different elements of hip hop. Like when it came to the b boys and the graffiti, it was predominantly Latino. Yeah, there was black graffiti artists and black breakdancers, but it was predominantly what it was Latino. When it came to like the rapping and the DJing, it was predominantly black, but there was also the Latin DJs. It was also Latin rappers. You know, it's. I mean, you had a Spanish brother in the Cold Crush, and there's different brothers that was there from the beginning. Latinos that's been there from the beginning. So for somebody to turn around again, it's always segregating. Oh, this and that. Bro, I was born in the Bronx. At the end of the day, the Bronx was a mixture of different cultures, of Caribbean music, of Latin music, of all type of different music. So for somebody to try to take one nationality, try to take credit, uh, I don't really see it that way. I think that everybody had something to do with it. Might have been predominantly black. I definitely agree with that because when I was growing up, most of the dudes I was rapping in high school and DJing and producing beats and all that, majority was black. But when it came to the other side of the hip hop, which was graffiti and the breaking, the B-boys is the ones that used to dress with the Lees, the shell toes, the Pumas. The rappers at the time, remember the rappers at the time was trying to emulate the rock star type look, the leather pants, the spikes. It was a whole
Right. That's like
different.
how Melly Mel and them were dressing.
Right. We talking about late 70s, early. So their vibe was a different clothing vibe, even the style. Like, you know what I mean? Like the Latinos is the ones that had the B-boys, the way the B-boys dress. You know what I mean? It was just it was just a different way. I agree with them. It was 50-50 because if you take all the elements of hip hop, and you say, because you can't just say, oh, it was just rap. No, it's not just rap. Back then, everything was hip hop. You know what I mean? Like you go to Colombia and you go to different countries, it's not just rap, it's hip hop, it's a culture. They still b-boying over there. They still doing graffiti over there. They still doing rap in Latin America. They still doing that. So they still following what the pioneers did with hip hop. So, I don't know. That's a hard question. I mean, it would be a great question to ask like people that were there, like the Cold Crush or Melly Mel or different of those artists that were there that's still around to this day. That'd be a good question for them. Were Latinos involved from the beginning? You know what I mean?
Yeah, because when I interviewed MC Shan, he said that you can't really debate Fat Joe on that because the Bronx is filled with so many Puerto Ricans that it's like, how could you debate that, right? And he was saying, like the fashion part, a lot of the rappers started to dress like the
The B-boys.
B-boys, right?
Right.
So then fashion has been considered like the sixth element of hip hop, or one of those like interchangeable ones. Man, roll the clip.
We stole their style because the graffiti artists dressed like me in LL, right? The B-boys, who were the Puerto Ricans, dressed like the new generation of rap music. So they talking shit. Tell them shut the fuck up. Tell them Shan said shut the fuck up. Because he really don't know what he talking about. Because, like he said, they were doing this, but guess what? We stole their style. That's how Puerto Ricans are part of what this hip hop thing is. Because rappers like myself and LL Cool J, how did the breakdancers dress? They dressed in them sweatsuits, them goddamn Pumas and them Adidas. Did they or did they not?
Yeah, they did.
Any rapper that came before Run DMC dressed in all that crazy ass Melly Mel and all that shit with the fucking, I love Mel and them, but we wasn't dressing like them niggas. We don't fucking wear them boots that Mel and them, all the fur fucking collars and all that shit. You know what I'm saying? All the spiky belts and all that wrist shit. We wasn't rocking with them like that. And so who do we rock with? We rock with the style that the B-boys was rocking with. That's where the Kangos came from. That's where the sweatsuits came from. That's where the Pumas and the Adidas with the fat laces came from. And so for somebody to try and separate the Puerto Rican and black aspect of hip-hop, you're wrong, son.
So that's definitely something that he had brought up.
The first ones that really started dressing like us was Run DMC. Like when you look at Run DMC, when they first came out, you look at some of the pictures that when they first came out, and they got weird sweaters on, they dressed like Letterman jackets. It's just a whole different vibe to Jam Master Jay. You see all of a sudden when he starts with the leather blazers and the Lees and the shell tops and all that. That's when the B-boy. Most of the rappers now started changing up their style too. You know what I mean?
When you looked at the audience though, like, cause you went to like park jams, right?
Yeah, but it depends where you went. Like when I was in the Bronx, it was predominantly Spanish in a lot of areas. You know what I mean? Like Fordham Road and different places where you went to, it was predominantly Latino and wherever you went. And like at one point, bro, the Bronx was like Puerto Rico, little San Juan. You know what I mean? It depends until you went to like the projects or certain areas, then it was more black integrated. But Fordham, South Bronx was mostly Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? So it just depends what area. Well, like when I used to go to Martin Luther King High School and we went to see, oh man, it was if I believe it was Bismarcky and DMX, but not DMX the rapper. It was DMX the beatboxer. He used to be down with a crew from the Bronx. Was it Mantronics? I can't remember, but it was a beatbox battle, and the predominantly it was maybe like 10 of us that was Spanish. Everybody else was black at the hip hop shows in Yonkers. Yonkers, the majority of the shows was all black.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was just the majority of the area. Now, if you go as time went on, more and more, remember there was a lot of different immigration that came through. First, you had the whole a lot of the Salvadorians came over there. Then out of nowhere, the Dominicans started coming in. So little by little, every year that transgressed, more and more Latinos started coming into the neighborhoods, and you see the change in the schools and the neighborhoods because more and more Latins started moving into Yonkers. But in the beginning, it was predominantly black.
I think the issue with this specific topic is just like the semantics, right? Are we talking contributions over the years? Or are we talking about the creation at the very beginning of hip hop? You know, so that's like where like people when they talk about it, they mean different things when they're saying it.
I mean, like I said, for somebody to talk about, like all of us could talk about it, but if none of us were there, we're only assuming. That's why I said that would be a great question. But like if you go into like the movies, what was the movie? The first graffiti movie. Damn, Style Wars. In Style Wars, you see when they all line up and they're battling one side, like the Cold Crush brothers and them, they're battling. There's two Spanish brothers in that lineup battling. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, for people to say that we didn't have any contribution into hip hop, that's kind of like, you know, that's being racist. At the end of the day, that's just being a thing that, you know, I don't know. Like I said, I think it's like, you know, a lot of people contributed different elements into what became hip hop, and I think everybody, you know, I think it's like more of a nationality. Hip hop is a nationality, is more of a culture, and I don't think it has a color barrier, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because you know, some people argue though that the music, like that, the parties that Latinos were going to at that time, though, wasn't hip hop parties for the like hip hop music. They were going to a different style of music for those parties.
Listen, I went to both. Like I'm gonna keep it real, bro. The way we used to do it when I was growing up, you go to the hip hop to listen to the music you like, and then we would go to the Spanish parties to bag the mommies. That's how I used to be. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna be real, bro, because you go over there, everybody's listening side to side, everybody's there. See, back then is like you gotta look at it too. Like hip hop at the time, it ain't like you over there grabbing up a chick and dancing with a chick, slow jamming, unless it's that, you know, those last songs they play at the school parties and all that they put the slow jams. So you battling dudes, you know what I mean? So when you go to the Spanish party, you get up and you start, you know, it's a different vibe, you know what I mean?
Right,
I don't know if
right.
you get what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying because obviously at that time hip hop was pure and it was more about the lyricism, right? So it wasn't like
it
you
was
were like
definitely about it, and it was about not biting. It was about originality. Everything was a whole different. Like everybody used to go and just represent their neighborhood. They used to go over there with their crew, represent. There was battles, there was fights, whatever. You know, remember back then it wasn't like it is now. Well, now it's turning into those days. Back then it was more like the street organized gangs, like, you know, like the Outlaws, Black Spades. It was different. You go there and you see people with the actual vests, like pardon me, with the cuts. You know, like the biker cuts. Or the Outlaws used to have it. So you go to certain parties, you'd be like, "Oh shit, what the fuck is going on here?" You go to the Bronx, and certain dudes. It was just a different. Hip hop was, you wasn't going there to bag no chicks. You was going there to listen to what was going on, see what was popping, maybe get into a breakdance battle, and that was it.
was there a lot of girls there
You know what I'm
though
saying?
at those at the hip
There
hop?
was certain girls. There was B girls. Of course, there was B girls there, but it's like you gotta understand. It wasn't like it is. Clubs started changing later on. The club
Right,
scene
the
started changing.
commercialization of hip hop
Like when
is where you
right, like
start
when
to see
freestyle, like the freestyle wave came in and stuff like that. That's when you started seeing more and more girls. You know what I'm saying? But in the beginning, you used to go to clubs and it'd be like 70% dudes. You know, just there to hear what was going on. Remember, it wasn't no dancing. A lot of dudes would just be. Everybody's there waiting for the battles, and then maybe in the crowd there'd be some breakers start breaking. It was different, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not talking about like the older clubs, like when they used to be dancing disco and all that. I'm talking about. Remember back then they used to let us in. We used to go to like 1018 and Studio 54 and certain clubs, and we was only like 15, and they was letting us in. You know what I'm saying? So
wow.
it was a different era. You know what I mean? Like we was already trying to be grown up at that time. Roseland, Barnes International. The only thing, certain clubs, they wouldn't let you in if you had sneakers and stuff. You had to put on your little Playboy shoes and your little, little silk shirt with the, you know what I mean? No, dead serious. It was Playboy shoes. I'm not even making it they were Playboy shoes. It was the leather shoes with the Playboy on it, and the shirts with Chance the Baron. They used to be the Chance the Baron shirts with the big collar joints.
Right.
And you couldn't get into certain clubs without those. So it was like, I don't know, it was just different, bro. Like, and then they started playing hip hop in certain clubs. Remember, we going to clubs at like 15, 14. This is when I first started experiencing New York City. You know what I mean? Coming from grabbing on the train, you jump on 242nd Street, boom, you take the train downtown. There's a mob of us going in. And that we used to get in. Some of us couldn't get in. Some of us did. If not, we just hang out on the corner all night and wait for everybody to come out. And then we get on the train and go back home. On the
So
way
let me
home,
ask
you
you
doing
this.
good.
Let me ask you this because I got a bro that is from the Bronx, right? And he's
Okay.
Puerto Rican and he grew up around that time. And he said that there were Latinos, I guess Afro Latinos, that would pass as black and they wouldn't identify as their Latino side a lot of times. So it's like the people that were involved in hip hop, that could be one reason why people would say, like, oh, you know what I mean? Latino contributions aren't as prevalent because some of those brothers were passing as black.
I mean, it could be. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. There was a lot of people that used to not want to, I don't know. It was weird. Like, you know what it is? Like, honestly, in high school, you used to have the Hicks. Like, I don't know if you know what a Hick is. Like these dudes that come from overseas, from their country. It could be from Puerto Rico. It could be from Santo Domingo. And they would be Hicks. It's like country bunkins, and we wouldn't fuck with them because they wasn't down. They ain't dressed like us. They ain't talk like us. So, I get that. That maybe they wanted to blend in, and I don't know. Like, I've never denied what I am. You know what I mean? I can't. It's not like I could blend into anybody. I'm stick out like a sore thumb.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I get more confused with, Irish or, different things than what I am, you know what I mean? But I don't know. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. A lot of people didn't like speaking Spanish back then, you know what I mean? Remember it was everybody was trying to be American, like you ever met, like I've gone through my life sometimes, like, the Spanish person that tries to talk to you in English, but the English is so fucked up that you keep trying to talk to them in Spanish, but they don't want to speak Spanish to you. They keep trying to speak they fucked up English. And I'm like, bro, I'm talking to them in Spanish and they
Because
will
they gotta
not.
practice it though, bro. They gotta practice it.
No, but
You know what I
I'm
mean?
making an example. Like some people just
Right.
wanted to be so American that they wanted to, like, I didn't really speak Spanish like that. Like my mom always spoke Spanish to us when we was kids. Like we always, but like in the street, I never used Spanish. It was more of like an English slang. You understand what I'm saying? Like
Right.
unless somebody would be like, "Oh, you a white boy," and then I'd be like, "White boy," and then when I start speaking Spanish, it'd be like, "Oh, but you're not Puerto Rican because you don't speak Puerto Rican. You speak a little." Well, nah, I never said I was Puerto Rican. No, but you act Puerto Rican. I'm like, bro, I don't know what acting Puerto Rican is. I'm just me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's how it was back then, It was a different time.
Yeah, most definitely, man. So you're growing up in a very fragile time, right? For the inner cities. The Vietnam War had just finished and tons of people are hooked on heroin. But then in the
Yeah.
80s is the crack era. So what did you grow up what did you grow up seeing in regards to like the drug epidemic?
Like me growing up in my building, we used to find people like OD with needles in their arms, and it was more like the heroin. Those are like the times I remember, like, walking through the stairs in the building and finding dudes in the needles sticking out their arms on the corner. It was more of a heroin thing. Like the crack era, like I guess it started coming around. Maybe like I started seeing it when I first went to high school. In Yonkers High, you started seeing like the young dudes with a lot of money, and you started seeing a lot of different things. Is when I started seeing what crack was. Certain blocks was like Night of the Living Dead zombies. You see lines for blocks waiting to get that fix. You know what I'm saying? So it was a different thing. But I didn't see crack. Like I said, crack, I didn't really see it until, like I said, high school. And then once I moved to Queens, you ain't really see crackheads like that unless you was like in certain areas, maybe like South Jamaica, but like where I was at in Woodside, it wasn't like that. It was more of a powder thing, you know what I mean? It was more powder than crack. It wasn't really crack over there like that. They wasn't really pushing that like they was in Yonkers or in the Bronx. Like it was it was just different neighborhoods. They were pushing different things. Like I said, I didn't really see it till I went to high school.
So, like, when you're a little kid and you're seeing people ODing in the hallways and stuff, right? Like, what is that like for you at that time?
Bro, I used to be scared to go out when you was a little kid, bro. You go outside, mommy sending you outside to take out the garbage, and you got to step over somebody you think is dead. Bro, you running outside, looking around, and running right back in, and then you look on the side of the stairs where you go down to the other floor, you see a dude like slumped over there. Like it was like the boogeyman. You run right back upstairs and be like, mommy, there's somebody sleeping in the hallway. You know, shit like that. Like, you know, it was
Did
just
she
bugged
like
out shit.
tell you like what was going on, or she just like said, "Oh, don't worry about it," or
Nah, she would just be like, stay away from them. And then, like, you know, when we saw needles and stuff like that, she said, don't ever touch that. And, you know, my mom was a kind of a little bit naive too. Like, I'm not going to lie, my mom was kind of naive to a lot of things. You know what I mean? Like, she could see it going on in front of her. I don't know if she just used to just act like she didn't know what was going on, or she really didn't know what was going on, because I would have got the fuck up out of there. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm. So when you're seeing the needles, that's when you're in Yonkers, though, right?
Yeah, that was in Yonkers. That was like, this, like I said, I was in before middle school. I was probably third grade, second grade. Like when I started seeing all the heroin shit going on, you know, it was like that's all that we used to see. You know what I mean? The needles. I never really saw crackheads, and like I said, until I got to high school and I started moving around Yonkers more and shit like that. Like Elm Street. Elm Street was like the night of the living dead, bro. I think it's still like that over there. That shit is like a fucking time bomb hit that fucking block. That shit was crazy.
So were you
Yeah.
seeing like broken valves and everything like that everywhere,
Bro,
or
it
like
wasn't a
what was the
vials. They
scene
was
like?
copping it right there and smoking it right there. It was like, bro, it was crazy. It was like zombies.
Wow.
It was zombies. It wasn't like there was any shade in it. It's like you walking like, all right, like Elm Street back in the days, the C-Town where my mother used to work was right down, used to have to come down Elm Street, and it was on the corner of Elm Street, on, you know what I'm saying, the supermarket. So when you walking up, we used to take the long way around to go up the city steps, not to go through Elm Street to go to our house, because it was so many fucking crackheads. No matter what hours you went to, it was crackheads all the way up the block. You know what I'm saying? So we used to take the long way, not to go up that block.
Describe the
It
difference between the Bronx and Yonkers during that time.
I mean, Yonkers was more, like I said, Yonkers is smaller. It was a smaller area. Um, it was more of a migrant thing that was coming in. But when you go to the Bronx, is where it was more Latinos. It was the opposite. It was like predominantly Puerto Rican in most areas. It was just a different vibe, bro. You know what I'm saying? Every corner there was music going on. There was something going on. The Bronx was like live. I'm gonna keep it real. Even when I moved to Queens, we used to go up to the Bronx to chill, because there was always something going on in the Bronx. You know what I mean? Like there was always a party. It was always a festival. It was always something going on. Like, you know what I mean? So it was always a little bit more attractive to somebody to want to go up there. You know what I mean? Like,
So it's
I
more
don't know how to
exciting.
explain it. It was exciting because it was like, look, you had more festivals, you had more females. It was always like, bro, where's all the chicks, all the Puerto Rican girls? Let's go to the Bronx. Let's go to the Bronx, and that's where we used to go chill. We used to go from all the way from Queens to go chill up there in the Bronx. You know what I mean? Like I knew people up there, so we used to go chill regardless. But you know what I mean? It was just a different vibe. You know what I mean? It was just a different vibe.
But I mean, like, was it more rough there compared to like when you grew up in Yonkers?
I don't know, bro. I used to have to fight my way up and down the block. That's how I learned how to fight. I used to get picked on a lot. You know, I didn't experience that in the Bronx. To be honest with you, I didn't. The Bronx was I didn't experience none of that in the Bronx. Bronx, it wasn't like that. It was a different thing. In Yonkers, it was more. It was a little bit rougher. I think Yonkers was a little bit rougher because it was secluded. Um, It's like a suburb. It's like I don't know how to explain it. Like Yonkers is weird, bro. The only way for you to really get around is the bus. For you to go to a train, you gotta walk all the way to the Bronx to catch a subway. There's no subways in Yonkers. You know what I'm saying? So the only way to get around is with a bus or on a bicycle, or you know what I'm saying. So it was a little bit more secluded. So it was a little bit rougher. I think everybody just didn't go nowhere. They just stayed there, and I don't know. It was just weird, bro. Yonkers was a weird town for me. You know what I mean?
So you eventually get into so much trouble in high school that you get shipped off to Spain to live with your father, right?
Yeah.
So how did that come about?
Uh, well, in one of those situations, something had happened, and the neighborhood Papo, which was the neighborhood hustler, whatever, gassed me up and put me in a predicament to retaliate for something that had happened. And my mom got real scared, and I'm not gonna go into all the crazy details and stuff of what happened, but yeah.
So then you ended up getting shipped off, and how long had it been since you
Well, I
seen
got
your
shipped off because first people came to my mom's building looking for me. Then police came over there asking if I lived there. So my mom's at the time, she got real scared, and she shipped me off with my pops. And going to Spain was like, I'm gonna be honest with you, it was like a vacation, bro. Like, I mean, I had a lot of fights out there, but I got a lot of girls out there too. You know what I mean? I was like
wait. Before we get into that though, okay. So like how long had it been since you seen your dad at that point?
a few years. I don't honestly, like I try to remember, like I've been thinking about it, and it's like I draw a little bit of a blanks because remember he wasn't here from like I didn't see him from like when I was 8. I didn't go back out there probably till I was 11 or 12, and then it was always on some my mother being and her part of should go visit her family, and they would drop me off with my dad, or my dad would come pick me up in that part of Spain, and I would stay with him during the vacation that my mom was there. Sometimes I stay a little bit longer, and he would take me to the airport and make sure I get on the plane, and then my mother would pick me up from the airport. But I don't really have a lot of memories from that time period. You know what I mean? Like from like 11 to like 14, I really like. I don't really remember too much. I don't know if it's because I'm getting old, but I really don't remember too much of everything that was going on. I get timelines confused.
So were you talking to him a lot though, like on the phone or like through letters or anything?
We didn't have a phone, bro. We was poor. When I tell you we was poor, we was poor. We used to have to go to the neighbor's house to use a phone. So I didn't have a phone. I don't think we had a phone till I moved to Queens. To be honest with you, I didn't
Wow.
have a phone the whole growing up. I don't remember having a phone in the house, bro, at all.
So during that time, then you're like having to rebuild a relationship with him practically, right? When you get shipped off there.
I never really like had a relationship with him. Even when I was there, it was like he wasn't a very big. My dad didn't know how to show his emotions. He was a very cold individual. I'm not saying that he didn't care or nothing like that, but he went through a very rough life as a child. So a lot of things like that he went through, like I understand why he was cold towards maybe even to my mother, towards everybody, because I don't think he really even knew what love was, you know what I'm saying, or how to care for somebody, you know what I mean? He was sold into slavery when he was like 6 years old. He says it's slavery. He used to work at a house and live at the house, and they used to give his father whatever. So he used to have to go feed the cows, and so he called it slavery. They sold him into slavery. So he grew up living in other people's houses, working as a little kid. So he really didn't really know how to care for people. You know what I mean?
So he lacked the affection. Basically, he didn't show you
He definitely
affection.
lacked affection. Nah, he didn't show. He tried to. His thing was whenever he fucked up or something, he would try to buy something Like, oh, you want those sneakers, or you want this, you want that. His way of showing affection or something was monetary, or, you know what I mean? Like, which was a habit that I caught as an adult. Like, every time I fucked up with my kids, or I felt like something, I would come with a gift or come with something, be like, I'm sorry, you know what I mean? Like, it's a bad habit that,
It's crazy
I
how
got.
the cycle continues sometimes, huh?
Well, yeah, yeah, certain things, yeah, you get certain, because that's all you know. You know what I
Right.
mean? So every time, you do something, you punish them or dumb thing, you felt guilty about it, you go buy him something. It was just, I don't know, it's just weird. Like I said, a lot of the stuff, I don't know if it's that I blocked out a lot of the stuff growing up, you know, or it's just I don't remember. I try to remember certain things, especially that my pops just passed away like a month and a half ago. So,
I'm sorry to hear
I've
that, man.
been I appreciate it. But like I've been trying to like, analyze a lot of things, and it's my sisters be reminding me of stuff that like I said, I don't know if I pushed it to the back of my mind, I just don't remember, or I'm getting old, forgetting things, which is probably a little bit of all three of them. But yeah, that's basically what it is.
So was your father remarried at this point?
You my mom. Well, when right now or back then?
No, I mean
My
like
dad's never alone. Put it like this: my
right, right.
dad's one of those people. He's one of those people that he got a trunk load of spare tires, bruh. I got siblings popping up now after 40 something years that nobody knew
Wow.
about. So you know what I mean. That tells you about my pops. My pops was like I said, he thought he was a little playboy. You know what I mean?
Right. I meant at that time when you went to go live with him, like was he already remarried?
Yeah, nah, he was he had the chick that my mom caught him with. Well, one of the chicks that my mom caught him with.
Oh
Yeah,
So like you're having to live with her knowing that she ruined your parents' dynamic and relationship?
I am. Yeah,
And what was that like?
it was a little bit weird because she's like 10 years older than me. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this chick was young as fuck, like not young like what I mean, like pedophile type shit, but she was in her 20s. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, like she was in her 20s.
Wow.
you know.
And what was your guys' relationship like?
I mean, bro, she would try to be cool with me, like on some cool shit. You know what I mean? Like always coming to try to be, but it's like, yo, dude, like I don't really fuck with you, son. Like now, I'm gonna be honest with you. She got a kid with my dad, so like now I talk to her here and there because of all the stuff that was going on, because of my brother. But other than that, I don't really, it is what it is. Like
That's a
I
tough
don't really,
thing.
yeah, I don't really know them. Like I said, like I don't even really know my mom's family out there. You know what I mean? Whatever, because I ain't really, all I've really known all my life is my mom and my sisters. You know what I mean? That's really my nucleus, my family. You know what I mean? Until we had kids or whatever, but that's been my family. You know what I mean? It's my mom's and my sisters, and yeah, I have my father out there, but it's a little bit different. Being a father once a year for a month or 2 months a year, it's. I used to go out there and just chill. You know what I mean?
Right. But when you were living with them, right? Were you making it difficult for her? Like were you like being an asshole?
Nah, not at all, bro. I was more to myself, bro. Like I said, like when my teenage years, when I started going out there as a teenager, I was never in the crib. I was always like, boom, I had one of them little moped joints, like a scooter, and I was out, bro. I was out running around chasing chicks since I was young out there. Like I ain't really,
That's dope.
yeah, I wasn't even like, you know what I mean? The transition from like going from the States to out there, like it actually gives you a world view of how different things are. You know what I mean? Like when we were kids growing up over here, it'd be like, yo, be careful taking the train late at night because somebody might rob you or somebody might try to touch you. Or, it was crazy growing up because it was like if you was going to get robbed, something was going to happen in the streets back in those days. You know what I mean? So it was like, going to Spain, it was a whole different, everybody knows everybody. Yo, bro, I used to do dumb shit, like fucking like 50 miles away from the crib, like thinking nobody knew nothing. By the time I get home, My dad's like, yo, why you was doing this over there? Why you was doing donuts with the bike and blah blah blah? And I'm like, yo, how the fuck this motherfucker knew what I was doing? Like I'm in like 10 towns, away, but it's like it's just bugged out. You know what I mean? Back then it was like everything was so small. It'd be like, oh, that's the American, bro. And it's like since I didn't
Yeah,
really,
you stood out like a sore thumb already, so it was
yeah,
easy to
bro. Like I'm gonna
identify.
be real, but that's what it was like a gift and a curse. Like I went over there, they never seen somebody dressed like a b-boy. They never seen somebody breakdancing. They never seen. That's how I got in trouble the first time over there. Was doing graffiti. I was doing graffiti over there, and everybody knew it was the American. Yeah, that was the thing. But
So was it a
it,
culture shock for you though? Like, because
nah, it
obviously you
definitely
speak
was. Like I
Spanish,
tell you,
but
it's like it's different. Everything was backwards to me. It was like even getting females was so easy compared to out here. It was like what the? It was like I don't know. It was just like I don't know. Everybody was so trusting over there, and it's like their mind was so different than over here. You know what I mean? It was just like it's whatever you told them, they believed you. Like they had no
so
reason
people
not
weren't
to.
scheming like they do over here.
Nah, hell no. It was different. Like I'm gonna be honest with you. Like one time I had a chain, right? And I forgot what happened. We was in the river and I lost the chain. I lost the chain. So I was like, fuck it. I lost it. It is what it is. Whatever. And like an old man found the chain and it somehow or other it got back to my pops. Like a month after I left, the chain got back to my pops after I left.
Wow.
It got actually given back to my father. And it was crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like they not there wasn't it was a different time, bro. It was a different time. It was just a different time, you know what I mean? Whole different time.
So were you getting in trouble at school though? Or you were just like keeping to
Where
yourself?
out there?
Yeah.
Nah, out there I ain't really doing nothing. I was sitting in class and draw all day because I ain't really like I spoke
Wait, but
it.
you said that you got into a lot of fights though.
I got into a lot of fights over bitches because they'll start talking shit and think I don't understand and I wasn't staying quiet. The difference is, you know what it is? I'm not used to somebody like over there. They'll talk and talk and talk, but nobody will actually make the you talking shit. This and that. Boop. I was I was I'm from New York. What you want
You
me to
was
do?
firing on motherfuckers real
I'm
quick.
firing, and
Yeah.
some I won, some I didn't. I'm not gonna be like but most of the time it was jealousy over the females because bro, a lot of those dudes was hillbillies. You know what I'm saying? They would go to work with the same. Nah, I'm not even joking. Like I wasn't even, bro. Like dead serious in the mountains. Like I'm not even. My pops wasn't, but the neighbors they had like 10 cows on a field, and the kids used to go out there and milk the cows and come up there smelling like cow shit. You in school, they smell like cow shit. They got the
Oh
fucking
shit.
the clothes from working on like it wasn't like bro I didn't work like you know what I'm saying I was the only one going to the school and not working. That was the crazy thing. Like these kids over there was working at 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old. They would work the fields, bro. They had chores. So a lot of
Completely
times I want
changed
to
your
go.
perspective of life, huh?
It did. It really that's what made me realize a lot of like when I went out there, I was spoiled out there. I'm not gonna lie. My pops had paper. My pops had paper. My pops wasn't no, he had businesses out there, so he had paper. You know what I mean? Like I said, I had a scooter. Like I was done, bro. I wanted a bike, I got a bike. I got a scooter, I got a scooter. When I wanted to take the car, I took the car. Like I had privileges that I didn't have in the States. You know what I mean? So
Wait, you was
I
driving the
think
car at what age?
like 14.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, 14. I think I got my license at like 15 back then. Back then, you used to be able to get the junior license at 15.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, it was 15. But yeah, I
All
was
right, wait, wait,
driving
wait,
since.
wait. But this is a very important question, okay?
Okay.
What were the females like in comparison to the American women that you was dealing with during that time?
Comparison as far as what? Remember, we talking about, bro, you come to New York at that time, what was popping at that time? They had the big door knockers, the short haircut. It was a different, you can't even compare them, bro. Like, I'm telling you, there was like, it was hillbillies.
What? So there was no fine women out there at that time?
No, it was pretty, but it wasn't like it's different. Like, bro, it's like I don't know how to understand. Like, for
Oh,
instance,
they weren't
when you
dressing provocative or anything.
nah, hell no, bro, you wasn't even seeing those skins, bro. Like, hell no,
Wait, but you
like.
hit the skins, right? You was knocking
Yeah,
them
you
down
get.
over there.
I was hitting the skins, but what I'm saying is, when you would go to the store over there, it's the same style clothes, right? It'd be like, let's say, it'd be like this sweater. It'd be that sweater in 3 different colors, and that's all they had in there. So all the chicks had the same type of dress, just different colors. All the dudes had the same type of. It was just weird, bro. Like it was a weird thing. It wasn't like, bro, I'm coming out there with
No originality.
right. I'm coming out there with shell toes, Lees, you know what I'm saying? Kangos. Like it was like oh, that's from the movies. Look, from the movies and this and that. And I'm like, what the fuck? So they would take me like a character. Like that's what I'm saying. So the dudes would try to make fun of you because, you know what I mean? Like they're not used to people being a certain way, but the females was going crazy. Like now when I
Right.
started traveling like to the city, this is because remember I'm in the suburbs over there. It's like the campo. So when I go to the city, it was a whole different ball game. I was over there mingling, doing whatever. It's a different, everything was different, bro. It was, I don't regret none of it, bro. I think it was a thing that brought me, when I came back, it was settle me down for a little bit. You know, you might be right. I might have been acting out here. I'm not sure. You know what I mean? Like I always, once I hit like 14, every spring break, every holiday, every summer, I was out. I was like, "Phew, I'm out." And then when I got in trouble, they sent me out there, so they was doing me a favor anyway. So it was like, whatever. You know what I mean?
Man, so
I
you
liked
got
it
like
out.
the best of both worlds,
I
basically.
did,
Because
bro. I really did.
a lot of people in the hood, a lot of people don't even
Never left
know.
the block.
Right,
Yeah, they
exactly.
never left the block.
So then
I
like
mean,
their view of the world is so limited. You know what I'm saying?
nah, no, that's what we was talking about. Like, look, a few years back, one of my mans, we went to Miami, and this dude was sweating. I ain't even gonna say his name, but he was sweating and sweating and sweating. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this? I thought he took a pill or something. This man is in his what? He was in his mid, I say mid, he closer to his 40s. Never been on a plane before.
That's crazy.
He was scared of the plane. He was scared of the plane. So it's like, there's certain things like I've seen different cultures and different things. Like in Spain, I've been almost every part of Spain. Um, I've been to Germany. I've been, and this is not with the music. This was when I was out there. You could drive everywhere. So like on holidays, my cousins and them from my father's side be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Nothing." They was like, "You want to go to Portugal?" I was like, "All right." We leave Friday, we come back fucking Sunday. Oh, it's like a 5 hour drive, 6 hour drive. All right, let's go. Boom. We in Portugal. We
Right. It's
chilling
like
over
how
there.
in the United States we drive to different states, you could drive to different
Right. Like if you're
countries.
driving to North Carolina, you're driving to South Carolina. So, you know, I went to France. The only shit that France kind of sucked because, bro, you out there, the drinking age in France was 25 years old, bro.
What?
Yeah, when we was going, it was 23. Then they moved it to 25. I don't know what it is now, but in Spain, it was 16. So 16 years old, you go to a club or you could go to a bar and order a drink legitly. France, you couldn't even buy cigarettes. You couldn't even buy cigarettes. You had to be 21 years old to buy a pack of cigarettes. So it was
That's
like
crazy.
one of the worst experiences we had because we going over there thinking that, we're gonna be chilling in France and that shit was whack as hell. Then we went to Belgium and I went to Germany and that shit was cool, I'm saying Prague and but it was different experiences that I would have never experienced living out here, you know what I mean? So I don't regret it, you know what I mean? I definitely don't regret it, you know.
And it's crazy because like before you were living in New York, you were moving around all over New York. Like, there's some people that ain't never left this borough, you know what I'm saying? Never went
Nah, I'm
to.
a nomad, bro. That's why people don't understand. People don't understand how I know so many people. That's the thing. Like I've lived everywhere except for Staten Island. I lived everywhere. I've lived in Manhattan. I lived in Lower East Side. We lived uptown. I lived all over the place. You know what I mean? I even lived, even when as an adult, I lived with a chick in the projects. You know what I mean? I was living in St. Mary's projects, bro. Like, then I was staying with another chick online in Zariga. I was over here. Like, I was always, doing what I do. You know what I mean? Until, I got married or whatever the second time. And I moved to Long Island. I was more, out here. Like, once I moved out here, I've been more on Long Island. Like, you know what I mean? I think
Right, but
Yonkers
it
and
made
Long
you
Island,
it made you a more well-rounded person, though.
you know what it
Like,
is,
no, I'm
bro?
talking about like all these experiences and moving
Yeah, I
all
definitely
over,
did.
though.
Nah, it definitely did.
Yeah,
It definitely did. It
yeah.
definitely did. It definitely gave me an experience of looking at life differently. You know what I mean? It just is, it's just like a different experience. That's why I try to take my kids as much as I can to see different things. You know what I mean? Like, that's one thing. Like, I took them to Spain to meet their grandfather a couple of times. My daughter's been to Argentina to meet her because my kids are half Bolivian, half Argentinian, and half Spaniard. So they've been everywhere except for Bolivia. They've met their family in Argentina. They've met their family in Spain. Like, I think it's important for them to know their roots, know where they come from, their people, and, get to know them.
So you end up back in America, right? How do you end up back in America?
Which time? The time they sent me out there when I fucked up?
Yeah, the first time.
I actually used to have an allowance, and honestly, I got homesick. I got into some shit with my father's wife. I got sick and tired of her. And
What'd you do?
it was just argument. Like, bro, honestly, like, she used to make my life miserable in a way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was weird, bro. Like, I don't know. Let's say I come home smelling like cigarette. Bro, I'm in a fucking club. They smoke over there. Oh, this guy's smoking weed, or he's doing this. And it would put me and my dad at conflict, you know what I mean? To have conflicts, you know what I mean? So I think the last time when we had the blowout was she had told them that I was hanging out with a bunch of druggies, which was fucking bullshit. So when I come home, my dad's like, yo, take your shirt off. I'm like, take my shirt off? What the fuck, bro? He looking for fucking needle marks like I'm fucking a junkie or some shit. Like, and I was just like, yo, I'm done with this shit. I had that, bro. He went to work. I bounced to the airport, called him from the airport. I'm in the airport. He said, what are you doing? I said, I'm going home. And I bounced. And I didn't want my mom to send me back. So I went and stayed at one of my people's houses. And
So what was his reaction when you told him I'm out?
he thought I was bullshitting.
Oh,
He
shit.
really thought I was bullshitting. He said, I'll see you later. I said, I'm at the airport. Mind you, the airport is like 5.5 hours by train from the crib.
Wow.
And I'm like, yo, I'm in the airport. And he was like, I'll see you later. And he really thought I was like, I don't know if he thought I ain't had the money. He thought he probably still had my passport because he didn't know I got my passport a few weeks earlier. I had already got my passport from his hiding place. So I already had my passport. So I was already, contemplating coming back. So it is what it is.
So then you get back and you don't let your mom know you're staying with like your people.
Yeah, I ain't let my mom know.
And then what happens when she finds out that you're back?
No, and she started crying. My mom started crying. My mom actually showed up over there and was crying, and she was like, "You hate me that much?" And she gave me the guilt trip. My mom was good at the guilt trip, and she made me feel like a piece of shit. And I went home, and that was the last time she sent me. It was after that. It was my choice if I wanted to go or not. You know what I mean?
Okay, so then like you decide to keep going back and forth though, like because this is you're like
Nah,
15.
I didn't go for a little while. After that, I didn't go for a little while. Um, I just felt like I was gonna have problems with her, so I really didn't want to go. But then my dad had called me and told me that my grandmother was sick on my mom's side, and I went over there and I went to visit her, and then me and him spoke. And I don't know. After that, it was like we was cool and stuff, but it wasn't the same anymore. You know what I mean? It was a different thing. Plus, I was already turning of age. I was already like 17, and I think that was like one of the last times I went to Spain before I got locked up and shit. You know what I mean?
Got you. So you're back in
Yeah.
America now and you're getting into trouble, right? What kind of activities are you engaging in at this time?
Mainly like it was more joyride and shit like that. Like, I was more into like joyriding. I dipped and dabbled in different things, bro. But it was mostly joyriding.
Did you get caught with doing joyriding or anything?
I got caught in a stolen car the same day I came back from Spain.
Come on, man. The same day? You can't even get
The
24 hours?
same night, bro. But I didn't. I'm gonna keep it real. That one wasn't me. Like I got back. I got back, and I don't know how. Whatever. We ended up going to was it Studio 54? I think it was Studio 54. They picked me up at the crib, and we went. I think it was Studio 54 or Roseland, one of those clubs. I can't remember right now. I gotta ask my man and shit because he was there. That motherfucker. So whatever, we get in the car, whatever, we driving. I'm like, oh, this shit is dope, whatever, whatever. And I'm like, yo, this shit is stolen. Niggas was like, nah, it's tagged. It's a tag whip. I'm like, all right, we good then. Whatever, it is what it is. On the way back from the club, while we getting chased by the police, he's like, oh, by the way, I ain't changed. I was like, oh. So we ended up getting into a high speed crash, and I got caught in the car, and I got locked up for the fucking stolen car, bro. I wasn't even here 12 hours from Spain.
Wow. So did you get a charge for that or they let you go?
Nah, I had a charge for that. I had a charge, and I think I got an ACD at the time because but once the judge saw the passport, like, dude, you've been in this country less than 12 hours. Like, what the fuck? I was like, the car had been stolen for like a week or weeks, and I was like, bro, I don't know. I asked somebody for a ride, and who was it? I don't know. I don't know. Me no, I don't know. And they gave me like one of those. The first one was like a conditional release. They gave me like a conditional release because the car had the keys and everything, so it wasn't even like it was a stolen car. Like it wasn't like pulleyed or nothing. They had the key was in the ignition, so they gave me a ACD. Like if I ain't get in trouble for like 6 months, they dismissed the case and shit.
Got
That
you.
was the first.
So then you
Yeah,
end up catching the big case, right? That was for attempt.
nah, that was murder, attempt murder, um, assault, weapons possession, reckless endangerment. It was a 15 count indictment.
How old are you at this time when you catch this?
18 going on 19.
Wow. So 18 going on
Or
19.
19. I think I was 19. Actually, no, I was 19. I'm lying. I was 19 because I was already married and I already had my son. So I was 19,
So you're 19, you're already married and you have your son. How old is your son at the time?
like 6 months old.
6 months, and you're facing how many years?
The elbow, bro. Life.
Wow. And what
Yeah.
are your thoughts going like during this time? Well, you said the elbow, but like individually, they were like giving you like a lot of years, right?
100 and change. It was like the judge told me if I went to trial, each count, if he runs a consecutive, is 100 and fucking, I don't know, it was 100 and fucking change.
Wow.
It was 15 count indictment. They had me for, um, intentional murder, premeditated murder, in deprived difference to human life, reckless endangerment, 4 counts of attempt murder, 4 counts of assault, fucking weapons possession, all type of different fucking. It was 15 counts altogether.
So what are your thoughts and feelings at this time when you're facing this at 19?
Honestly, I thought it was like a movie. I didn't take it too serious. I really didn't take it serious. In the beginning, I didn't take it serious. I thought they was full of shit, to be honest with you.
So what ended up happening that made you like take it serious?
Bro, when my first trial came and I ain't had no offer on the table, I ain't had no bail. I had already been inside for like a year. And when I started picking that jury is when I was like, yo, this shit is for real. Cause bro, I was seeing people back then, I was seeing people get 5 years, 3 years, 2 years for fucking blatant homicides. I was like, this shit, I'm gonna beat this shit. I'm good. I'm good. I'm straight.
So you knew that you were going to get time, or you thought that you were going to get like acquitted of everything?
At one point, I was in denial thinking I was gonna get acquitted. I really believed like I was gonna beat this shit. Like I still believe if I would have won another time, I don't know. I don't know. It was a fucked up situation because you had people that was on the stand lying, like blatantly lying. Like it was like bro, it was unbelievable the lies, bro. Like you giving descriptions of me that don't even, bro. I look dark skinned to you? No. And at the time, they said I had a bald head and I was clean shaved. Well, I had a beard, not like this, but I had a lined up beard with a pushback DA. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? I got locked up 3 hours after the homicide. How the fuck I grow my hair and a beard 3 hours later? You know what I'm saying? So it was just, a lot of it was because of my name. Like, my name was ringing out in that area. Everybody knew my car, you know, and it was just, my graffiti name is really what fucking got me indicted, bro.
So like were like the cops already trying to get you for something? That's why it was like an easy thing.
Now I had mad. I'm gonna be honest with you. I had mad arrests. At that time I had mad arrests for graffiti. I had a lot of graffiti arrests. I had I had a gun charge at one point that got dismissed. What else? I had a couple of fucking stolen cars. I had a couple of assaults. You know what I mean? But it was nothing crazy. It was like, you go to Rikers for like fucking few days, come home, whatever bullshit, time served, bullshit, you know, street fights, you know, it was like neighborhood shit, you know. It was a different, it was
So what led to that situation happening though? Like, can you talk about that?
that beef, how it started.
Yeah.
Over some
Or
fucking,
well, I don't even know what it was about, like how you got caught up in the thing, like what even happened.
all right, well, the way the whole beef started, it started at a club. It was a club right in Queens. And one of my peoples was doing the promoter thing at the time. He used to be a hustler, so he used to get his little bread and shit. So he had booked damn, I know it was Digging in the Crates. I want to say it was Lord Finesse and whatever. It was a show, it was a hip hop show. And everybody started breakdancing, whatever. Remember breakdancing was still in at the time or whatever. It was already fading out, but certain people were still doing it. Somehow or other, there was another neighborhood that was there, and the breaking starts going on. It's an old school dude from my hood, and he's breaking or whatever, and this dude from the other side, you know, does a disrespectful move when he was, I guess, doing footwork. He came from behind and was like acting like he was humping the dude. So he realized that he got up, turned around, and snuffed him, and that shit turned into like an all out brawl. Like when I tell you a brawl, that shit was a brawl that led into the street. They was trying to get into their cars. Dudes was breaking the windows in their cars, pulling them out their cars, yapping their chains. Like it got real crazy that night. You know what I mean? So after that night, maybe like a few hours later, I had already left. They come back and light the whole block up. Them same dudes light the whole fucking block up. So now it starts going back and forth. Now this is going on for a couple of weeks. Mind you, I'm not even in the streets like that no more. So I really got nothing to do with it.
Because you're married and you got your kid.
Right. I was working construction in the daytime, and then at night I used to work as a waiter in a restaurant. So I wasn't really, you know what I mean? But then me and my wife at the time started having some fucking problems, whatever. She was paranoid that I don't remember the whole thing, but it was one of those nights that I got a beep on the beeper, and I beep back, and they're like, "Yo, I'm come slide through and pick you up." And that was one of the biggest mistakes I made in my life.
Wow. So while
Big.
you're You're waiting for the verdict to be announced, right? Something very petty happens. Something very
Damn, you a
crazy
foul
happens.
dude, bro. You a foul dude, bro.
What happens during this time?
Yo, my ex-wife tried to serve me divorce papers.
That's crazy. In the
Well, I
worst
was,
moment.
bro. It got to the point that the judge had to stop the session because what she did. Because the DA jumped back. My lawyer, she like tried to give it to me. You know how they got the stand thing, the whatever the fuck you could, the railing. They got the railing, then the table and all that. So I'm thinking she's coming to show me support and show me, like moral support of it. And she's like with a childhood friend and stuff. So I'm thinking, you know what I mean? Like, all right. But me and her were already at odds, you know what I mean? So I'm like, she came through and so you kind of be like, that's what's up. Bro, this girl came over there for the wrong fucking thing. Yo, bro, that shit was some foul shit, bro. That shit was definitely some foul shit, bro.
So what was
That
your
even
like
the judge called her the ice queen.
wow.
He's like,
So what were you thinking when you get the papers?
I didn't realize what the papers was till my lawyer gave them to me when I went back to the cells because he grabbed the paper. You know what I mean? I guess he knew what was going on. I didn't know what was going on. And then my sisters was ready to pop off on him. It was a wild, like telling you, it got a little bit, I didn't realize till I went back. And when I got back and I saw what it was, that my lawyer was like, I don't know what kind of animal you were with, but this is crazy. I've never seen something like this. Like, does she understand that you might never come out and she's doing this here? I was like, yo, bro. Yeah.
This is like one of the most fragile moments where like a lot of people, like just the smallest thing could possibly make them lose it. And she chooses this moment to do this to you.
I still don't understand that. I really don't. Like, you know what I mean? Like, me and her had crazy conversations after, but it's just, she's the mother of my kid. I haven't spoke to her in years. That's right now. I haven't spoke to her in years, like years. My son is a grown ass man, so there's no reason for me to even, communicate with her. But yeah, that shit was like one of the pettiest things I've ever seen in my life. That's like 50 doing a move on somebody. The Petty King, like that shit was like
Yeah.
insane, bro. It's like a checkmate ping, bang, like here. I'm not gonna lie, that shit, I ain't sleep that night, bro. That whole night I ain't sleep, bro. I did not, besides all the stress and everything I had. But like, I'm gonna keep it real, like in trial, I wasn't really that stressed out like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't even that. The verdict was the most stressful thing. Picking the jury, like trying to decide who's got, your life in their hands, you know what I mean? It's like one of the most difficult things you're ever going to do in your life. And then sitting there and actually, waiting for the verdict to see if they actually believe you. You trying to read their faces and trying to see what's going on. But it's a difficult situation at that moment.
So take us through the second trial and then the third.
All right, on my first trial, the verdict came back. It was right before Thanksgiving, and they couldn't come to a decision. I believe it was 7 not guilty, 5 guilty. It was the day before Thanksgiving. I think this was Wednesday. Yeah, it was Wednesday. And the judge told them, if you guys can't come to a verdict, we sequestering you here through Thanksgiving. And within an hour, that verdict went from 7 not guilty to 11 not guilty, to 11 guilty, 1 not guilty.
So it
But
was 11 guilty at that time and there was 1 not guilty. So then what happens?
yeah. So then they send me back inside, and he tells them to keep deliberating. So towards the end of the night, when they was about to close the session, they come back and they ask, "Have you guys come to a decision yet?" And the foreman stands up and he's like, "I've been in the military for 25 years. I was a military police investigation, and I don't believe any of the witnesses that were on the stand. I think they all have contradicting statements. They all have different." Basically, the dude said, "I don't care if you keep me here till after Christmas. I'm not going to change my verdict like other people on this panel."
Wow.
So right there, boom, bro, it was instantly. I remember the dude's name and everything. I don't want to say it, you know what I
Right.
mean? But I never forget that dude ever in my life, bro. And he kind of was like, imagine it, he would have, just because it was Thanksgiving and you want to spend the night with your family, will put me away for life, bro. That shit is fucking crazy. But all right, that happens. I get the mistrial, which is a hung jury. Boom. 6 months later, we go to the second trial. In the second trial, I get 6 guilty, 6 not guilty, and that was the verdict. 6 guilty, 6 not guilty. The people that said 6 not guilty refused to change. They were sequestered for 5 days, and not one of them budged. And that was my second mistrial. And then I mean, they offered me time, but they wanted me to cooperate, and I just was like, listen, if I ain't cooperate by now, doesn't that tell you I'm not gonna cooperate? You know what I mean? Like, that should make no sense. If I ain't tell in the beginning, what makes you think I'm gonna tell now?
Right.
We already here. So it's like, all right, what's up? Let's go. What's up? Ready for third? So I was like, went to the third trial now. On the third trial, it was a little bit shaky, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you, because that jury pool was a fucked up jury pool. I think there was one Spanish person on my whole trial panel. It was mostly like Chinese, Indian, couple of white people. I think there was it was 2 black people, 2 black jurors, a lady and a man, and it was one Spanish dude on my last jury. And I don't know, something felt off. That's why when the judge offered me the offer, he offered me, and the shit that happened with the pastor, with Benny, I didn't want to risk it. I already had 34 months in on Rikers.
Yeah, because we're talking years of your life has already been taken, where you're like in limbo, pretty much not knowing what is gonna happen, right?
Right. So it like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was a situation that I was already, like, when the judge offered me the 9 years, I was like, all right, the max I'm doing on the 9 years is 6. If I get out in good behavior, I'll be home in 3. So I'm like, I already got the 3 in. So I'm already like, there's daylight. Like, I could see,
Right. You see
I
light
could
at the end of the
smell
tunnel.
freedom.
Right. Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? And I took it. I didn't want to gamble, bro. Everybody was like, you stupid. You could have won. You could have sued. You could have this. And you know what, bro? All the money in the world ain't worth, losing 20, 30 years of your time to come back down on appeal. I think I made the right decision. You know what I'm saying? I think I made the right decision. I think everything worked out the way it was supposed to work out.
But wait, what happened with Pastor Benny?
Pastor Benny also, me and him were going back and forth. Like, I got my first mistrial. Well, bullshit. He had his first mistrial. I had my mistrial. He had his mistrial. I had my mistrial. He was on his third trial. I was on my third trial. He blew trial and got 37. I copped out. And he had the same type of case I had. You know what I'm saying? He had the same type of he had the same type of case. He had the same shit with the witnesses lying. They recanted their statements, but after he did 20 something years, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's a fucked up situation, and that shit with Benny, bro. He was an innocent
So
man.
he influenced you to take the deal.
He was definitely the reason I took that. He was definitely one of the reasons, you know what I mean? Because when I came back there and he was wilding out. You know what I'm saying? He was bugging back there, and then the guard was like, "Can you calm your brother down?" And I was like, "Yo, what happened?" He was like, "Yo, he won't let nobody in the cell. He ready to cut people. Can you calm him down, whatever?" Yeah. So I was like, "Let me in there, whatever." So you know what I mean? Like they put me in the cell with him. I had high classification. He was CMC though. Like they had him like CMC is central monitor cases. That's like high. You know, he can't go nowhere without a captain or a dep. Like, you know, he was monitored at all times. And they put me in the cell with him. As soon as I walked in, he gave me a hug. He started crying, bro. And he was like, "Yo, bro, they're giving me life, bro." And that shit was a fucking crazy situation because here I am and I'm like, he's like, "What they offer you?" And when I told him the offer, he's like, "Yo, what are you thinking about, bro?" And I was like, "Yeah, but they offered you some bullshit." He said, "Yeah, look at me." And I was like, "Yo, bro, you right." He said, "Fuck that shit. Take that shit, bro. Take
Wow.
that shit, bro." Yeah, bro, like, you know, you go in there, you meet 1,000 dudes that everybody got advice. Everybody's a jailhouse lawyer. Everybody wants to give you, "Oh, yo, you should do this, or do that, do this, do that." And the hardest thing in life over there is like, it's you that gotta make that decision because it's you that's gonna live with it. Like I could live with those 9 years, I could live with it. Somebody lost their life. Other people got wounded. One dude got paralyzed for the rest of his life. Like I could deal with, like, you know what I'm saying? With 9 years, that's what they giving me. Listen, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just like it was a fucking crazy situation. You know what I mean? And the reason why I say a lot of it is like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, I feel bad that everything happened, but I had no control over what happened. It was like everything went on in front of me like a movie. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? So I got caught in a situation that, you know what I mean? If I would have stayed home, it might have still happened, but I wouldn't have been there. You know what I'm saying?
So,
So
how many years did you end up doing?
altogether, 5.5. You know what I mean? Like the crazy thing is the kid that got hit, one of the kids was an innocent bystander. Like it's just like it's a fucked up scenario all around. It's like it's a parent's nightmare, bro. You got one going to jail that didn't do it. You got one that got killed that ain't had nothing to do with it. It's just like one of those movies that you see all the time. Like, you know what I mean? And then it's like you go to jail and it gets to a point that any decision you make in jail, you can end up doing life in jail. You know what I'm saying? Because you fighting every fucking day in there. You know what I mean? You cut a person the wrong way. You stab a person the wrong way. You hit a person the wrong way. He breaks his neck. You catch. You know how many people I know got life in there? Life in jail. Went in there with 2 to 4. Went in there with fucking 10 years. Went in there and doing life, natural life in there. It's like, it's so easy once you're in there to catch cases. It's fucking nuts, bro. It's fucking nuts, bro. It's, you know,
Nobody won in that situation at all. People lost their
nah,
lives. People went to prison and lost their lives that way. Parents lost their
bro.
kids.
Yeah, it was a fucked up situation. It was like, you know, a lot of them was teenagers. The crazy thing is, I'm gonna tell you one crazy thing about it, right? On my first trial, the district attorney brought the kid that got killed's father to testify, and the father got on the stand. And the father said, "I don't know why you got me here. That's the wrong person. He wasn't the one that killed my son. I don't know why you got him here. You got the wrong person."
Wow.
The kid's father. The kid's brother testifies and said, he's like, "I was there. He wasn't even there that night." He said, "You people are trying to convict the wrong person." Bro, they never brought them back to testify on the second or the third. They never brought them back. That first trial, the father and the son, the kid's brother, both testified as DA witnesses, and both of them said, "Yo, that wasn't the guy. That wasn't the shooter."
And your lawyer didn't think to try to get them to come and testify on your behalf or anything?
The lawyer told me that he said we could always read it off the minutes or whatever. He didn't think it was a, he said it could have been read two different ways. One, that they were just saying that to get street justice, or just not wanting to cooperate and let me out. You know what I mean? Like he said, it could go either way. He said it's a real, if he sloped, he didn't want to touch it. He said he felt that he had enough contradictory statements and evidence, like, you know what I mean, on my case. Like, it was just, how the fuck I get arrested 3 hours after there's a drive-by with 4 guns coming out of my car, but there's 4 different ballistics there's of guns involved in this shooting, and there's no gunpowder residue in my car. 3-4 hours after the shooting, there's no fingerprints. Nobody's fingerprints, not even my own fingerprints, are in my own car. There's no gunpowder or fingerprints. How the fuck is that possible 3 hours after the fucking thing? It ain't like I went and cleaned the car. They found dust. They found it was dirt, Philly guts, and all type of shit that they had in court. But there was no gunpowder. So how the fuck? And my car was stick. So what the fuck? I'm the fucking incredible octopus man shooting 4 different guns and driving a fucking stick car? Like, it was just a case that was like, bro, 15 people supposedly involved, and I'm the only one locked up. You know what I'm saying? It was just like one of those cases that was like, the judge was scared to dismiss the case. The DA was like, like, bro, I went through 3 different DAs that didn't even want to take my case.
Wow.
They kept getting switched, so they got this fucking dodo bird over there that she thought she was the fucking. This bitch was going so hard on my shit, like, bro, like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? At the time, I ain't even had no felonies, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you know.
So explain to us what prison is like.
I mean, upstate is different, bro. Like, I'm gonna be real, bro. The due time, bro, that's why so many people cop out. Because being in Rikers, bro, that shit is like a fucking zoo, bro. Like, that shit is like, I don't even know. Look, I did 3.5 years, bro. I think I've been in every facility in Rikers except maybe the Beacon. I've been everywhere. Fucking HDMs, 3 building, North facility, West facility, the Tombs, Brooklyn House, Bronx House. Like, bro, like, I don't know. Some of the places is just like they treat you less of a human, bro. Like, back then it was like gladiator school. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wanted to get on that phone. That phone was like picking up a house phone and just dialing out. So you had dudes on the phone all day long monopolizing the phone. So unless you stood up for yourself, you wasn't getting on that phone, bro. You coming in, niggas is robbing. Yo, it's a place that if you can't, I don't. From what I heard, it's nothing like it used to be. You know what I'm saying? But if you're not the type of person that's gonna hold your shit down, you're gonna have problems, bro. And that's the bottom line. You either gonna get punked or something, bro. You know what I mean? And that's just the physical aspect, but then the psychological part, when you start getting locked up into the box, and then they put you in jail, that I think was like the worst thing I've experienced in there was more the box, because of the mental anguish that you go through. You know what I mean? Because it's like it's a difficult thing. Like, all right, you could be by yourself for a day, 2 days. Imagine being 30 days in a fucking box, and they got the light on all day long. The light ain't turning off, so you don't know what time it is. You don't know how to, you know what I'm saying? All right, it's daytime, it's nighttime. It's a little bit, it gets stressful, you know what I mean?
That sounds like a sleep deprivation kind of like tactic right there. Cause like some people can't sleep with the light on, or like, like it'll drive you crazy like that, not knowing what time of the day it is and everything. You feel like you just in there
mean,
for eternity.
it's like torture. They torture you. They do certain things. Like, sometimes if you get a CO a hard time, they'll skip your cell, not feed you. So now you ain't got no food. Then if you in at the time when we was there, we beefing with the Bloods at the time. So, if it's certain people like feeding you, it'll be regular inmates coming up there feeding you. You don't know if they spit in your food, so you don't even want to eat. When you see it's an op with the trays, you're like, man, fuck that shit. It just got it's just a fucking situation that, you know what I mean? People fucking with your food, fucking with your sleep. So you come out of there. I don't know how some of these dudes done years in the box, like years. I really don't know, bro. That shit had me. But I'm telling you, I used to sit there and catch roaches And I used to take the sheet apart and make like strings and tie the string around the roach and walk the niggas around the cell.
What?
That I used to do shit like that for entertainment, bro.
Wow.
Like that's how boring it gets. Like you already counted every bolt there is on the wall. You already counted every tile there is, every crack, every you know what I'm saying? Like you just you don't know what else to do. So you start trying to figure things out. You trying to talk through the toilet because the toilet is like the microphone. You
Right.
flush the toilet when it goes down. You yell, yo. You be talking to niggas on there. They don't know who the fuck you talking to. But
You know how earlier we were talking about how like people keep themselves busy to avoid their trauma, right? Dealing with things and everything.
yeah.
But when you're in prison, it's like that's all you have is time. So you're left, especially if you're in the box, right? You're left with no human interaction. It's like all you got is your own thoughts, the shit that you've been through in your life, and it makes you self-reflect and slow down. And that drives people crazy, bro.
Nah, that shit is insane. The shit that they do to people, bro. That shit does. It's not even. I don't see how it's even healthy because I'm be honest with you. Me coming out the box, it just made me more and more violent. Like every time I went into population, I wouldn't even unpack, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. I wouldn't even unpack. I come in, I put my bag in the cell, come right back out. Yo, who got the jack? Yo, I need some time. Blah blah blah. As soon as it was a problem, I was popping because it's like, what's the point of getting comfortable if you know what I mean? Like, fuck that, bro. I don't give a fuck. I get to a house if I couldn't get no time right off the rip. You know, certain houses you go there, it's a king phone, but then you get there and it's like fucking 10 kings or 12 kings. Like, bro, what I'm fucking supposed to do now, bro? I'd rather be by myself or with one or two. I ain't like that being in a house with a mob of dudes, bro. I'd rather be on the other side. Like, you know what I mean? I just, I don't know. It just gets to a point that shit is just, it just gets crazy. You know what I'm saying? It was just a different mind frame. You know what I mean?
Right. And you witnessed like so many traumatic things in your life already. Like I can't even imagine what you witnessed in prison and how bad it was.
I mean, bro, I've seen it all in there, bro. I've seen dudes catch bodies in there. I've seen dudes come in there, get life for killing a dude by mistake in there. Man, listen, you got booty bandits in there. You got, oh, bro. It's a whole different, yo. It ain't like the movies, like people portray the movie shit to be, but you know what I mean? Like people are stupid, bro. You get these weak kids that go in there, don't know no better, you know, and they put themselves in ugly positions. That you know what I'm saying? It's just like you know, I just when I was around, I just wasn't allowing none of that shit, bro. There was no, I wasn't having it, bro. Like none of I ain't had problem. Like my problems was basically other people's issues. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't really have issues like that. Most of the time when I landed in certain jails, I was in high classification to begin with. Everybody knew I already had a fucking 92 number. You know what I mean? And we in 94, I got a 92 number. Everybody knows I've been in there for 2 years fighting a homie. So it's like people who, you know, doesn't mean anything, you know what I mean? But certain people know what it is, you know what I'm saying? Like they give you a certain amount of, all right, well, so how much time you need? Bro, I just need 15 minutes, whatever. I just need time for my people to know where I'm at, what's going on, and to get this visit. I'm not here to make love on the phone. I don't want none of that. I just need some time to let my family know I'm good, and we good. After that, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the TV. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I just need to get on the phone, let my people know where I'm at, what time, bye bye. If I'm getting a visit, set up my visit, and that's it. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like, it's other people want to be fighting over watching fucking Zona Caliente and fucking video music. I ain't give a fuck about none of that shit, bro. I wasn't with that shit. My mind frame was in a whole different other mind. You know, don't bother me. I ain't bothering nobody. Now you cross me. Now it was on and popping. That's it. You know,
How bad is the food in prison?
upstate it ain't that bad. Upstate is Rikers is disgusting, bro. That shit shouldn't even be. I'm gonna keep it real, bro. I think it's worse than shelter food, bro. Like, bro, that
Wow.
shit's disgusting, bro. That shit. First of all, don't ever eat soup in jail. That's number one. That's the number one rule. Don't ever in your life have soup in jail. Because when you start looking through the soup, all you're going to find is roach legs and roaches. And This shit is nasty,
Oh,
bro. It's nasty, bro. Like the only good shit that be in there, like I'm gonna keep it real, and there's gonna be a super pause on this. Is the Frank and beans? You know what I mean? Everybody got the thing with the glizzies, but when them shits used to come around back in them days, chicken, pork chops, bro, that was the only thing that was edible. Because worst comes to worst, nobody could put none on it that you won't see what's on it. You understand what I'm saying? Like
right.
you gonna spit on what? On the chicken? You gonna see it. You gonna spit on the fucking pork. Like you understand what I'm saying? Like you certain food like that chicken a la king that they used to serve with that green fucking chicken shit. That shit was disgusting, bro. That fucking tuna fucking surprise shit with the tomato sauce, bro. Like yo, it's fucking cold ass noodles with some tomato like ketchup, motherfucking ketchup with some fucking tuna and shit. Like, bro, that shit was nasty as hell,
What
bro. I'm
the
telling you, the
hell?
only and bro, it'd be crazy shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, when I used to get the fucking frankfurters and fucking beans, bro, the chicken, once in a while they have hamburgers, but it was like, bro, like that shit was crazy, bro. Unless you were like me personally, I used to always have my line guy. So I used to have myself full of like the Frosted Flakes boxes. My dude used to hit me on them when they were shakedowns. They take it all away from me. But other than that, in the morning, bro, he used to come hit me. I get like 6, 7 milks, put them in my toilet, nice and fucking cold. Had like 10 boxes of Frosted Flakes, and I don't know if you've seen some of the pictures of me in Rikers. I look like a fucking skinny ass motherfucker. I wasn't eating in there. I was not eating in there, bro. I was fragile in there, bro. Between boxing and not eating, bro. Trial used to have me stressed, bro. I used to give away them balonies. Remember, I was on trial a month at a time. It'd be a whole month every day. And remember, you leaving Rikers, you getting up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and you ain't getting back to like 10 o'clock at night, 9 o'clock at night, bro. So you out all day for a month straight. The only days off is Saturday and Sunday. You wore the fuck out. You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's like, it's a stressful thing, bro. And then all the ops. Remember, we was in the middle of a war. So it was a fucking crazy time, bro. It was crazy times, bro.
So my bro China Mac, right? He did a video about how creative people get in prison with making certain meals, like, you know what I mean, like even modifying things to get a stove for you to cook on and everything. Like, what did you see in prison? Like how you guys like mix
I
chips
mean,
and
I
do all
still do
stuff.
it once in a while. I
You
still
do?
make I make a casserole. Like my daughter hates
Jack
that
Mac?
shit. Nah, I'll tell you story. I don't know if I told you when we was talking about it, but I had this dude make. I hate Jack Mac. I hate Jack Mac, bro. That shit is disgusting, bro. And when I was up north, I just came out the box and the old Puerto Rican dude, whatever he was cooking, he was like, "Oh, Papa, you want something?" I was like, nah, nah, no, Jack, man, nah, 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 nah. Bro, that shit was some of the best Jack Mac. I don't know what kind of, let's say fish, because I can't even say Jack Mac. That shit was the best shit. This man buttered this shit and breaded this shit. And bro, it was official, official, official. You get creative, but when I'm bored and I don't want to cook, I'll take like the Raven noodles. I heat up the noodles. I break up all the noodles, take all the water out, take some mayo, tuna, start chopping up little onions and tomatoes and those shit. And then I make like a casserole. And I start fucking making a sandwich with it. And my daughter be like, "You not in prison? Why are you feeding me this? Why are you feeding me this? What did I do to deserve this?" She's so dramatic, bro. Yo,
That's
bro.
crazy.
And I used to do the remedies like whenever they used to get sick, I used to go and make some tea, and then I'll take like a cough, like a halls, and drop it in the tea and let it melt and stir it around and be like, "This will fix you up." "What are you giving me? Just go to CVS and get a cough mask." "No, drink this. This will help." Because that's how we, instead of going to sick call, when we used to get, like chest flus and chest colds and shit like that, we used to take the motherfucking holes and shit and drop it in the hot water with tea. And the fucking shit, once it melts, you get all the fucking thing and then you drink it. And shit opens up your chest and you could breathe.
That See, you have to do like certain. You have to be creative with doing certain things, right? So it's like you learn these certain skills. I guess that's part of the pro of having experience what you
I
did.
mean, listen, bro. Listen, bro. I've seen all type of shit. I've seen dudes make lighters. I've seen dudes make fucking tattoo guns. I've seen people do all type of crazy shit. The creativeness. I seen this Mexican dude that was in there, right? He used to take the long tube socks, like the old school basketball socks that got the big colored stripes on the top, the tube sock.
Right.
So this dude used to take the whole fucking sock apart and make it into like it looked like string. And then he'll go and you'd be like, listen, I want a portrait. So he'll go, you give him a picture, let's say a picture of your girl, whatever. And this dude would do like an outline of a silhouette, like on a frame and everything, bro, by hand with this fucking different color, the tube sock things and make portraits, bro. Like, bro, the shit that, like, yo, bro, what the fuck are you doing in jail, bro? It's like you see some of the most talented people and creative people in there. You see the MacGyver dudes fucking making fucking guns out of shit that you don't even know how to fuck make. Yo, niggas be fucking creative. When I tell you creative, it's
So
I don't know.
depending on where you get locked up, right? Like you get like different privileges depending on like the type of prison. Like I don't know, federal versus state, private. Like how does that work? Because like some people they have like a TV inside their cell. Some people have to share their cell. Some people get their own private cell. Like how does that work?
Like when I was up there was no double bunking. The only time you double bunked was like open dorms. They got the cubicles and shit double bunked, but the cells there wasn't. Now I heard some of them are double bunked, even in the box, but back then it was none of that. Certain jails, if you got a TV, you'd have to give up your package privileges. Um, each jail had different rules. To be honest with you, like I remember, we had these radios that I had got one of those radios when I went from Wendy's to Attica and then to Wyoming. They took the radio from me and said it was contraband and made me send the radio home. And I didn't understand why. But it seemed like it was certain radios would pick up the CO's frequency on their radios. So when you fucking with the frequency, you could pick up what they were talking on the radios. So I guess they found out on that brand of radio and they had banned the radios. But it was like different rules for different jails. That's still like, you know what I mean? Like it still goes on. Federal, I can't tell you. I've never been federal. Don't want to go federal.
Right.
Don't want to go back to jail, period, knock on wood.
Right.
But it's just different rules in different places. I heard the feds is sweeter, but I also heard from other people that it's more dangerous. So I guess everything depends on who you speak to and whatever. Like I think jail is jail no matter where you put me. You know what I mean? Like I honestly like I've gone through Maxes and I think Rikers was worse than some of the Maxes. You know what I mean? Like Maxes, there's a respect. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's a certain rule that when you get to a certain jail, you just gotta respect the rules. You know what I mean? Every jail got its rules. It's don't speak out your cell at night. Don't there's certain things. Don't talk what people are eating. Don't take nothing on the arm that you can't pay back. Don't gamble. Don't fuck with chumps. There's certain rules that if you abide by those rules, those jail rules, you're never gonna get into any problems. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. The gang situation changed a lot of the jail politics. You know what I'm saying? It's I heard there's not even it's just a free for all. Shit is wild right now. I heard all over the place. So I haven't been to jail since I came home, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. You know what I mean?
Right. So when you're at Rikers, an interesting thing happens, right? You get to witness one of the greatest ever begin to climb to fame. You got to witness Pun perform.
Well, this was an HDM. HDM, they used to like reward whichever block had the least stabbings, or like if you didn't get no fights, no stabbings, no cuttings, they would reward us with going to the yard to see a performance, or if it wasn't that many. I think when Pun came, it was inside in the inside gym. We saw him inside gym. But like I said, the first time I saw him perform, I didn't know who they were. I didn't know who he was. They was rapping about like satanic shit. Like
When you say they, who are you talking about?
I believe it was Triple Six. Somebody else was there. I know Cuban was there. The only reason I know Cuban was there is because I've been thinking about it, and I remember one of them had a brolic ass chain, and dudes was talking shit about, oh, that shit, da, 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 da. And I remember that shit. And I think me and Cuban had spoke about that shit a couple of times, but he been to Rikers a few times to perform. But honestly, I never seen somebody so big spit that way. Like it was like,
Pause.
yeah, pause. I mean,
you get to the age where you're so old now, where like, is that
yo,
true?
you know what's crazy, bro? Like I'm gonna be real. The only time I do that pause game, it'd be like at work, because it'd be like, somebody will say some dumb shit, and now the new thing is no Diddy. But
Right.
I be so, bro, I don't play those games. Like I don't play D-Wop games. I don't invite people. If I invite somebody to the joint, it's because I want you to throw your hands up. Like I come from that school. Like I don't, it's a
Right.
game that I'm not used to playing no more. But since we on that subject, we gonna move on.
Right.
But I don't play the D-Wop games. It's never, But he was a large dude. He was a very large guy in size and weight. Um, fucking guy, bro. This fucking guy now got me fucking watching my words. But and the fucking way that he was rapping with the control he had was crazy, bro. Cause you know how I've heard stories that, like, I've never been inside of a studio with him. I've never been there, so I can never. But I've heard that he goes bar, punch, bar, punch, bar, punch, bar, punch. Like, he has to pause in between spitting a verse.
I heard that
But
was more often towards the end of his career because he got so big, like even bigger than before.
oh, okay, so that
You know?
makes sense.
Yeah.
Because when he was spitting, he was fucking. It was something that was like it made you pay attention. Like, first of all, his demeanor alone makes you like, the fuck is this going? Because like I said, he was a big guy, bro. He was definitely a oversized gentleman. Um, and then at the time, the other dudes that was with him were very small and skinny, and it's just, he just stood out. You know what I'm saying? And the way he rapped was crazy.
And then
That
you
was the
seeing
first
that
time.
he was Latino, it really stood out too,
Well,
right?
like I said, look, the Latin thing, like the first time I think I heard was off the books with the Beat Nuts, which again, that's one of my favorite groups, you know what I'm saying, that I feel that
But this is before then, though, right? This is before Off the Books?
this is way before off the books. This is
Right,
way
right, right.
before that. Bro, honestly, I didn't even know who Pum was. Like I think this is when they was doing their first run to get them, because look, the first show that they brought over there was it was a Panamanian artist called General. He's the one that used to have that song "Boom Boom Mommy Mommy Mommy." But I don't know if you remember that when the first Spanish reggae came out,
Mm-hmm.
his name was General. They brought him to perform. They had what was the dude's name? It was a couple of other dudes that was there, but it wasn't nobody like that was in the that was on the radio, or nobody that was well known. It was all like up and coming acts at the time. The only act that we saw at the time that was already had a name for themselves was when they brought Wu-Tang. When they brought Wu-Tang and they performed in the big yard, and Old Dirty Bastard was locked up, and he takes the stage, and Starts with the old 31 dog, and the shit just a fucking riot popped off. And I think that was the last time that they ever did a performance at that time. I don't know if they started doing them afterwards, but that was one of the last. That was the last show. When I was on the island, that was the last show to ever go on, because this shit turned into a fucking riot in that yard. That shit was ugly. That shit got ugly. But yeah, like I didn't know who Pun was, and then when I came home, my man put me on to the whole the beat nuts. It was the off the books, whatever, that song, and that shit was fire. And it's
Mhm.
like, it's a good feeling when you see people that look just like you doing the same thing that you love and you like to, you know what I'm saying? It was dope. It was dope. You know what I'm saying? And we finally had somebody that was respected in the hip hop community, not doing hip hop, respected by the peers and that were in the hip hop community. It was pretty dope. You know what I mean? Because you
Yes.
also had a lot of half breeds like that. Didn't really like Nori. Nori's half Puerto Rican. You know, you got a bunch of other dudes that's half Puerto Rican, but a lot of them, like Nori, always acknowledges it. That's one thing he always acknowledges, his Puerto Rican side. But a lot of other dudes don't acknowledge that they have Puerto Rican or this or that. It's always like, it's just weird. The shit is weird.
Right. So, what did Terror Squad mean to the Latino community when you think about it?
I mean, actually, when Terror Squad was when them dudes came out, I'm gonna be real, bro. They was like all the Latinos. They was like our voice. That was our voice. You know, that was the voice of the Latino community, especially if you start listening to the lyrics and they singing all the dumb shit we doing in the hood and all the fucking trizzy and all that dumb shit that we all doing. You know what I'm saying? Like it just was like, yo, it's finally somebody that knows what we doing. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just like, and then or everybody, like, you know what's crazy? Like everybody from South America and from Latin America and all those places, bro. Everybody was listening to them. It's crazy how much of an impact Terror Squad had at the time. Like I said, a lot of them had different roles in the crew. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they all played an important piece of the puzzle. I don't think Terror Squad would have been what it was if one of them was missing. Obviously, after Pun, the biggest piece in the puzzle, passes away, you see the dominoes start falling.
Right. And
Which
and
is
like
it
you were
was
saying before, it's such a big deal when you see somebody that looks like you be that representation for you, right? Because like before you weren't like seeing Latinos on the TV like that and in hip hop to that extent as far as rappers, you know.
exactly. There was nobody there. There was nobody to represent what we want. Like, I'm gonna be real. I've been listening to hip hop since the beginning, but when you start hearing like the first groups that we heard from, let's be real. There was who you had: Cypress Hills, Beatnuts, Terror Squad, Kid Frost. Who else you had at the time? Geraldo. There wasn't very too many like Latin hip hop artists. Like, and out of all of them, like Terror Squad was the one that was really, bro. They was the ones really rapping New York, New York. Like it's just like, Frost represented the Mexicans and Cypress Hills represented the LA, but New York, it was the Beatnuts and Terror Squad. That was the New York, you know what I mean? Like that was the New York Sazon, bro.
Right.
And it was how many years you went, and that's all you heard in the Bronx was Terror Squad or Beatnuts. That's all you was hearing. It's like if they had them on autoplay, it was just like boom, 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 boom everywhere. I remember the summer I came home. That's all you heard everywhere. Like boom, it was like that's when Pun first. I'm not a player. When that came out, bro, that shit was just like everywhere, 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 everywhere. It was fucking crazy. The way that song hit. That shit was crazy. And then when you see the video of him, you're like, oh shit, that's the dude that was in Rikers. Oh shit, like you know what I'm saying? Like I was like, oh shit, that's this dude. And I'm telling my man's like, yeah, you full of shit. I'm like, yo, bro, I'm dead serious. Like, they're like, yeah, all right, bro. He was in. What was he doing? He was an inmate. No, bro, they can't perform. Oh yeah, so y'all was watching him. Like, you know, people ain't really believe that they was actually the warden was actually doing that to actually calm down. You know what I mean?
Right, because you
The
don't hear
gang
about
riot.
that often. Like,
Nah, bro. Like he had different. Like, listen, they tried everything in there, bro. They was doing the bailouts. Like, let's say you get caught with a banger, or you get caught with whatever. You blast a dude and you go to the box, and you want to get your man out the box. Be like, yo, listen, you hit the captain of security up and listen, I got a bullet on. I got a bullet. Because back then some of the bullets used to have the badge number on it. So you know, cops, you know, somehow or other you get a bullet, you get a handcuff key, you get this, you turn it in. You know, that's a big security risk. So you tell the depth security or the whatever security, listen, you let my man out the box, bring him back to my house. This will be on your desk in the morning. There'll be a handcuff key or be this. It depends on what you did. If it's some wild shit, they gonna want some, you know, they might not want a banger. Sometimes they want a bullet. They want, you know what I mean? So they tried everything, bro. Cause it was a point, bro. This shit was like fucking the wild, wild west in there, bro. You was walking out the house and you just seen it, bang, bang. Every day was red dot. Every day you
wow.
see the little, you see the little golf course that you see on the street right now. Everybody's driving them little
Yeah,
golf. Well,
yeah.
not here really, but like in Miami and Cali, like the golf courts where they had the big joint, and that shit used to be driving up and down the main corridor on HDM. Well, you see dudes holding towels and fucking t-shirts all day long to the medical, all day long. Boom, bro, fucking wrapped up like a mummy. All you see is red splatter. That shit was all day, every day. HDM, I think, was one of the fucking worst buildings I was at the whole time I was on the island, bro. That shit was fucking, bro. Like, that shit was like the fucking gladiator school, bro. You know. Yeah, that shit was bad, bro. That shit was bad. You know, but you gotta make the best of everything, right? What can you do?
So you met Pun before, right?
I've met him, but not like you, not like people think. Like one time, I went to the Bronx. When I went to the Bronx, I went to deal with some politics with some of the bros over there, and there was a place called they used to call it the Dog Pound. It's on Bruckner, and that's where all the OJs used to hang out, like the illegal gypsy cabs. So it was the Pathmark parking lot, but bro, everybody had luxury cars there. So in the Bronx and at that time, like everybody used the luxury cars as cabs. So you would call the cab, you know, a Lexus come pick you up or a Navigator come pick you up. That was the thing in the Bronx at the time. So when we went up there to deal with some politics things, we seen Pun up there. And the only reason I know it was Pun is because you can't confuse Pun. You understand what I'm saying? Like he was one of those dudes that stand out of the crowd, and he was with the bros over there, and whatever said what's up to him, da da da, and I kept, you know, we went to the side and we was talking our thing. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like, oh, this is Pun, this is Cano. Nah, it was like, yo, what's up, boom, and that was really that's it that time. And then another time, um, we was in Washington Heights, and there was a brother by the name of Hector Torres that passed away, but he was King Son's manager, and he had his hands in a lot of the old school hip hop. Like he was, I'm not sure if he used to be Zulu Nation or he had a lot to do with. He knew a lot of people in the Zulu Nation and the Puerto Rican rights movement and a lot of different things. Like Hector had his hand in a lot of different things. So, well, we went to Washington Heights to speak to him. He was dealing with an artist at the time. I can't remember the bro's name, you know what I'm saying? But he was dealing with the artist. I don't know what Pum was there for, but I know it was a studio in Washington Heights that you had to go to like the fifth or sixth floor. And it was like some small ass stairs that you gotta go up. Like, bro, there's no elevator, there's no nothing. And he was downstairs and he was asking like, I gotta go where? Nah. Like, nah, I'm not walking up. Like, it was like one of those situations, and I'm like, "Fuck is going on?" Like, I didn't know what was going on. Like, I wasn't into the music scene at the time, so that was just a funny thing. Like when I saw him, it was like
But you
he
was
like
laughing when you heard him say that?
I was laughing because he made it like a. It wasn't like he was like, "Nah, fuck that." It was like the way he said it. It was like a fucking like. It was like it was comical. Like it was like, nah, like fuck out of here. Like it was like he made it like you fucking bugging. Like yo, you think you see me? Like I'm supposed to go. Like it was just a funny situation, and he left. That motherfucker laughed. I don't know what it was. We went to the store. We went around the corner. When by the time I got from around the corner, came back, he was ghost. And then I ended up going up to the studio. Bro, that shit was like on the fucking sixth floor in the heights in them little old buildings. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the fucking, bro, we had to walk bro, that shit was like, and I was kind of in shape and I was out of breath by the time I got up to the fucking top. I could imagine Punk got up there. He probably would have thrown one of these niggas down the stairs. But I really don't know what business he had with him, but that was one of the times I met him. Another time we was marching in the Puerto Rican Day Parade and they deaded us for marching. Like I don't know if you ever seen the parades. They used to let us march with banners and
Right.
it'd be a sea of black and gold, going through there. And one year they refused to let us march. And we was all over there. And when Pun came out, I don't know who went and asked him. And he was like, yo, get right behind my float. And bro, a mob of us just went right behind their float. And it was like a dope experience. Like, he always, from what I heard, he had a lot of love for the nation. You know what I'm saying? He definitely had a lot of love. It was just weird. I wish I would have took the time and actually met him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like sat down and actually been able to kick it with him. But I
Right.
never had the opportunity to. It was like a pass and go situation. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, that's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you remember how you felt when Pun passed away?
I actually thought it was a rumor, to be honest with you, because remember that was when he had the song out. I just lost 100 pounds. I'm trying to live. So I
Right.
wasn't sure what was
It's so
going.
hard.
It's so hard. I wasn't sure if it was like a promotional thing or what was going on. You know what I'm saying? But when it finally came out that he actually did pass away, it's like we lost one of the culture's heroes. You know what I'm saying? Like he was one of those dudes that broke barriers for all Latin nationalities, and it's not just national. It's not like I don't even want to make it a Spanish thing, because I think he broke barriers for hip hop. Period. Like I think he's the one that blurred the line of what color you are. You understand what I'm saying? I think when it came to Pun, there was no more color. I think it was just Punisher. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like there was no more. I can't even say you consider him a Latin artist. You got to consider him like I don't know if I'm making myself like it's just like
No,
everybody
I
always like,
understand
oh,
what you're saying.
he just blurred the line. Like there's no more line. It's just he goes up there with the greats. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, and that's just the
Because
way
he
it
didn't
is.
want to just be the best Latino rapper. He wanted to be the
Hell no,
best
he want to be
rapper.
that. He wants to be that dude, the best rapper alive.
Right.
Which is that's definitely the goal that a lot of us have. But he was actually that dude, and again, coming for our community, coming for not just our community. Like you gotta understand. Look, he was an overweight guy that made it cool to be overweight. He was the overweight cool guy. When we was younger, we
That
used to
still
make
got the
fun of the
bitches.
right. Dude had the bitches, had the jewelry, had the cars, had the scooters. Yo, you know how many people still talk about the Honda Elites when they came out with the scooters running through the Bronx and all that shit? Like it was like it was a dope thing. Like I said, he was definitely an inspiration for a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? It's a shame that he had to die so young. It's a shame that he couldn't raise his kids and be with his kids. I guess that's one of the biggest things as a father you look at. Like, damn, bro, it's a sad thing, especially how everything turned out. I'm just glad that his son and all of them is on their feet, and they turned out to be good kids, and that's it.
So there's this meeting that happened between the Latin Kings and Fat Joe and Big Pun, right? It was said to
Okay.
be about Frankie Cutlass. Do you know about that meeting? Man, roll the clip.
Let me tell you what Joe did for me when me and Big Pun. So what happened was there was a situation, Frankie Cutlass, fell out of grace. They had a little family dispute there. Someone said something slick. And at that time, people believed Frankie Cutlass was a king. So I went to talk to Joe about it. It bothered me. I didn't like that it came out on the radio and they were portraying my nation as like punks, right? So I went. Joe was man enough to bring Pun. We sat on the table in Jimmy's Cafe. We talked about the problem. The brother was very respectful to me. So was Pun. Pun fell in love with us, and I fell in love with Pun. And he was going to come out with his album, so they needed to put out all his, all the posters up. And I really told him the Kings will do anything for you, Pun and Joe. We'll do anything as a support. We there for you, the Chicago. We all love y'all. All we want y'all not to forget us, right? To tell our stories like they tell their stories. And that's what my relationship was with them and listening to their music. A lot of people say Joe and was Pun a king. No, he supported the King movement and he loved us very much and he had a lot of friends, but he wasn't. And we call him an honorary king because of who he was to us and what he did for us and how he united the Latino community over music.
I know what came before the meeting, how the meeting came about. I mean, we got to backtrack. If you're talking about the whole thing with Frankie Cutlet, you gotta backtrack to the point that he used to be a king.
Wait,
I don't
no,
know.
wait, but he was an actual bro? Like he wasn't
He
just
was an
affiliated?
actual. Nah, he was an actual bro. If you go back to his hit record, Puerto Rico, and if you see the video, you're gonna see he's DJing with the beads on, and those wasn't a fashion statement back then. So, in that time period, if you had those beads on, you was part of the family. Frankie Cutlet used to run around with a lot of wild bros at the time. Um, there's certain things that happened that led to him not being a bro anymore.
And I'm sure you can't divulge that, or
I mean, there's certain situations that happen, like like I said, it's like, I mean, you spoke. I don't like throwing dirt on people's names and bringing things up. It's just, I just don't. But one of them was definitely, he was told to stay away from Fat Joe,
why was he
and
told to stay away from Fat Joe?
because at the time there was street beef with Joe. Joe was part of a crew called Power Rule Unity or something like that. That was from like the forest area, and they was beefing with the bros from the south side, and the shit got kind of serious, bro. Like it got serious. People from both sides got indicted and did bids, and it got a little bit ugly. You know what I'm saying? So he was told to stay away from him. Um, Something
And he
happened at a
didn't.
parade. He didn't. That plus there was other allegations that I'm not gonna really get into. Why he lost his membership in the nation.
So you said something happened at the parade?
Well, he was confronted about a rumor, um, certain things that was going on, and his membership was terminated.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying?
So I had spoke to Frankie, right, on the phone, and he had said that there was, because there was this rumor that he had got beat up by Terror Squad, right?
Okay.
And he denied that the beatdown ever happened. But Cuban told me that he remembers seeing like Macho and I think Flex come back to like camp, and they said that they had beat up Frankie. Now
But that's not the
Frankie,
reason why. That's not the reason why he lost his membership. Um, he lost his membership prior to that. So remember, to the world, he was still a king. So once he lost his affiliation, whatever happened with Terror Squad, whether they slapped him up, they beat him up, whatever happened, a lot of people thought that he was still affiliated with the nation. So that's why that meeting takes place, to make it very clear that he wasn't part of the nation anymore. He wasn't part of the movement. And not to think that, you know, he was part of the movement, because if he was part of the movement, that wouldn't have went down like that. So that's
Right. You guys
basically
wouldn't have been able to let that slide, like to be like, hey, you
nah,
touched one of ours, basically.
not at that time. At that time, they wouldn't have been able to make it at a parade. They wouldn't have been able to make it nowhere at that time. And it's like, you gotta understand, like, you know what I mean? Like, we was their biggest supporters. Like, not Joe, for instance. Like I said, there was certain things with Joe. But you're talking about the rest of the Terror Squad, which Cuban, Sace, all of them, they never had beef with none of the Kings. Everybody was, you know what I'm saying, a big supporter of what they was doing, especially with Pun, because Pun had affiliation with the nation. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody talks about Pun being a king. Pun was not a king. Let's make that clear. But did he roll with a
Wait,
lot of
wait,
what?
he was affiliated though, right?
He was affiliated to the. What I'm saying is, when we say affiliated, one thing is he fucked with a lot of bros. He had a lot of relationships with a lot of bros. There was a point that I heard he wanted to become a bro, but he didn't want to be a regular bro. He wanted to get his physical crown. And there's different stages that you go through before you could actually become a full ranking member. And he didn't want to do that. He wanted to go with the big dogs. And, you know, when it was made like that, he wasn't very happy about it. That's basically in a nutshell what happened. You know what I'm saying? But
But they made him an honorary bro.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what honorary bro is. I know you either king or you're not a king. I don't know about honorary. What do you mean
Got
by
you.
honorary? What
Well,
he's a make believe king? I don't know what that means. Like, I'm not trying to even be funny. Like, what is an honorary king?
I don't know. All I know is that I interviewed King Tone and he said that Pun, they love Pun so much they made him an honorary bro. That's what he said.
Okay, all right. I guess I'm not gonna dispute what it is what it is. But I don't know what honorary king is. I mean, I know he wanted to become a king. I know he loved the nation. I know there's family members from Terror Squad that are bros. Especially Hectech is related to I'm trying to remember if it's Tunes. I know Hectech is related to one of them. And the legendary Hectech, the real Hectech from the Bronx that everybody talking about that's doing life in the real Hectech. That's he related to one of the Terror Squad members. I just can't remember. I'm almost sure it's Tunes, bro. I'm almost sure it's one of them, bro. I gotta ask Cuban, bro. Because Cuban always be calling me here and there with messages from them and shit, or from upstate. So,
Right.
but yeah, he
Yeah, because I know I spoke to Liza and Liza said that he never became a king. Pun never
nah,
became a king, and Cuban confirmed that too.
nah, I know that for a fact. He never, like I told you, from what I heard, and this is from people that was around Pun, like bros that was around Pun. They all said that he wanted to get the crown, but he didn't want to do the footwork. Like, you know what I'm saying? The different stages, you know. I don't know. Maybe it would have been dope to have him there. I'm not gonna lie, you know what I'm saying? I still feel like he represented us as a
Right.
king, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of the lyrics that, if you listen to some of the lyrics, he's, never let my crown touch the ground. He had a lot of different like subliminals in his music. That's why there's so much controversy. Like, I'm not even controversy, like debate. Was he a king? Was he a king on probation? It's like the aura, the mystique about it. You know what I'm saying? Bro, that shit would have been fucking dope as hell to have somebody in the industry at that level and represent us. You know what I'm saying? Just like every other organization that has somebody in that level representing them. But I'll take that he was a Latino representing us. I'll take
Right.
that. You know what I mean? But it would have been fire. It definitely would have been fire. You know, maybe that's what he meant by honorary king. You know, it
Hmm.
is what it is. Like people still argue that nah, he was a king, bro. He was a king because you hear the lyrics, you hear certain things, then you hear the Who's Kid story and certain things where he talks about the kings and stuff. So it's like he had a respect for the nation. So we always have that respect for him.
Right. So another thing that Frankie had spoke to me about was that he said there was rumors that he had snitched at that time, but he denied it. He said that didn't happen.
So he admitted that that was one of the allegations that were on his name.
Right.
Okay, so he admitted it. Um, Definitely was an allegation at the time. Um, I mean, listen, I never saw paperwork on that man's name, so I'm not gonna shit on him. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, that's why I didn't even want to bring this shit up. Like, even when we spoke about, it, I don't like bringing that up unless there's paperwork on it. Like, there's other individuals that, if I find the paperwork, you will definitely get that paperwork. Um,
Okay.
but um, yeah, I never saw no paperwork, but I definitely know the situation that happened at the parade when he lost his crown and he stopped being a member. Because like I said, at that time I used to call home every day to check in with there was a sister that we used to all check in with, and we used to check in with the different brothers that were in leadership in Manhattan at the time, Turbo and Salsa and different bros. Rest in peace, my brothers. A lot of them is not here, but the story he knows. I know the story. He knows the story. We're not gonna get into it. He want to tell the story one day. He could tell the story one day, but yeah, he was relinquished of his membership at the parade. And I guess whatever happened with Terror Squad was after that. And people just want to make it clear that he wasn't part of the nation. Like, yeah, I ain't touched one of our members. Let's be clear. He wasn't part of us. So don't think, what I mean, that you're gonna make us look like we some punks or something. I guess that was maybe the mind frame when that meeting took place. I wasn't there, so I can't tell you what went on in the meeting, but I'm pretty sure that was the logistics of the meeting. Yeah, y'all fucked him up, but he wasn't a bro. Just
Right.
let's make that clear. you know.
Right. And Frankie, you're definitely more than welcome to to come on the platform and share your side of things. That's always out
I
there.
mean, listen, you can't take what he did too. He also contributed to what hip hop is. Him, Tony Touch,
Absolutely.
a lot of different Latinos, bro. So it's like, he had his mistakes. He made his mistakes in life. He turned his life over to God now. I think he does Christian music and stuff like that now, whatever. Listen, God bless him. That's what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, everybody has found peace in their lives. I'm not gonna shit on him because there ain't no paperwork on him to say he's a rat. So why take away his legacy? He made a mistake. He lost his membership. Okay, maybe that saved his life. Maybe that kept him out of prison. You never know what decisions lead to in life. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. What are you gonna do?
Right. Absolutely.
You know.
So when did you become a Latin king?
Uh, 92. I became a
92.
king,
This
and
was during your case?
during my case. I mean, the first time I went to the island, they tried to put me on probation. This was like in '91. Um, but I had a different mind frame at the time. I was more with the um, graffiti crews and shit like that. And back then it was more like a neighborhood thing. Like you would go to the island and be like, the Bronx dudes over here, the Brooklyn dudes over there. Everybody had their section, you know what I'm saying? I used to float around because, like I said, I know people from the Bronx, I know people from Queens. At the time, I wasn't really too familiar with too many people in Brooklyn when I was first getting locked up, you know what I mean? But that's when I first heard about the nation. And then one of my boys came home from the neighborhood talking about the nation, and he was trying to recruit us on the block and all this. And, that's when I first heard about it. I officially became, part of the machine in like '92. Yeah.
So was there something that stood out to you that like was like the biggest selling point?
The brotherhood of it, bro. The brotherhood and the unification of it, bro. Like, you gotta understand, like, everybody back then was teaching. Like, you would sit there and you would have the 5%ers used to sit there and build on the knowledge of self. They build on their 120s. And everything was surrounding the hunger for knowledge. You know what I mean? Latinos at a point had lost, I think, the identity of what it was to be Latin. I think a lot of people were colonialized and started, like you were talking about, like they don't listen to their music anymore. They don't look into their history anymore, and they kind of forgot where they were coming from. I think the nation, to me, was one of the most amazing things when they started talking to me about the culture, about what the crown meant, about the people being unified under one crown. And you know, I also like the whole fact like there was no gambling, no stealing, no sneak thieving, no robbery, no man on man action. It was like the rules that our parents would teach us from kids, you know what I'm saying? So it kind of attracted me to it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I started like I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. It just like it grabbed a hold of me, and since I was already one of those type people that I didn't like bullies, and I didn't like shit like that. It kind of just it fit me like a glove at the time. You know what I'm saying? It was like one of those things that just it grabbed a hold of me, and I'm still who I am. You know what I mean?
Right. Cuz
20 something years later, 30 years.
yeah, because I've interviewed a lot of brothers and sisters from the nation, right? And the recurring
Mhm.
theme that they talk about is the positivity that comes with being a king. Can you talk about that? Like the
Well, the ultimate
positivity and
goal,
knowledge?
the ultimate goal is always the you trying to do for your community. You're always trying to see. The thing is with like with Latinos, like I'm gonna break it down. Like for instance, when I was locked up, you see a Latin brother come in, and this is me being on the sidelines. Like I'm on the sidelines watching what's going on. Right? You see a Latin brother come in, one of the Latin brothers from the back come, hey, where you from? Oh, what country you from? Where you from? Blah, 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 blah. Yo, you got it. You need some soap. You need to. First thing they do, they set you up. Not setting you up in a bad way. They set you up. You need some deodorant. You need some soap. You need some slippers. Without nothing I know there's that big thing that they say never take nothing from nobody in jail. But we talking about they come to you and they bring you things to help you. And it like shows you like, oh shit, this is the culture. Now, when you go to like certain countries in South America, and like when we was traveling with the music, we got invited to like we was doing a video shoot one time in Ecuador, and it was like the whole neighborhood was made out of straw huts, and it was bogged out because it was like water and it was huts, and they had the huts like maybe like 5 feet above like the swamp area type. It's like water shit there, and then they had like these little stick ladders that they walk up to get into the hut. And the lady was there cooking with a pot, and she came and served us her food from the rice and stuff. And we didn't want to eat because, you know what I'm saying? Like she's, and then the Ecuadorian brother that was with us, he's like, yo, that's like a week's amount of food that she's giving ya. Don't not take it. And I was like, wow, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just a different culture, bro. Like some people will go without just to make sure that you're good for that moment. And that's what kind of the nation brought to me. You know what I'm saying? At that time of my life, I think I needed something to ground me and something to fight for, especially the amount of time I was facing. And I think I just latched on to the beliefs of what it was and ran with it because it gave me something to believe in. You know what I'm saying? And it just, the analogy of it, if you really break down, is all for one for all. And you really listen to what the teachings are, you'd be like, wow, if they're so good, why all this happens. But like in any organization, there's always a bad apple. There's always something that's going to happen. Everybody's not the same, but for the most part, the literature is all about positive movement. You know what I'm saying? To better ourselves as a people. You know.
Right. It's kind of like, you know how like religion isn't bad. It's how people use religion, right?
Right, like
It's like
organized
it's
religion. I agree.
right, yeah. It's like how they use it to like to like judge you or to like say, you're a bad person because you're this or that, whatever. Like from what you're describing to me, it seems like the beliefs of the kings is all positive and uplifting, but then sometimes people use the movement in a negative way, which leads me to my next question, because I feel like from the outside perspective, a lot of people cast this negative stigma onto kings, right? I don't know if it's just like from a judgment standpoint, but I'm sure you've heard a lot of the narratives that exist out there. Where do you think that comes from?
Listen, that's one of the reasons I did the other podcast, to be honest with you, because I don't believe in a lot of this social media stuff. But for people to turn around and say that we were, um, I don't even know, you know what I'm saying? Like it was like, what was the narrative? Let me think of the whole exactly what they were saying. Damn, I can't even think of the word right now. My brain is fucking not sequestered. Oppressing, that we were oppressing. Um, I don't believe that, bro, because I never oppressed anybody in my life. Um, the fact that I wasn't gonna let you rob one of my people, I wasn't gonna let you take something from them or do anything that is just not happening. So you gotta understand, like the kings were like the elite guard. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but it's like whenever there was a problem in a housing unit and there was a king there, we was the ones that was gonna handle it. So we were trying to more or less, protect our people, and
Was
that's
it
really
in a
what it.
diplomatic kind of way, or was it more an
Nigga, we're
aggressive
not the
kind of?
Boy Scouts, bro. Like we're not the Boy Scouts, bro. Like you know what I'm saying? Like let's be for real, bro. The only thing people respect, especially in prison, is violence, bro. That's the only thing people respect in jail. Like you go to somebody humbly in jail, they're gonna think you fucking soft or you that, but you know what I'm saying? Like that's the only thing. Like you really think a lifer is gonna respect you coming? Yeah, there's some dudes that you could talk to, and some of them that's gonna listen. But the only thing that controls movement and controls anything that goes on in there is violence. And that's the only way you're going to achieve your goal is with violence. You know what I'm saying? If somebody steals from you, what you going to do? Please don't do that again.
Right. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if somebody hurts one of your family members, what you supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you could take it as oppression. Yeah, you was getting oppressed for doing foul shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you was getting oppressed for oppressing people. You got some of your own medicine. You know what I mean? The only difference is we wasn't robbing, we wasn't stealing. Like, bro, we wasn't yapping their chains and taking their sneakers and all that shit they was doing to people coming in from reception. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. It wasn't like that, bro. It was just a different thing that we were unified. We had a common goal. That was the difference, that we had a common goal. We were unified and we were protecting our people. And a lot of people lost focus. Like, you know what it is? Once you get so big and you get so dominant, you start imploding.
Hmm.
Now you have internal beefs, you got all type of things. That's the same thing that happens to every organization. Then you also have the instigators that are paid by the government or by different people to infiltrate and to cause confusion and chaos and destroy things from the inside. So it's like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, bro, being a king is just being a man. That's what being a king is all about, is being a man, taking care of your family, providing for your family, and doing the right thing by your people. You know what I'm saying? That's really what a king is. Once you elevate to a stage in your life, you know what I'm saying, you get to a point that you just want peace. But sometimes you got to fight that long battle to achieve that peace.
Right.
That's really what that is, bro. To be honest with you, I don't know if it makes sense to you. You
It
know what I mean?
does.
But
Definitely does.
that's why at this time in my life I'm in a peaceful stage. You know what I mean? I joke a lot now. I bug out a lot. Like, for many, many, many years, I always was that serious guy that I didn't, talk, didn't, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm trying to just be a different person. I don't mind joking and to a certain extent, but you can't take everything in life. We're here today and tomorrow we're gone. So, you want to leave a lasting memory in some of your people's hearts. You know what I'm saying? Every day that goes by, we go losing people, especially in our age. Well, not you, but once you start hitting that big 5-0, that mid, you know what I mean? It's just like the only time you get together is funerals and birthday parties. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I want to ask this question very respectfully, right? The
Okay.
ideologies of the nation are very positive, like you were saying, uplifting the people and bettering the community. But you also
Okay.
have kings that preach that and participate in the criminal side of things. Do you consider that to be contradictory, or is that just human? We're like all walking, talking contradictions.
I mean, listen, bro, you got to understand something, bro. You can't, like, for instance, all right, I'm going to break something down to you. I can't tell you how to walk in a neighborhood that I don't live in. I can't tell you how to live somewhere I never lived. So every area has different ways of living. Like I can't go to LA and do what I do in New York because I'm not from there. So I can't. You understand what I'm saying? It's like every place has a different way of being. I can't judge this brother here because he got to go walk to the store with a gun because he's got three neighborhoods across the street that's trying to shoot him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't judge. I can only speak for me. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
I can't judge nobody. You know what I'm saying? All I know is like, all right, break it down more like this. Like, just because everybody's a Christian, everybody that's a Christian makes them decent and honorable. And, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that's Muslim, are they holy? Are they, you know what I mean? Religion, it's almost like a
Nobody
religion.
is
If you
without
want to,
sin. That's what you're basically saying, is
exact
that
base.
still
That's what I
nobody is
was
without
looking
sin.
for. That's what who am I to judge somebody else? You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, there's gonna be kings. If it wasn't for those street elements, then there wouldn't be kings in prison. If there wasn't kings in prison, then who would protect my brothers and who would protect the people when they go into prison? Everybody makes mistakes and everybody lives their life the way they live it. There's different stages of being a king also. You got young brothers that still are fighting their demons on how they're going to be in life. So it's our job as older brothers to try to guide them in the right way to keep them from making the same mistakes we've made. Um, the difference is that some of us don't look back when we leave the neighborhoods. We just leave the neighborhoods and don't come back and try to uplift other people. But, you know, you're going to have brothers just like you're going to have cops, you're going to have politicians, you're going to have everything that everybody just, every cop is not straight. There's cops that take payoffs, there's cops that sell drugs, there's cops that do breeze, there's DAs that do it, there's judges that do it. Okay, there's kings that do it. I don't know what's going on, you know what I'm saying? There's everything in this world, you know what I mean? But the ideology is based on kingism, which is bettering ourselves. Like I said, at the end goal of a king is being a righteous man in life. You know what I'm saying? That's really what it is. Like it took me how to be the nation's what made me a man, to be honest with you, because I went to jail as a teenager. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in prison. It taught me my moral compass of, yeah, my parents instilled certain things, but you know what I mean? Why didn't I go to jail and follow suit to what was going on? You know, the norm. Yo, that dude's weak, take his sneakers. That dude's weak, take this. Nah, bro, the nation was like, no, this is what we about. We about bettering our people. We gonna fight for those that can't fight for themselves. And that's what it was, bro. Like I said, we not the Boy Scouts, bro. This ain't, and I went to the Boy Scouts, so you know what I mean? I was in the
Yo,
Boy Scouts in Yonkers, so
thank you for breaking that down, because I think that it's important for people to view it in the correct lens. You know what I'm saying? The people that are not a part of organized groups like the Kings or things like that, you know, that are viewing it from the outside perspective.
I mean, I wish I could get into certain things, um, break it down more, but I'm not really at liberty to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and we understand. Absolutely.
There's certain things that you got to keep. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep to yourself and just do that. Even though you find a lot of the literature and a lot of the things online, you know, some is correct, some is not. So don't take everything literal. But like the ideology and the idea and the writings and the teachings and all that is to better people. There's nothing in there that's gonna say rape and pillage and steal and nah, it's not. You know what I'm saying? That's not what the nation was about. You know what I'm saying? It's not. I don't think no organization starts with that in mind. You know what I'm saying? Like you understand, like we've done marches, we've dealt with different organizations. We got a lot of brothers that's working with like groups to reach out to the youth, incarcerated youth. You know, we got my brother Blame that deals with 914 United, and Gilly with his organization, and Hocus for Fifth. And there's a lot of different people. My son with what he does. There's a lot of different people that is trying to give back to the community and do the right thing, and need the community support. You know, we're not perfect, but you know, if we could save one of these kids from following our footsteps, making that right decision at the right time, you know, that's all we strive for. You know what I mean? We can't save everybody. You know, some people can't be saved. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to be the bad guy. You know what I mean? So
I think that what's important to keep in mind, right, is when you talk ideology, you're talking ideal, the ideal way that things should be, the right, and then you talk about real world practice, which is completely different, because you are constantly being thrown curveballs in life that you don't know
that's a
what's
fact.
going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So like I think that that's really important to frame.
Yeah.
At what point do you meet Poe Rilla?
All right. I met Poe when I first came home. Um,
What's your first immediate thought like when you met him?
Poe at that time. Poe they had a rap group at the time. Um, it was Banger, Poe, Zay, CeeLo, Baby Jack. They had 326. There was a group at the time when I came home. And they had their little rap things going on at the time. And none of them was part of the nation. Um,
But what was your impression of Poe?
Poe was cool as fuck. When I first met Poe, he's just a quiet dude. At the time, he used to be quiet, and he used to be always. He had a little Civic. He used to have a Civic. He used to have his little beers, his 22s, and cigarettes, the Newport 100s. And I don't know, it was just some bugged out shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we met, whatever, and we started talking, and I kept bumping into Poe. So we would be always talking shit. And then one day, I don't know how the conversation came up, where I was staying at or whatever. Oh, my girl, something about that. He was like, "Oh, that's your girl." He's like, "We family. Her aunt is married to my uncle, and we sold them. They sold the house to my in-laws when they moved to Chile. When Poe did the move to Chile, when they sold the house out here in Long Island, they sold
Right.
it to my in-laws. So my in-laws were from Queens. They moved out here to Long Island to that house when Poe's parents and took Poe and them when he was a kid to Chile. So it's like bugged out, you know what I'm saying? Like, so we kind of technically related through marriage,
Mm-hmm.
through my ex-wife. But me and Poe just became brothers, bro. He once he came to the nation, um, is when we really started clicking, and then we started doing the music thing together. And
So he was your introduction to the music industry.
Yeah, he was basically. I started dealing with him. Like I had met other people with the music thing. Like I said, I was never interested in dealing with the music, as far as like for me, like dealing with it. No. I had at one point, I got together with a brother, and he had a connection with the owner of Amasura, and we were promoting the club. So we had rent out the club, and we would bring 326 over there to perform, and we bring different acts to perform and different things, and that's how we started getting into the music thing. And then
What year are we
it came
talking about?
Oh damn, that I'm not even gonna be able to exact years. When I started promoting, I believe this was, I want to say like 90, probably like 97, 90, but this right after Tone went to jail. So it was like 98, 97, 98.
Okay. And then you ended up becoming Poe's manager, right?
Yeah, that came later on though. I mean, in the beginning, I became partners with him as far as there was certain things going on, and they brought me in involved into what the music thing was. With he had one of his boys that was working with a Latin artist, and Poe and them didn't really have no idea how to maneuver the Latin artist because it was very fresh at the time. And I had a few connections with a few artists because I'll be running around doing security and doing different things for different artists at the time. You know, we were behind the stages, doing security and stuff. So I came aboard to deal with that project with the Latin artist that they
And
had
who
at the
was
time.
the Latin artist?
It was a kid by the name Chiquitin.
Chiquiting. So this is like the beginning of 326 Latino, or
That's basically the beginning of how it started. Yeah.
this time is when like Reychesta and Nostra and like Temperamento and everything is like starting to really make waves, right?
At this time, yeah. Well, he was already signed. Nostra was signed to who the fuck was he signed to? Damn, I forgot which label he was signed to, but he was signed to a major label at the time. And his partner at the time was a bro. And that's how I kind of linked up with Nostra. Like I hit him up. We going back to the MySpace days and stuff. So I guess he hit up the bro and they spoke about him. They knew who I was. So Nostra reached out. We started speaking back and forth on MySpace. And he came to the studio. And he started working with us. And I became his manager at one point too.
Right. And so with Reychesta, how did that happen?
Oh man, Ray's a whole different story, bro. I remember Ray before he was Reychesta. Whenever we used to have like universals and stuff, he would get on stage and start rapping and rapping and rapping. And we used to be like, yo, shut the fuck up. He wouldn't stop, bro. He was like a machine gun, bro. This kid was like a machine gun. We'd be like, yo, this fucking kid. Which we didn't realize how fucking actually dope he really was at the time. Because at that time, he was just annoying. You know what I mean? It was just funny though. But I know Ray for a long time, bro. He's a good guy, bro. Ray's a good kid, bro. He's not a kid. He's a grown man now. But at the time, bro, Ray, he had a unique style about him, and he was also signed. He was signed to Chosen Few, to Boy Wonder.
Right. And then what about Temperamento?
Temperamento was a battle rapper that he was doing the battles with for Red Bull. They was doing them Red Bull battles at the time. Red Bull was like a real big sponsor for it was called Batalla de los Gallos. Reychesta was in that too, in those battles too. But that's where Temperamento was doing a lot of battles, and Temperamento was dissing a lot of artists, bro. He went on a dissing rampage, but him and Nostra had a good relationship. And that's how Temperamento came into the fold with us doing music with him too.
So what was 326 exactly? Because when I talked to Poe, right, Poe was like, we was like management and muscle without the title. That's what he said.
That comes later on, bro. That's, you know what it is. Look, like 326. I go back to the beeper days. When you go back to the beeper days, if you press 326, it spells fam, FAM. So whenever you got a 326 beep, it meant it was family. So you're supposed to hit that back as part of the crew. This was told to me, mind you. I was in prison when this started. So this story and how 326 came. That's where it started. It went from being just the local rap group to becoming, yes, the muscle, the management, the behind a lot of things. A lot of people got saved. A lot of people got pressed. A lot of different things was going on behind the scenes. Yeah. You want to be more specific?
Yeah, you want to go into that a little bit? I mean, because when I talked to Reychesta, right? Reychesta said that it was like the rap group, pretty much. That's what he described it as.
Well, Ray was never really involved in anything. Ray we would go pick up Ray whenever we could find him because he's like Mr. Missing in Action. He's one of those dudes that disappears all the time. So you got to chase him down to bring him to. Yo, I still got like 4 or 5 records of Ray's that never been released. Fire, produced by the Salazar brothers. Bro, I got fire from a lot of those artists still.
And he admitted that though. He admitted that he's all like, because I'd be at this studio, then I'd be over here, then I'd be here. That's what he said.
Bro, he was, you know what it is? Like, to me, he was like lowering his value. You know what I mean? Like, and I guess he had a lot of problems with his management at the time, which was Boy Wonder. You know, and sometimes you got to look at it like from both angles, as an artist, and you got to look at it as a manager or as an owner. You know, if you putting up all the money and you putting up all the time and putting up videos, you putting up production, you putting up all this bread, and then your artist is just running around doing tracks with other people and doing this, and it kind of cheapens your image of what you're trying to do with them. You know what I mean? And I think Ray used to just get caught up in the music because he loves to rap, bro. It's not like Ray does it for the money. Ray loves to rap. When I tell you he loves this, he's been doing that since he was a peewee.
Yeah.
So it's more for the love of it. Look at him. He's still doing it. He's still doing it.
Facts.
You know? And so it's just different, bro. Like, I just feel Ray should have been on a different plateau, and Ray would have took his craft a little bit more serious. I definitely feel that he should have been up there with some of the Latin legends that rapped. You know what I mean?
So you were saying though, you were going to go into specifics though about what was going on.
I mean, there was different things, bro. There was just certain artists that had beef that they couldn't go to certain concerts, and we made sure that they were safe at those concerts. We made sure that their jewelry ain't get taken. You know, it was just, we used to do what we had to do. You know what I mean?
Because Poe did say that, like, when people would get booked and stuff, like, they used to call him and be like, oh, is this person good or whatever? Something along those lines.
I mean, it got to that point with certain people, yeah. It got to the point that a lot of times promoters and stuff will call us before they book certain artists to make sure they ain't have static in the hood and the towns, and it was just crazy, bro. It was a different time. It's a lot of stories that I just don't know which way to go with it, because I feel you lining me up and you know some of them.
Nah, I don't know any of them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't know any of them. But
I mean, there was a whole thing like, all right, for instance, when I don't know if you know some of these artists, when like Arcángel was going at it with Hector El Father. Hector El Father had a fucking squad, bro. He had a squad, bro. Them niggas had a squad, bro. There was some big Willie dogs, you know what I'm saying, from PR, and they had a beef, and we got the call, and we went down there, and we was holding Archangel down. We was holding him down, you know what I mean? And basically certain things like that. It ain't nothing crazy. It was more like we was there to defuse situations, and somebody got.
So you guys were like diplomatic.
to a certain extent, if somebody's chain got yapped, we try to get there. We was behind the scenes kind of guys.
Right, right. Tell me about you meeting Cuban Link and what it was like working with him.
I mean, officially, Cuban, the one that introduced us, because I met him a few times, but like I said, it'll be like in passing. One time he let us march. They shut us down at the parade. And I guess it was him and Pun on the float, and they let us bring all the bros behind they float. But it wasn't like it was a personal relationship. It was just certain actions that were done. You know what I'm saying? When I actually officially met him was when my man Rappy brought him to the studio. And
Shout out to Rappy, man.
yeah, Rappy's my guy, bro. He's and I'm not gonna front. Cuban was on fire at that time, bro. He had just did Scandalous with he did he was on fire, bro. Cuban was on
So
fire.
this is like 05 or 06?
This is like '05, yeah, around '05. '05, yeah, he was with MOB at the time. So it's like '05, '04, '05. He brought him to the studio over there. And it's funny because we had Petey Crack had been at the other studio. We had another studio and we had Petey Crack there. And when Cuban came, Cuban was like, "Oh, word, you fuck with my brother Petey?" He like, "Yo, call him up right now." He was putting niggas to the test like we ain't fuck with him. And once he spoke to Petey, he was like, "Oh, I fuck with y'all niggas. Y'all niggas official." But yeah, we started. You know what's funny, bro? He never charged me $1, bro. He came and he was on fire, bro. He was on fire. He came, he laid down the fucking. You ever heard the song "Ayo"?
Right. Mm-hmm.
He did that song for me.
Wow.
Yeah, that song, that was for our artists at the time. Bro, that song is flames, bro. Flames. And he did that song for artists that we took him off the song later on and stuff. But yeah, Cuban always looked out, bro. I can't even talk shit,
So you guys end up from there building a working relationship, right?
Yeah, me and Cuban got tight, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Me and Cuban got really tight, you know what I mean? Like, bro, that dude practically lived in my studio. We worked on everything from English projects to Spanish projects. We got real tight, bro. That's my bro. He's a good dude, bro. I can't even. He always did anything I asked him to do, but I never did nothing like for me to benefit. It was always something to try to help in his career. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, bro, I'm gonna keep it real. I've always been one of those dudes that I feel like Cuban's one of the most talented artists I ever met. And that's not to toot his horn or nothing. But if you've ever sat in the studio with him and see how he puts it together, he puts the lyrics together, he does the harmonies, how he structures a song,
This is what I
this
always
dude.
tell people. As amazing as he is lyrically, he's just as good as a songwriter because you see that he writes the hooks, right? And he does the singing. He lays the reference track for a lot of people if he doesn't sing it himself, right? And it's the little things that he adds, like the "Nos tiene miedo," you know what I mean? Or the like it's just like the little stuff
Bro,
that you're just like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're just like,
like,
what the hell? And then, but like, it works though. It's just the way that he hears things is a certain way,
he definitely does have a different way of hearing things. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like I tell you, bro, I think he's one of the most talented artists I met, bro. He could have been a fucking millionaire ghostwriting for certain people, bro. It's just, certain things unfortunately happen in life but I still feel he's one of the. I feel a lot of the Terror Squad dudes with some of the most. Tony Sunshine is fire, bro. Tony Sunshine is fire, bro. He's another one that's very talented. It's like I got a joint of Cuban and Tony in Spanish that's never been released. That is fucking fire.
Wow.
Fire, bro. Fire. And it's crazy, bro. Like, he always says, "Oh, you holding my music for what? For when I die?" But if I put it out, he's gonna take it down. So what's the point of me putting it out?
So at that time, he became a part of 326.
Bro, he was he was definitely part of 326, bro. That was one of my go-to members on most of the anthems I did.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually trying to get Cuban into the Spanish market to try to push him as a Latin artist because all the stuff that was going on with the English market, and I was trying to push him in that market because that market was wide open. You know what I'm saying? And
Right. It wasn't oversaturated like it is right now, right? It was like a
yeah, bro. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. We was ahead of our time, bro. We was doing stuff, bro. We was doing that Latin trap before these dudes even knew what it was, bro. We had a song with Petey Crack and Chiquitin. Bro, they're going back and forth in Spanish and Petey's in English, going back and forth like, bro, we had a lot of stuff, bro, that these dudes wasn't ready. That track got put on Tony Touch's album. He heard the joint, put it on his album, then Chiquitin did another track for him. Like, we was doing our little thing here and there,
So let's get into let's just do this. Okay. So how did Nos Tiene Miedo come about? Yeah. Because I heard that you were really instrumental in making that happen.
Yeah, those were my projects. You know what it was? We was trying to unify all the markets into one movement. Like, we were trying to unify at that moment. We was trying to get people from all the different countries on the same wavelength. So I started. The first one came about with Nostra. It was Nostra's kind of. That's why he got the longest verse on the track, because it kind of started out with him, and then he was like, "Yo, you think Cuban will jump on the track?" And I was like, "I don't know." I was like, and then I forgot how everything went about, but then I think Poe jumped on the track, and then Cuban, once he knew that Poe was on the track and certain people coming on the track, Cuban was like, all right, I fuck with it. I think that was actually like the second or third track he did with us, to be honest with you. I'm trying to remember. It's been so long, bro, but I'm the one that started making moves. Like, Nostra will be like, what you think about this artist? I said, yeah, he's dope. Let's get him. Let's get this one. Let's get that one. So a lot of it was me and Nostra on the first song, was kind of me and Nostra putting together the song, Your Food's on the Stove.
Yeah, because it was like an anthem, bro. Like that shit is crazy.
Yeah, that was what we was trying to do. The funny thing is, after we did that song, everybody started biting off of us and doing their own Spanish anthems. It was like, motherfuckers.
Man, it's so funny. It's like, because like Poe was telling me a similar thing. Like, he said, I think we inspired a lot of people to start doing that.
Yeah, Poe's the nice guy. I'm the one that be like, fucking biters.
All right. So then whose idea was it to double up and do the second one?
That's my joint. The second one, I created the whole second one. The beat, the Salazar brothers sent us a beat pack that they are producers from Sweden. That was the producers we was using, bro. They was fire, bro, fire. So they sent me this when I heard that sample. That obviously people nowadays like that sample too. That they just did a song to it.
Right. You're talking about the Rick Ross, dissing Drake on it, right? Because
I mean, we were 15 years ahead of them.
Yo, when I heard it, I was like, yo, I know this beat. And then in my head, I kept on hearing, yo tu sabes, yo tu sabes. I was like, no tiene miedo. I was like, oh, okay.
Listen, I definitely don't think he heard that one. I don't think he would have did it if you knew Cuban and them was on it. But
what's the original sample?
I can't remember right now, bro. The Salazar,
because the beat sounds exactly the same.
No, listen, the beat is that sample. It's just certain percussions and beats that can go with it. I don't think that it's not the same exact beat, but it's almost the same thing. Like I said, it's just that sample only can go with a certain rhythm to it. You know what I mean? And the kid that actually produced it, Poe knows his father and stuff. I think his name is
Lil Boom.
Yeah, it's Benny Boom, but I can't remember his son's name.
No, his son's name is Lil Boom.
Oh, it's Little Boom too?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I definitely don't think that he bit it or heard it. I think he just heard the sample, and that's the beat that came to mind, and that's, you know what I mean? It's dope though. I'm glad that, it shows that we were ahead of our time.
Right. And then were you like instrumental in making like songs like Libertad and
But I put
everything
together
happen?
most of those songs. I put them all together. I put all those joints together. At the time, I was working with Melly Mel. You know, that's my sister too. You know what I mean?
She's dope.
Yeah, she is. That's another one that I think that she is one of the most talented Latin females that's out. Period. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just certain things that certain things that happen in life. She has a son, so she definitely works hard. She's a hard worker. She has so much talent, bro. It's like she's fire, bro. To this day, she is fire, fire.
Yeah.
When she did Libertad and she did the Nos Tienen Miedo too, she had just had her son a few months earlier than that.
Wow.
Yeah, we took her on tour. That's when we went on tour to Ecuador. They booked Poe to go to Ecuador, and I took Melly Mel. I took Pope, Sicario from DR. I took them out there, and it was a good time, bro. We took Ray also. We booked Ray. We did a couple of tours. It was dope. We had a pretty dope following in Latin America, you know. So while we was out there, we shot the part for Nos Tiene Miedo too, where Melly Mel comes out in the pool and on the pool table and all that. Ray's part on the boat with Bope and them. And then we shot Melly's part for Libertad while we were out there. And when we came back to New York, we shot Cuban's part, and we just put everything together because Cuban couldn't leave the country at that time. Well, I don't even know if he could leave now.
Right.
But that hindered his career a lot, bro. That really,
yeah.
it really did, because I could have had shows for him, bro. They were calling left and right. We just couldn't do. He couldn't do nothing at the time. He was trying to get his paperwork done, and when you got when the grease hits the frying pan, it's the time to move. It just the movement started dying down.
I always wondered that though. I always wondered, like, why wasn't he on that tour with you guys? You know what
He
I'm
couldn't leave the
saying?
country. He was supposed to headline the concert.
Wow.
And then when I got the song, we got the song together for Cuban with Saturno, in Chile. Yo, that was the #1 song in Chile for I don't know how many months. Así soy yo. That still plays out on the clubs out there. It still plays on the radio out there. That was one of the biggest songs out there, bro. You know what I mean? And
damn, so he could have really broken into the Latin market if he was able to leave the country.
yeah, at that time, yeah. It was like, bro, it was right there. It was there for the. Remember, he was spitting. We're not even talking about his English career. We're just talking about. I think he's just as nice in Spanish as he is in English, bro. And Cuban.
I told him this all the time, right? I said that your multi-syllable rhyming is ridiculous, but the fact that you can do it in Spanish just as well as you do it in English, I'm like, bro, I don't even know. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's just crazy.
He don't really like the Spanish. The English one comes easier. I think to him is an easier way. It comes easier to him. The Spanish one takes more thought. He sits down more, and it takes him a little bit longer to do the Spanish one, because he really feels he's being. This is my opinion, mind you. I feel like he's gonna get judged more for the Spanish one than the English one. We're very judgmental when it comes to our language and the way people
pronunciate,
especially at that time, that there wasn't that many breakaway artists. I mean, they had Don Omar and Daddy Yankee, big reggaeton stars, which I think Cuban was definitely, have a good night, was definitely on that wavelength. And I think he could have been right there next to them and hold his own. I just feel like, like I said, there was a lot of unfortunate events that happened in his career. You know what I mean? I think a lot too had to do with the passing of Pun. I think Pun really affected him passing, like emotionally and as a man, and even to lose a family member, because practically they were family. So I think that actually affected a lot of the way he looked at things. Especially when you got that person right next to you, and y'all moving together, and then you're by yourself. I think it had a lot to do with the decision making things and the people that he brought around him. You know what I mean?
So what ended up happening with Cuban then? Why do you think that things didn't move forward?
I feel like Cuban has had a black cloud over him, bro. You know, there's a lot of things that go on that, yeah, there might be people blackballing you, and there's a lot of people maybe like stopping your career from moving forward. But sometimes when you have that energy with you, that energy stops you from going anywhere, and you kind of stay stuck. And I feel like a lot of the stuff that happened with him, was a lot of unfortunate things, bro. Like I know for a fact, like that night when he got cut, if we would have been there, I know that shit would not have went down like that. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy because Poe said the same thing. Man, roll the clip.
There's always an incident that gets spoken about.
Right. Jimmy's Cafe.
Right? That set everything off, right? At Jimmy's, whatever happened, right? I met Cuban a couple years after that. You know what I'm saying? So I wasn't there for that. Believe what I would like to feel and know, like I know myself and my peoples. I'm not going to say that wouldn't have happened if I was around, because that's just talking shit. You know what I mean? Obviously, anybody could get it in a New York minute at any given time. You know what I'm saying? So,
but it would have. But let's be honest. But it would have been nice if he had somebody that had his back on that night. You know what I'm saying? Because it was really just him by himself.
I'm pretty sure Cuban did. I'm pretty sure he did have people.
No, he was only with him and Sunkiss. That's it. And Sunkiss got knocked out or he got punched.
You're talking about inside the club that night.
Right.
Copy. Yeah, he was probably on the shit end of the stick. He probably didn't have who he needed to have with him that night.
Nah, I didn't know that, but I know for a fact, listen, me and Cuban have gone back to back holding shit down, bro. Like, I got some funny stories for you later, but but yo, Cuban, bro, he always, like I said, bro, that he never asked me for $1, bro. And he done so many songs, he done mad things. It was just genuine love from the beginning, from when I met him. You know what I'm saying? Once I linked up with him and Gilly's another dude that was key instrumental to a lot of stuff that was going on. Like Gilly's a good dude, bro. Like that, the team he had around him, he had a solid team, bro. It's just like I said, it was just a black cloud of unfortunate events, and I don't know, bro. Like I know there was a lot of things behind the scenes that was going on because I've seen it. You know what I mean? But
you talking about with the blackballing?
Yeah, but you can't necessarily say that it's one individual that's doing it. I think a lot of people were kind of intimidated by Cuban. Cuban used to intimidate a lot of different people. So a lot of people were scared to work with Cuban or be around Cuban because he used to intimidate people. You know what I mean? Like, he's not an easy person to get along with. You got to really have a genuine bond or a genuine thing with Cuban. He's not an easy person to get along with. He's cool. He's the life of the party, but it also has a flip side to it. You know what I'm saying? Cuban don't take shit from nobody. So, certain things, he don't stay quiet either. So sometimes in business, you got to know when to make your move, when not to, who to say certain things to. He's the type of dude, he don't like you. He tell you in your face, you beluga, you fucking this, you that, you dumb bitch. He's very vocal. Yeah, bro. It's like, you know what I'm saying? He's very vocal about his feelings, and I don't I don't knock him. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, I think a lot of people were intimidated by him.
Since you taking it this direction, I wasn't going to go here, but I feel like because you can give us some insight into the way that he was thinking during that time, right?
Okay.
I see you preparing yourself.
No. Listening to you.
Yeah, but the whole drama with Joe. Right. Like during that time, what was his state of mind like from 2006, from the time that you got really close to him to you guys were rocking together for like a good 4 years, like on an everyday basis, pretty much, right? Or close.
Probably longer than that, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I at the time, there's times that I think that he let it consume him, which I don't blame him. You know what I'm saying? Because it's hard to let go of certain certain things. You know what I mean? I don't think he dwelled on it every single day, but he was on war mode. He was definitely on the war path. But a lot of it, I think, too, was because there was a lot of different obstacles in his way that I feel like every time he tried to let go of the situation and move around it to go this direction, I feel like they would block his events. You know what I'm saying? Block his success. So I think a lot of that had to do with it. You know what I mean? I don't blame Joe for every single thing, but I think a lot of people used to do things to please Joe or act like they were doing him a favor. Like I don't really think that Joe would sit down there and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna do this with Cuban Link." I just think a lot of things was something will come across his desk and be like, "Yo, don't fuck with that dude. I don't fuck with him." You know, and other people take it upon themselves to go that extra mile. I don't know. To be honest with you, I really don't know.
But you did witness it happen, though. You were
I've
seeing
I've
this happen.
witnessed I've witnessed shows get canceled. I've witnessed a couple of meetings that we had set up for him, and phone calls came in. I got a phone call not from Joe, but from other people. I mean, it is what it is. If I don't know, I try to think of it like I don't know. I've had situations like Cubans, and it's just like I just don't know if I would have handled it the same way. It's just different things. You know what I mean? It's like I said, I think it's a trauma or it's a scar in his life. Not no pun intended, but I mean like it's something that came with as far as the cutting, the losing his brother, the music industry, not being able to continue his fulfilling his dream. I think a lot of different things affected the way, like I said, affected the way he approached things. You know. I don't know if that answers it or it varied from what you're trying to get at.
Right. But I get what you're saying because it put him on
I can't put
wartime.
everything on one person. Like I'm gonna be honest with you, you can't put everything on one person. I do feel like a lot of people were doing things as favors. Like, oh, I'm not gonna fuck with him just to please him, and he might not have even known about it. You know what I mean? I just feel like a lot of different things could have happened. In that general situation. You know what I mean?
Because I think the perspective is that, like, while Joe might have called in certain things, there's also people that were afraid to rock with Cuban
Oh no, I
because
seen that person.
Joe was the bigger artist, so they want the opportunity to be there.
My guy, I've gone to a club that was a celebrity event, and I seen half the VIP clear out as soon as Cuban showed up.
Wow.
Bro, Alicia Keys, Swiss Beats, Angie Martinez, DJ Enough. Bro, everybody's there. When we went there with Bang Bang Boogie, rest in peace, P.O., we all went over to the Club Black. Was it Club Black? I believe it was Club Black. I don't remember the club. My memory be shot with certain things, bro. But bro, we came in there and bro, it was so bad that Alicia Keys left her bag, her purse on in
Wait,
VIP.
why? But he was cool with Swiss Beats. Swiss Beats did like a bunch of tracks on
It was just the aura when he came in. I don't know what happened, bro. Like I said, I was on the other side. I was with Hocus. There was a couple. It was Hocus was there. S1 was there. PO was there. I don't remember if my song was there, but it was a bunch of. It was a Bang Bang Boogie was there. And when we came in, he had a few words with one of the DJs, and I'm not gonna get into all of that, but all I know is 2 minutes later, the whole VIP cleared out. Whole VIP cleared out. That somebody had to come back and grab Alicia Keys' bag that was on the couch.
Well, let me ask you this because this industry likes to sell the streets, the idea of the streets, right?
Okay.
But as soon as you start really doing those street moves, those activities, you know, pushing up on people, handling things like that, I feel like that's when people start to really shun you from the
You
industry.
talking about then or you talking about now?
I'm talking about just in general.
I mean, back then I feel a lot not like I feel like, bro, especially coming out of New York, most of the New York people that was in the game was really about that. It was a lot of them was about that. You know, DMX's crew was about that. Nas's crew was about that. You had to understand, most of the dudes that was pushing that narrative at that time was really about that life. Things started getting watered down within the years, and people started getting scared. But people was really about that business at one point. You know what I mean? 50 was about that life. You know what I mean? There was definitely, the Locks was definitely.
But don't you think like the companies and everything like that start to
I
look
feel
at
the
you as
companies,
more of a liability if you
because
get
they're
in?
hypocrites. No, they're gonna pimp you. The labels are gonna pimp you as long as you turning over a profit. You know, the
Right.
minute that they feel now, oh, I didn't expect them to do this, but you ain't stopping from doing it before. Is the minute that other people now point the finger down, they want to wash their hands of it. You know what I mean? You gotta understand, Cuban was like the boogeyman. At one point, he was like the boogeyman, bro. I'm not even being. He was running.
So you don't think that had a negative
Of
effect on
course,
his
that's
career?
my point. See, that's my point.
Okay.
That was my whole point before. That I don't feel that it was just Joe. I feel a lot of people feared Lenderman, especially when he got with Bang Bang Boogie. You know, you dealing with some real live wires from the Bronx. You dealing with live wires. You're not dealing with some regular average. You know, Hocus is an official dude. His brother's an official dude. His other brother, Dollar, another official. Like, their whole team was official, and they
Right.
embraced us like family. You know what I mean? Look at that shit. They bloods, we kings, and we chilling and rocking together like family. You know what I mean? It was a different. I don't know how to explain it, bro. I just feel like some of the things I feel we caused, like blackball ourselves because of the aura we brought, because of I definitely think that. I mean, I definitely feel like a lot of it was brought on by ourselves. The aura, the pushing up, the pressing niggas. I definitely do it. I mean, it happened with, even with KR, when KR was trying to, Mike Beck, rest in peace, and all them, the same kind of thing happened to them. And they had a big movement too, you know what I mean? So
Mhm.
I just think that everybody glamorizes it until it's in your face, and now you got to deal with it.
Right.
Now it's a different scenario. Now everybody wants to shun you and walk away from it, but
So you were involved with the Bang Bang Boogie movement?
I was not involved as far as management or anything with them. No, that was Gilly. That was Gilly and Pio. Those were the main creators of what the movement started. And besides that, it's Hocus and S1 and nah.
My
No,
son.
I rocked with them, but I wasn't like part of the actual, management or anything. Nah, they got in a couple.
But you was like in close proximity
Of
to, you
course,
got to
they
see
came
it
to my
happen
studio.
close.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
in my studio that we go to videos. We did videos with them, bro. Like, they were family, bro. It wasn't like, you know what? We were part of the movement. You know what? To clarify, yeah, we were part of the movement. You know what I mean? P.O. was a good dude. Good brother, man. Gilly's also a good brother, man. Those are definitely, they were working with the youth doing the basketball tournaments and stuff at Watson. I think it's Watson Park or Watson, yeah, over there in Castle Hill. But yeah, we was dealing with them. They had a movement on fire.
What was the energy like at that time? Because 50 was recognizing them, like there was
bro. There
a
was
lot going on.
there was a lot going on at that time, bro. I mean, listen, I thought they were out of here, bro. I'm gonna keep it real. You know, Hocus he's another one that he's got a lot of talent, and his brother S1, his brother's fire. His brother's fire, bro. It's just unfortunate events. You know what I mean? They caught that big case. His brother's still doing time. Him and his other brother got acquitted. It's things make you I don't know, bro. After doing all that time on Rikers and coming out of it, I think he needed a change, and I think he did. He changed his life for the better. You know what I mean? And moved to raise his kids, and I think that was the best thing he could have did at the time.
Most definitely. Were you a part of making that song with Poe Rilla, My Son, and Cuban happen? This is the fast life for New York
Oh
City.
yeah, we did that. We did that
Yeah,
in the studio. We did that. We did that.
that's like my favorite collaboration from them, bro. Like I love that song.
My son's another.
Yeah.
See, you gotta look at it like, look, Lord Tariq. Lord Tariq is fire. You
Mhm.
got fucking Mice on this fire, bro. They had a fucking, bro. That whole, Lord Tariq had that laid back like pimp type spit. It was just they complemented each other. It's like certain groups complement each other. Bang Bang Boogie, I think at that moment, I think a lot of politics came into the way of what was going on behind the scenes. But
But the energy
the
though,
energy was
that
fucking
energy,
crazy.
it was everywhere.
Fucking
It was crazy,
crazy.
bro.
Yo, we
Yeah.
went to the parade. We had all the Bang Bang Boogie shirts on. We was going to different spots. Yeah, we was running down on it. It was just the movement was crazy because nobody expected it either. You got their crew and our crew, and it's like, yo, what the fuck? These two, like, we ain't supposed to be getting. You know what I mean? What the fuck these motherfuckers doing together? But it was crazy, bro. Like I said, they embraced us. We used to be in the middle of their projects, shooting videos, chilling, bro. They showed us nothing but love. It was always love, bro. Always love. A Wall, they had a good squad, bro. It was a good squad, bro.
What about your man Petey Crack? You did a lot of things for him too, right?
Petey was more. Poe was more hands on with Petey. To be honest with you, when he was managing him and stuff. Like I met Petey like when Petey came to do the track at the studio, and for Chiquitin, we did the song with Petey. And at the time, we had a studio out east, and we used to have how do you explain that? It was like not a storefront, but there was a Fetus had a designing area in the back where he used to be pressing shirts and making different designs for different shirts and stuff. So in the front we had the studio, and then we had that room where Fetus used to be designing all the shirts and all the different things. And I forgot if it was Petey wanted a hoodie or he wanted something. I can't remember, bro. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember if it was a hoodie or it was something. And then we made him for some show, and he called us, whatever. And then we went to Philly to take it to him. And when we called him, we like, we're in Philly. He's like, where in Philly you at? And we like, oh, he like, bro, pull up to my house. And he lived in a little condo and joint. He had the little loft joint thing. And he invited us to his crib, bro. He didn't even know us like that. He brought us to his crib, showed us nothing. He's another brother that showed us nothing but love, bro. Nothing but love. You know what I mean? The crazy thing is that we thought Petey was a king when we first met Petey. Because Petey got a bunch of tattoos of crowns all over him, you know what I'm saying? And he used to call himself the Prince. So, you know what I'm saying? It was just funny that we was like, yo, what's up with that 5-point crown? And he was like, what? He's like, I am a king, but not the kind of king you think. And like, it was just, yo, we hit it off. You know what I'm saying? It was a dope experience with him when he came to the studio. So basically we put him in there with Chiquitin. Petey got like the Spanglish thing. Like, he don't speak it 100%, but he understands it. And, he got that like, I don't know how to explain it, but he got
He's got such a unique voice.
his voice is fucking crazy. That's another one of my
Yeah.
favorite artists, bro. But um, you know how certain people like when they come from South America, they struggle in English, so they got that hey papi, this and that. Me no, it's me. Da
Right,
da.
right.
But he got it in Spanish though. When he talks Spanish, he got the English accent. So it's like a reverse thing, which was dope. So him and Chiquitin was sitting down, and anyway, they put the record together.
Were you a part of making that song? Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Yeah, that definitely.
Oh man, damn, you got your fingerprints all over these tracks,
those
huh? Like
those
all these
were
ones.
those were all my collaboration songs, bro.
Wow, that's crazy,
Yeah,
man.
those were those. That was a funny night too with Tony.
Well, all right. Well, yeah, this is what I wanted to. You want to go into that?
Yeah, we could go into it, bro.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Huh? What do you want to talk about?
What you were saying, that was a funny night.
Nah, it's just they were fighting like little kids, bro.
Who?
Tony and Cuban.
About what?
Nah, bro. Cuban was putting him in a headlock, and Tony be like, "Stop it, Cuba." And there was, bro, it was like big brother, little brother. The whole fucking night we was cracking on them. It was like some, I don't know. They got good dynamics when they're in the studio, bro. It's like when they're not on that bullshit, bro. They got good dynamics, and they got music talent wise. They got good dynamics, bro.
Right.
You know, it's just like I said. It's unfortunate. Like I said, every single person on Terror Squad, I think, was a key component to the success they had. But like the standouts, besides obviously Pun, was the main standout of the thing. Cuba, Tony, but I don't know how this kid did not become the fucking Spanish. I don't want to say R. Kelly because of all the bullshit that he got, but R&B wise, maybe the new Chris Brown or something like that. Because Tony was fire, bro. Tony's fire, bro. You know,
I always say that it's disappointing that Terror Squad never got to reach their full potential because it's just like they had so much talent.
And look at Remy. Remy's fire. The whole squad, bro. I just feel like a lot of the things had like, look, when you're dealing with a lot of different personalities and a lot of different groups, you got to take Fat Joe out the equation, right? Because he's not just an artist; he's also producer,
boss,
manager. He's doing everything behind the scenes. So the way he's gonna look at certain things is not the same as an artist is gonna look at it. You know what I'm saying? And as an artist, you don't see what he's seeing. You just see, yo, why is he not pushing me, or why he's not doing this, or why he's not doing that. When you don't know, he might be negotiating a deal behind the scene to get you more money, or he might be doing something. You know, there's different things for different things that's going on. You know what I mean? So I understand to a certain point that when you lose trust in the team you're working with, that's it. It's done. That's it.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of the members lost trust, and maybe because he was going through his own personal problems or whatever. Like, I can't put myself in that man's or even judge that man for anything because I don't have no interactions with him. You know, everything we're saying is assuming because of certain situations that I've gone through with the music thing and stuff like that. So I try to play devil's advocate when it comes to certain things. You know what I mean? But I think that group, bro, at that time, it was supposed to, bro. And look at the collabs they had with Beat Nuts, and bro, it was just out of here, bro. That whole movement, bro. That's all you heard at the Puerto Rican Day Parade, the clubs, everything. You go to Puerto Rico, you go to DR, everywhere you went, boom, 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 boom. I don't even know if they knew how big they were at that point. You know what I mean?
Let's talk about the rumored supergroup with Petey Crack, Cuban Link, Poe Rilla, and Tony Sunshine. That video that we saw on YouTube, right, from years ago, where they was all hanging out together and everything. Now, Poe said that got blown out of proportion. It really wasn't. Man, roll a clip.
That I think you're referring to that day. You seen the footage of me, Petey, Tony, Cuban, Lil Ito, we were all in the Bronx one day, and we did a record and we shot a video for it. And yeah, we was talking about doing more stuff, you know what I'm saying? But just never came to, you know?
It did. It definitely got blown out of proportion. It was just us fucking around that day. It wasn't nothing. I don't think it was nothing. There was no super group. Not that I know of. I don't remember that. I mean, at that time, I'm gonna be real. Cuban and Tony was still. It was weird, bro. It was weird, bro. It was a weird, you know. Cuban was on his best behavior as a favor for somebody else. I'm be honest with you. He still had a lot of built-in anger, but when they were working together, you would see the big brother looking over the little brother type. You know what I mean? Like, do it like this, twin. Look it like this. All right, twin. All right, twin. And you could see the chemistry that they had. Is just, I think there's just a lot of time, a lot of things have gone by, and I think they just never resolved the issue from the beginning. I think they just try to patch it up and move on, patch it up and move on, but they never go back to the root of what the problems are. You know what I'm saying? You know, Cuban felt a certain way, you know, and then they would start arguing or whatever, and then Cuban's like, yeah, you got robbed from my chain, or, you know, there was certain.
Oh, you witnessed these arguments happen?
A couple of them, yeah. They was in my studio because that's where they were recording at. And then after that,
Wow.
was in the Bronx recording in what's his name? Danny Loco's studio. That's where we was at the day of that video shoot. But like, I'm gonna be honest with you, Tony wasn't being aggressive with him. And I remember Mike Beck was fucking with Tony heavy. Mike Beck fucks with us heavy too. So there was a lot of people in the middle of the dynamics that Cuban I'm not gonna lie, bro. He did put his pride to the side to try to make it work. He definitely did, bro.
Who did he do the favor for?
For the bros from the original Terror Squad from the block, they reached out to him. I think it was Danny Loco and a couple other dudes from the original Terror Squad guys, and he tried to work it out with Tony. That's when he went to his apartment and Far Rockaway and stuff. And
Oh, so you've seen the interviews too of him talking about certain things like that too.
And then I walked into that, you know what I'm saying, them projects in Far Rockaway that day. You know what I'm saying? To go and hook up and reconcile with me and Tony's situation. Came with the, niggas from the Bronx, you know what I'm saying? Shout out Danny Loco, he was putting that together. Gilly was there. Tell Gilly to tell you the story. I think Sing Sing was there. My man said, and you know, say Little Heck was there. I might have to bring Little Heck to just say what he says. I know they don't want to do shit like this. You know, I still fuck with the rest of my niggas. I don't have Little Heck to say the truth, man. See, y'all niggas believe me. You know what I'm saying? Because, I've been telling the truth so much, y'all niggas think it's lies. So when we walked in there, I told you I seen what I seen. Never thought I would expect I would see that. I ain't see Tony in a while either. Like, flesh to flesh, face to face. I didn't see him in a minute. Close to probably like 7, 8 years. It's the first time I see him. You know what I'm saying? And I walk in the house, project, straight up, roaches around, you know what I'm saying? Kids going crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like 5 of them running around with Pampers. She's trying to put one baby to sleep in her arms, and that's when I first looked. And I look like that, and then I look down on the couch, I see Tony with no shirt on, whatever, almost naked, but he got some shorts. With the fucking, I'm telling you, the gas mask that he had, like he was a bunker underneath the ground. He was.
But you said that they both were on something, right?
Let me tell you the story, giving you the visuals. I look down, I see Tony, somebody going, right, with the extra big shit. His head is, like the top is big, but the mask part covered the whole fucking front face. So it was like Prometheus at his best. Little baby like that, like I told you, like preemie or whatever it was. Baby, then he had the baby. This shit looked like something out of a science fiction movie. I looked down, I was like, oh shit, what's up, twin? Like with the extra, I'm a die face, I'm about to die, but I don't know if, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh shit, damn. I was like, what's up, baby? How you doing? I felt sorry for him. So I was like, what's up, my nigga? How you doing? What's up, man? What you doing, man? Then I looked, he was getting up slowly. She went to come and pick up the baby from his chest. So when she came, she was like this, like that. And I was like, hey, how you doing? Like that. I was trying to be courteous and humble. When she looked, she went, hi. And when I looked, I was like, side of him, Jesus Christ, this is this motherfucker from back in the days of Smileys. I didn't say nothing. I was like, oh, okay. Tony's still getting up, whatever. He got up, he was like, what's up, my nigga? Give him a hug, whatever. Yeah, you good?
no, I know that story. They came to my studio afterwards, and we pick up Tony at the projects when we brought him to Long Island to do a show. We had him do show. We did a show out here in Long Island, so we went to pick him up. Him and Cuban did a couple of shows out here, so we went out there, picked him up with Beck and all of us, and we brought him out here to Long Island. Went to the studio, and from the studio we went to the club. He was running around with us for a little while. You know what I'm saying?
So when did you get to see when they ultimately separated for good?
No, because there was like I said, bro, it was like everything was cool, but then I don't know what goes on because there's so much shit that goes on. I'm not with them 24 hours a day.
Right.
But it was musically, like they would either be in my studio or they'd be in the Bronx. So there was only really 2 studios. Well, Jersey, I don't know if Tony went to the one in Jersey. Remember, Tony felt comfortable with us too because of the relationship we had with Mike Beck. You know what I mean? So obviously we're not gonna let nothing happen to Tony, and we wasn't trying to set him. It was just we was just trying to get them to, because we felt like they were just great together musically. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like Cuban really had a lot of love for Tony. And even
Yeah, he won't hurt. He probably
early on
won't hurt.
when he would do the interviews and everything, it wasn't until a certain point where he felt really pushed that I think that he went to the point of no return with some of the things that he exposed, you know what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
But
I agree.
prior to that though, the way that he would talk about him, even when he was angry, I could see that it kind of came from a place
He's
of like
always
hurt.
talked about him hurt. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
He put it together. Like I told you, it was like a big brother, little brother. Tony be in the booth and Cuban's outside the booth. You dumb bitch. Sing it like this. But not calling him like a dumb bitch that you would take it. That's just the way he talks. He'd be like this, like this. And he would show him the notes and shit. He'd be like, all right, twin. He'd be like, yo, follow my tone. And like Cuban is good for shit like that. Like they dynamics. That's what I'm telling you. They dynamics was crazy, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It was just I'm telling you, I got a song that is flames, bro. Flames, bro. That I'm ready. I think right now is better than any of the songs that either one of them letting out.
What?
Because Tony got some Spanish joints, but this Spanish joint,
Right.
wow. Still in the cut.
Let me ask you this then, okay? Can you blame him for going back to Joe?
Who?
Tony.
You gotta I look at it, I don't even look at it like blame or nothing. I look at it like Joe's all they big brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like he was the one that was the first one to break through. So obviously when certain people, I've fought with some of my brothers, I've argued with some of my brothers. Doesn't mean I don't love them. Some you can't fuck with, some you can't do business with, some you can't do this with. I just feel like a lot of their relationships have been because of miscommunication. I feel even the Cuban situation was miscommunication. I feel that, Joe probably read his energy wrong or whatever the situation is. I feel like a lot of the things that transpired was miscommunication. Because if you really look at what real beef they had before that night, what real beef did they have?
Nothing really. But that's why people are always so confused about how could you forgive 50? How could you forgive Jay-Z? How could you make up with these people?
Personal. It's personal.
Yeah, but Jay-Z and 50 did some personal stuff to him too, though.
Different, bro. They ain't run together, bro.
I know what you mean.
Different.
It's a different thing.
It's industry relationships. It's like it's easier for you to forgive an enemy than to forgive a friend.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like they were all family, you know what I'm saying? And we don't really know what really went on amongst them, you know what I'm saying? Like we're on the outside of things, you know what I'm saying? Like I've been around Cuban with the whole Joe thing. I don't got a personal issue with Joe. I don't know Joe, I know Joe had issues with my bros back in the days, but I don't personally know Joe, so I can't speak about Joe. You know what I mean? I don't know him. We've bumped into him in certain spots. But it is what it is, you know what I mean? But I don't know. I think it's personal. I think it's hard. Like I said, I think it's just harder to forgive a friend than it is an enemy. That 50 shit is like, let's see if Joe and Irv Gotti ever forgive each other. I don't think they'll ever forgive each other because they were family.
Oh, you bringing up Joe and Irv Gotti situation because of the whole sucker thing?
An example, like you see how they were family.
Right.
They can't that they were family. Like that was but I don't think they'll ever forgive each other because they already moved. Once you're a friend and you do certain things, it's hard for you to forgive that. Like an enemy does something, you take it like, oh, he was playing chess. But when a friend does that shit,
like you should know better.
Right. So
I got you.
None of them. I don't think Joe and Cuban will ever squash that. Even if
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. Him and Tony, bro, them dudes is like fucking little brothers always fighting with each other, bro. Like, like the little kid that throws the rock and be like, nah, 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 nah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, their relationship is different, bro. Like, I look at it like Joe, like Cuban raised them, you know what I'm saying? So, The only thing is too is like Cuban probably doesn't take into account that he raised him. Now Tony's a man. Now he's not a little kid no more. So you know what I mean? It's like
I see what you're saying, because sometimes it's hard for the big brother to see that the little
right,
brother is not so little anymore.
right, and that happens to me a lot. I'm not gonna say because I look at bros I've raised up. I was like, oh, that's my little. Meanwhile, he's a grown ass man with fucking grown ass kids, and I'm like, oh, that's my little guy. That's my bro. Like, I'm not 15 no more, bro. I'm fucking 30 years old. You know what I mean? So it's a different dynamics. Like I said, it's different. Like I'm telling you, I've seen them together, bro. And in the music, when they're doing the music, they start laughing, they start snapping on each other. Look, it brings you to a time that is bugged out. And I'm telling you, I was there. Then all of a sudden, boom, their music stops, whatever, and then it goes right back to what the fuck is so funny? Like a different type of energy. You know what I mean? It's like I don't know. It's bugged out, bro. It's bugged out. Gilly was another one that was always trying to get Cuban to fix all the different things. Gilly was like one of the main dudes. He's like the mayor. He's like a mayor. Like
Yeah.
he's always the guy that always tries to be the peacemaker and fix everything. Even though he get busy, Gilly get busy. But that's my guy too. We always used to stay snapping on each other.
Right. All right. So Poe Rilla, he
What
has this song about King Blood.
Okay.
I know you guys have been wanting to bring light and justice to that situation. Can you talk about that?
I mean, you gotta look at that, the inhumane treatment that man. It's not just him. It's not just him. That whole you can't have communication with the outside world. How is that even legal? You know what I mean? If terrorists that have attacked our country have rights to communicate with their family, I mean, I think that sentence was a little bit excessive. You know what I mean? I get why they did it because they're in fear of the letters, because a lot of the letters and stuff that he wrote. But being locked down 23-0,
A lot of the letters that he wrote, what?
that was his main indictment. His indictment was letters that he wrote from prison.
Because there's allegations that he was sending hits and
Hits.
stuff, right?
Well, the letters are there. It's not like, we're talking bad about him. The letters are there, whatever's there. They felt that he was a threat to society. I think a couple of people got that sentence. Larry Hoover. Who else is in there that got that? There's a few people. I think Pistol Pete has that sentence. There's a few people that got that sentence. I just think that that's an inhumane, treatment. Like, if you're already put away for life, why not monitor the phone conversations or be able to speak to other people? I just feel that they're losing their mind. You know what I mean? There's a story that his old lawyer, he wrote his old lawyer, and he sent an envelope with a bunch of dead roaches in it, and he said, "Look at my bros. This is what they did to me." And it's just, you start to see like the signs of him losing his mind. You know what I mean?
That's unfortunate.
It's just imagine being locked in a cell without being able to write, get magazines. Well, now I think they changed the restrictions recently. He was able to receive magazines, and he was able to, because he wasn't able to receive money either from people. So let's say, see, Blood had a big thing with drawing, and he loves to draw. So by him not being able to have material and things to draw and do things, imagine just sitting in a cell all day and not being able to do nothing but watch their educational programs. It's just, I just feel like a lot of the stuff is unfair. You're already put away for life, not saying that he shouldn't have some type of restrictions or have some type of monitoring or whatever if you feel, but to actually cut a person off, you basically buried alive.
Yeah, because we as human beings, we need that
We
human
need
interaction.
We need interaction. It's like, you ever saw that movie with Tom Hanks that he's stranded on the island?
Right.
And
Castaway.
yeah, and the
Wilson.
Spalding is the volleyball becomes his best friend. Bro, because he didn't have nobody. So imagine being in a cell. The guards ain't allowed to talk to you. Nobody's allowed to talk to you. You know what I mean? It's just like the mental the way your brain is gonna deteriorate over years and time. It's just like you're destroying somebody. For that, just give somebody a death penalty and put them out their fucking misery. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
and I'm talking about myself. Instead of having a sentence like that, you might as well fucking give me the death penalty. What the fuck am I living for? I can't even talk to somebody. I can't have a pen pal. I can't do
Well,
nothing.
you're making them suffer even more.
Yeah, but that's inhumane treatment. If you don't do that
That
to
is
prisoners of war,
definitely.
you don't do that to prisoners of war, to terrorists. How you gonna do that? Oh, because he's a urban terrorist? You know, it's like, I don't know, bro. It's like it's hard to put everything into words at one point, but being in prison is already a punishment in its own. He's not only in prison, he's in prison inside a prison that's inside a prison. Like, he can't just, once he leaves that level, remember, he showers in his cell, he eats in his cell, his recreation's in his cell, everything's in his cell. Like, what the, how you not gonna go crazy? And
Right.
he's been in there, what? He's been in ADX since what, 96? I think he got convicted 96 or 97. I don't remember the exact
So
year.
almost 30 years.
Almost 30 years in a cell. Come on. Come on.
Wow.
You should be able to work down some type of something. You know what I mean? At least have him be able to have. Pretty soon, he's already what, in his 60s. How much more does he have to live? I'm pretty sure Charles Manson and other serial killers have rights that they could speak, that they could go to church, that they could go and do different things. Why give somebody a sentence like that? Like, that shit is like, you really looked into it, you saw that it's one of the first sentences given since like World War II, right?
Right.
So
Why do you think that is that he was given that?
because I think he really put the fear of God in a lot of these people to realize that all it takes is a pen to do a lot of different things. I think they were more scared of the movement that he was putting together. Look how strong the Kings were at that time when blood got taken down. We worldwide. It wasn't just, you know what I mean? Like, all right, the nation started in Chicago, but the movement that exploded came out of New York.
Right.
Look, that movement that went to Ecuador, it went to fucking Chile, it went to Colombia, it went to Venezuela, went to Spain, Costa Rica, Bolivia. It's in Australia, it's in England, it's all over the world. It's even in China. It's kind of scary, right? If you really look at it.
That's crazy.
So in their mind, you know, you never know what they're thinking. Oh, what if they all get together and they put together a protest, or they put together they look at what can disrupt the government. You know what I mean? And I think they feared that a lot. The power that man had at one point, I think the government feared it, and I think that was their only way of, they couldn't execute him. So I think that was the way of dealing with the problem, silencing it. You know, even if you wrote a book, we won't be able to get the book. Even if you wrote a movie or a script, or you know, like even with what was the Crip dude's name? The Tookie Williams.
Yeah, Tookie
Wrote a
Williams.
couple of children's books and
Children's books, yep.
things. We're never gonna know what Blood has. If he even wants to be known as King Blood anymore, because he might want to be known as Felipe, as Luis Felipe. You know what I mean? You don't know where.
Right, because you don't even know how he feels.
Right. We don't know nothing about him. Nobody knows nothing about him. Even if it was a priest that was able to go and get his confession, or have, or rabbi, or imam, somebody religious that would be able to have some type of, I don't know, therapy or something with him. I don't know what else to say, but for him not to have contact, that's
crazy.
you know, it's cruel and unusual punishment. Like, you know, you don't even treat your dog like that. Dogs have more rights than some of these inmates, you know.
Wow.
It's crazy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, animals have more rights than some of these. Well, I'm not even going to say inmate, prisoners. You know what I mean? Because it's just insane, you know?
What kind of impact did Poe's song have at that time when it was released?
Had the boys following us.
What do you mean by that? The police was on you? The Alphabet Boys?
Bro, that shit got us so fucking hot, bro. Holy shit. That shit had niggas on fire.
Talk about it, man.
There's nothing to talk about. They was peeking out of every hole. It's not like we was doing anything. We was fucking with the music. It's just crazy, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know what's crazy is like the way just because you represent something or just because you believe in something or whatever, they automatically associate you with a fucking criminal organization that, all right, cool. There's some dudes that do it, there's some that don't. Some cops that take money, there's some that don't. It's like, but they bunch everybody together. And bro, it's not like you're innocent till you prove them guilty. You fucking guilty till you prove yourself innocent.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it gets, it's kind of, you start thinking about it like, bro, like at the time I was still with my wife at the time, and it would be like, and where we lived at, there's not that much traffic. You know what I mean? We kind of live in suburbia, so you don't really see too much traffic. There'd be cars down the block, two dudes sitting in the car. You see a light up, a cigarette. Like, what the fuck? Get in the car, go to 7-Eleven, all of a sudden the car's back behind you, like all type of weird shit. I come out the studio, it was just a lot of different things going
Did
on.
you start waving to them?
Nah, I tried not. I tried not to be an asshole about it. They were just doing their job. They were doing their job, and I was just doing my job, staying out their way, bro. Having a
Right.
day, I actually felt very well protected by them. You know what I mean? I had security for free. So yeah, it was for a little bit. Yeah, shit got a little bit, but you don't even know what it's about. Sometimes you don't even know if it's the music that you're doing, if somebody says something, or your
Right.
name came across a wire. You don't even know what the fuck is going on because I definitely wasn't moving no fucking weight. So it's like, fuck y'all fucking with me. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like we over here trying to sell studio time. I mean, we fucked with weed a little bit, but that's about it.
So when I spoke to Poe, he said you're a Latin King historian. He
Uh,
said you know the history super well, right? So I'm hoping you can help clear some things up.
uh,
So when the kings were created, it was to protect the people.
yeah.
Okay, protect the people from who exactly?
But what are we talking about? We talking about when it was created in Chicago or when it was created in New York?
In New York.
In New York, who was the people? The Latinos.
But protect the Latinos from who?
From the abuse that was going on in the prison system.
And the abuse was coming from the 5%ers or who?
I mean, there was different, like the 5%ers. It wasn't all the 5%ers. Again, like there's different. You gotta understand there was different time periods. Like the nation, the first reason that the nation came out was because the 5%ers at the time would pick targets. They were unified. They were running most of the prisons. A lot of them would run the prisons. Like, Muslims in prison are religion, but they also protect themselves. It's not like it's the Boy Scouts. They have a Sutru, which is their warlord. They have different things to implement in case someone violates one of their members. They go to war. So the Latins were not united at the time, and we were being made targets of by different organizations. There'd be a problem. It was 5%ers or the Jamaicans or this. So Blood took a couple of individuals that was there with him, started telling about how the Kings were in Chicago, and started telling about how when he came to Chicago, how they was running the neighborhoods and how they was defending the people. And the idea sparked, and they started the Kings with 9 Kings. Started in Collins Correctional Facility, and that's what started the movement. And then from there, it just started growing and growing and growing. And then when they felt the time was right, there was an incident, and then they flexed their muscle, and they went to war. After they went to war, everybody got sent to different maxes and everything. Instead of shutting it down, it just blew up like wildfire. And a lot of the Latinos started gravitating to it because they had got tired of the bullshit that was going on. You know what I mean? So it took a real big. Remember at that time too, there was a lot of outlaws. There was a lot of like biker clubs and stuff like that. And in prison, you'll find one member from this guy, one member from that guy. So when they seen the Kings was one of the strong movements, and it caught wave and it just started moving. That was really how it started in New York.
So, because King Blood came from Cuba, right?
King Blood is Cuban, yes. He came on the end. He was probably on the same boat lift with Cuban and didn't know it. And I'm not even trying to be funny about it.
Yeah.
No, I'm
I
not
think so too.
funny about it.
I know.
They was probably on the same boat, on the same lift, and didn't even know about it because that's
right.
Came in. He stayed in Florida, and then from Florida, he migrated to Chicago, and that's when he became a king. And
they said he got his name because he was like
a savage. He was that's what they say. Yeah.
And then he left and he went to New York because of what?
Supposedly whatever he was doing out there. I never met King Blood.
Right. And so he created the faction in New York without the approval of Chicago, right?
Yeah, he never got approval for it. No.
And then there was a meeting that happened after the fact with people from Chicago.
There were several meetings.
Several meetings. Okay. Yeah. But obviously, and then it was accepted at that point.
New York, yes, it got accepted. I mean, there was different leadership. One leadership tried to make it a certain way, and certain things came to flourish. Then there was other things, but you know what it is in Chicago. There's a lot of different things going on, and you know, those are certain things that I just not gonna really get too much into.
Right. I got you.
But there was different things. But I could tell you this though, they love us just as much as we love them. You know what I mean? They just like us. Is certain things might be a little bit different, but their fights and their battles are the same ones that we had. It was just with different. Theirs were more. It's bugged out because if you look at it, like Chicago had white kings, had black kings, have every race. As long as New York, when it came out, they didn't let other races join it. Only Latinos. You had to have Spanish blood to become a king at one point.
So, because I saw like some videos on YouTube, and they were talking about how like one thing that doesn't get discussed a lot is how there were a lot of black members in the Latin Kings
in New York.
Yeah.
No, New York had a lot of black members, but at the height of the war, there wasn't. No. Height of the war, you're talking now. Look, you're talking 93 was like when the shit exploded, with the war with the Bloods exploded, and at that time, I think it was like a lot of anybody that was black was getting labeled, which is unfair at the time too. But a lot of people were getting labeled. Oh, he's blood. He's blood. He's blood. He's blood. Just because of the color of their skin, you know, and everybody that was Spanish was labeled King or Nieta. So it was more of a, you know, everybody was just seeing things in black and white. It was like, this is this is that. And I think that was one of the things. But there was a few black members, and, you know, King Black, who else was over there? There was a few. There's always been like Jamaican members or Haitian members,
but that's part of the Caribbean and everything, right? Because
what makes them different? Just because?
No, I'm saying because I saw you explain it before.
No, I get it, but see, when you look at it, like, what makes them different? Because they're Caribbean, and Caribbeans have a different way of looking at. Like when you in prison, the Jamaicans stick together, right? So you got beef with one Jamaican, they might be beefing amongst themselves. But as soon as somebody tries to move on one of their guys, they form like Voltron. That's like the Latinos. Latinos had that same mentality. The problem is like with a lot of Americanized people, it's more like cliques. They'll come in, they're like, fuck these mother. They don't care what color you are. As long as they can get over, rob you, abuse you, do whatever, that's really what it was. So a lot of the people that would come in, remember at that time is the height of the drug epidemic. So you had a lot of, at the time you had blocks that were getting swept. So the block got swept. They'll call DR, yo, send me 50 more people. Call Puerto Rico, send me 20 more people. Send me this. But they got old man, they got everybody on the block pitching. Next thing you know, everybody's in jail. So who they gonna pick on? Targets, you know what I'm saying? Some of these dudes don't know English. They don't know how to even defend themselves. They don't even know how to ask for help. You know what I'm saying? So it was more like the jail mentality versus, I don't know, you want to call us Robin Hood, whatever. I don't know what you want to call us, but yeah, we was protecting. We was protecting them. We was being Captain Save Everybody. Yeah, that's what we was doing. We had a cape on and we was saving the other inmates from getting extorted and robbed and all that.
So some people, because on YouTube, bro, like people say all types of stuff, and in the comments they make all types of comments too. So like one thing that I've seen is like some people say, oh, the Bloods were made or brought to New York in response to the Latin Kings.
That's a lie. That's a lie. See, because when they started under us. Like they were supposed to recruit everybody that could not be king were going to fly under the 5-star banner. They were going to fly with us. The whole beef, we was at peace with them until the shit popped off. I think it was 3 Lower and C-73 where it popped off. When that shit hit the fan over there with the Nietas over a fucking pack of cigarettes, that's how the war started. Before that, everything was Gucci, everything was peace. So that whole narrative that a lot of people were pushing is...
But you've heard the narrative before too, right?
That's the reason I did the other podcast. That's why I went up there, because a lot of the information that was being told was not true. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta understand, like, if you wasn't there, a lot of people don't even know when they started, what month they started. You know what I mean? It's just like they're going off what other people said. If you wasn't there, how can like there's one OG that was there that could verify me, and I could verify him because he was there, which was Shaquell. Shaquell knows I was there with him. Yo, when he was in the house, we were cool. There was no beef. The next house might be going to war. Them other dudes was going to war. At our house, we ain't had beef. We was chilling. You know what I'm saying? So they followed what we followed. We didn't have problems. They wasn't robbing nobody. It was a different vibe in that house. You know what I'm saying?
Because you guys were part of like what was the group that you guys were a part of together? Like,
what you mean?
Like you guys were functioning together at one point, right? Before the beef?
You lost me. What do you mean?
I forgot what I've heard it. You said it in the Queen's Flip podcast.
What,
and
50-50 love thing?
Nah. There was a group that everybody was functioning under, like as a unity thing.
I don't remember. Oh, the 5-point star, the People's Alliance?
People's Alliance. There you go.
See, but the People's Alliance, it's look, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. That was a Chicago thing that you had, like, the Peace Stones and different people were under that. The Bloods from LA, there was one set, which is T. Rogers' set, that came from Chicago. T. Rogers is originally from Chicago. So the Stones, everything that's Stone came from Chicago. So that's why they was trying to use the 5-point star under that narrative. But technically the LA Bloods don't have nothing to do with the People's Alliance. It was just that set of Bloods, everybody that was Stone, because they originated from Chicago. You understand what I'm saying?
Got you. Okay.
So in New York, they was trying to push that agenda with the peoples. And in the beginning, like I said, it was a good idea, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But then something always happens. And then when you've got all that inner, I don't know how to even say it. It's like, hidden agendas that you don't like this person because of the color of his skin or whatever, or because this dude's getting more money than you or whatever the fuck it is. It's always that underlying hate, you know what I mean? And it happens every day in business and everything. So that was the whole shit with the prison shit. It was just, I don't know. Some of the stories was just not factual. You know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of exaggeration. Which after all these years, I guess we've seen the outcome of a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? Through what's going on in their lives. You know, it's just like it's crazy.
So, everywhere in the US has their own politics, right? Especially amongst racial tensions, everything like that. Like if you go out to LA, the Latinos and the blacks,
There's that
it's a
line.
different.
There's that line. Yeah, I get it.
Right, there's a line there. Now in New York, you hear people talk about, us Latinos, we grew up right next to the blacks. We a lot of times we viewed each other as one and the same, and but then you hear other people talk about there was racial tension, that we didn't like each other. It's
Nah, but that's
so
yeah. I'm gonna break that down. Look, I grew up in black neighborhoods. Yeah, there's picking here and there, whatever, whatever. I had the reverse racism happen, but in the street is different. When you go to prison is when the racism starts. I never really knew what racism was. Like, yeah, whatever. I grew up, he picked on me, whatever. We used to fight, whatever. But it wasn't like, oh, fuck that, spick, or you know what I'm saying, like, or use the N word and that, and that to attack someone. It was never in my vocabulary or even came to. When I went to prison, is when I saw.
but this is you personally.
This is me personally. What I saw.
Okay.
Prison, it becomes more of a racial. The Spanish will be like, "Yo, papi, come over here. Don't go over there with them blacks. Come over here with these people," and vice versa. And you see, you know what I mean? Like before, when the first time I went to Rikers, it was more of a borough thing. Brooklyn over here, Bronx over there, Manhattan over here. Westchester County used to have a little bullshit section. Everybody, we wanted to shit on Westchester at the time and on Queens. But that's what was going on at the time. So it was just boroughs or area codes where you was from. If you was 718 or you was whatever 516 631, whatever area code you was from, that's how they were checking you. Then it evolved to gangs. Did it come out? I mean, when you look at it, all the Latinos bunched up into one thing, yeah, it could look that way. But were they running down and extorting the blacks? Was they running down and just bullying the blacks because they were black? That's a different narrative that you got to see from even the COs, from everybody who's like, nah, that wasn't happening on that level. That's not what we were doing. You know what I'm saying?
Because in New York, it's common for Latinos to say the N word, right? Because you're growing
I
up.
do sometimes. It slips. I try
Right.
to, but it's different because the N word that we use doesn't have the R at the end.
Right, exactly. But
So,
but what I'm saying though is like if you are in other parts of the country,
oh no, I
even if
know it's
you
happened to me. It's happened to me.
right,
Flipped, and people look at me crazy, and I'll be like, "Yo, I apologize. That's not how I meant it." And because you forget, like a lot of people suffered and really went through a lot of things in life because of those words, and so it's like we take that for granted in New York because in New York, it's like, all right, it's part of the hip hop scene. You've grown up around. Your best friend is black and you're growing around and everybody uses that word very freely out here. Like it's been like that for 30 years. It's not something that just happened yesterday. It's been around for 30 years. But yeah, you go to the West Coast, you go to especially down south, when you get
right.
around older folks and you use that word, I think it's like a sting. Like you really trying to like throw, I don't know, bro. It's like, I really, really see it, and that's why I catch myself. I try to think about every word I say, even when it's my homeboys. It's a fucked up thing when you think about the history of the word. It's kind of fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But so while you're growing up on the street level, you didn't see discrimination
Nah,
between the two communities.
not like that. Nah, not with us. I saw it with. All right, for instance, the first time I really saw like racial wild shit was when they closed down Yonkers High. When they closed down Yonkers High, they was integrating a lot of the students to Lincoln. Lincoln is in a predominantly Portuguese Albanian community, and it's private houses. That area up there is like the nice area of Yonkers. Um, they're sending us from South Yonkers, which is the slums that we live in, buildings and shit, projects, and I don't know, the little 3 fake project buildings, like.
Right.
So they sending us now to this school, and it got to the point that even there was a couple of bodies that dropped. The Albanians had killed a kid in the bathroom, a black kid in the bathroom. Riots were popping off. It got really, really racial at that time, and I believe that was like 85. I think it was like 85. If I'm not mistaken, it was 85, 84. Because it was like 10th grade. Like, yeah, it was 84, 85. It was like about 15. I was like in 10th grade. Yeah, it was about that time. But it got to the point that half the students, they had to send us to other schools because it got crazy. They sent some to Saunders. They sent some of us to Roosevelt, some to Gordon. They started, instead of sending everybody to Lincoln, they had to stop sending us over there because of the racial tensions in that neighborhood. Like, they was really like grown men, diesel motherfuckers with tattoos all over the shit in front of the school with baseball bats, not letting the kids into the school.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, this was in the 80s. Like, that was the first time I ever seen it. And like, I look white, you know what I'm saying? Well, I am white, whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? We're not going to get into that debate again, but, I felt it, I felt it, you know what I mean? Cause I used to go to school with 2 of my best friends were black. My boy Eric and Levi. One of them used to live in Slow Bombs, which is the projects. And Eric's mom came from like a wealthy family. So they had a nice house. We always used to hang out there. So those were my 2 best friends growing up. So I used to always be with them. And the moms and all them used to treat me like, where you bringing this white boy over to my house? And I'd be like, I came from them Chipmans. Where's the So, they used to treat me like family. That was my best friends. But when we went to that school, I really saw what, you know what I mean? Like, everything else was like jokes and games too. We saw how serious it was. It was serious. There was grown men. When I'm telling you grown men, it was dudes in their 40s, 30s, 40s, and we was like 14 years old. They started outside with back in the days, the IROCs and the fucking Monte Carlos and the Grand Nationals with the fucking tank tops full of tattoos and shit. It was like, shit was bugged out, bro. Like,
That's crazy.
yeah, bro. It was a bugged out. That's the first time I've really seen what racism was like, to understand what my friends went through. It wasn't really like I felt threatened, but to see my friends feeling that way. Damn, Poe been blowing me up. Yo, I got like fucking. We were supposed to go to dinner. I was like, yo, this guy hit me up like crazy. Like, yo, what the fuck? What the fuck you talking to Panda about for so much?
Yo, okay. Last part. Okay.
Nah, it's
Well,
already. I'm not going out. It's 11 o'clock.
okay.
Working the
All right. But because like when you talk about Cuba, you talk about Puerto Rico and stuff like that. You got some of the African blood through the slave trade, and you know what I'm saying. And,
definitely do.
right, and then obviously the Spaniards. You got the blood there.
I mean, if you go to Puerto Rico, you see the castles that are still there. El Morro is a castle. You go to Colombia and Cartagena, the castle's there. Cuba, the castle's there. So, like, the Spaniards did a lot of the thing. What the thing was with the Spaniards, yeah, they conquered. I'm not gonna say they didn't, but a lot of them went and made families in the places that they conquered and stayed there. So the bloodlines got mixed up. Like, let's be realistic. What pure bloodline is there nowadays?
Right.
Let's be realistic.
It's very hard. Very hard to find.
Unless you're going into like the Amazons or somewhere where it's like one of these lost tribes that never been, or up in like Bolivia in the mountains that they're like, indigenous people, or in Australia.
Facts.
People, there's nothing is pure anymore. So it's like, it's just different. It's different, bro.
And in those type of areas though, like there is colorism that exists too because of your genes. Like you can tell, like, oh, you got more of the African, you got more of the Spaniard. Like you got, it's like different stuff like that, right? So you know, when I see these comments on YouTube and stuff like that, it makes me sad because like I'm of the mindset of just like just love everybody, bro. Like, you know, and I understand that that's just like it's unrealistic to
I don't
ask.
love everybody. I don't love everybody, but not because of color. I just don't like people.
Right, right. But you know what I mean though, right?
I,
Like to
I,
not hate
I was
somebody and
trying to be.
discriminate because of their, you
I was
know,
trying to tone it down a little bit because when you start talking about race and stuff, it's just a lot of crazy things going on in this planet. It's the difference. Like, let's say we were all the same color, we still be fighting about religion.
you see people say things like, "Oh, you know, you Latinos look down on us already, you know, and I'm from New York and yada yada and stuff like that, but you always really wanted to be black and like, you know what I'm saying? Like and you say the N-word and it's just like
Well, that's what they used to call. They used to say the same thing to me. Oh, you want to be black? Like when when I started going to Roosevelt High School in Yonkers, it was uh it was a mixed. It was very mixed. So when I used to be in class, like I said, I had two best friends that were black. So those were my two best friends everywhere I went. Those were my guys, and they were both fucking. One was 6'2", the other one was like 6'4", and I'm the little guy. And they always used to treat me like their little brother, bro. You know what I mean? So they always protected me from everything. So those were my two guys from when I was growing up. But like I'd be in different classes, and it'll be like the Italian kids would be like, "Oh, you fucking N lover, you this," and be like, "What?" And that was a lot of the problems that started. But like I said, I never really noticed it until that those 2 years in high school is when I've really seen, you know what I mean, like what it was to really like feel outside of what I don't know how to explain it. Like I felt it for them, not more for me. Like I felt what they would go through when somebody would say that, when an adult would say certain things to them to face and how they would feel. Like it was like a fucked up situation, bro. Like
right.
to make you feel like that, like you less of a person because of what? Because I look different? Fuck out of here. Go blow a grip. You know what I'm saying? Like, out of here, bro.
And then my main thing is just more of like, you know, I don't like it when people put blanket statements out there like all of y'all like that or like you know what I'm saying or like judge an entire group based off of the actions of a few. You
You
know what
mean
I'm
like there
saying?
was, yeah, like I get that. I definitely get that. But that's the whole thing that we going with everything, with the abuse, with the whole, with the whole everything that goes on. It's just, I think a lot of the thing is people fear each other because they don't know each other. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy because look, at my job, we got African American, Jamaican, we got Salvadorian, we got Dominican, we got me, we got all type of races over there, and it's like we all work together, we all get along together. It's just bugged out. I think it just depends on the environment. Oh, my
Mm-hmm.
secretary, that she's Panamanian. She looks black, but she's Panamanian. But it's like it's bugged out. Like it's bugged out. Like it's just like we all come in all different shapes, forms, colors. That's what I like about, like, when we say Latino. Like you go to certain places and they'll be black as, I don't know, like, and or white as snow, or it's just like so crazy the extreme you go to. There's certain towns you go to, like in Colombia, you go to like Buenaventura, and it's all black. But like black. You go to Puerto Rico, you go to like where Tego Calderon is from, Loiza. They're black over there. They follow the African culture. Like really
They're
like
Afro Latino.
right. That's the word. I couldn't think of that word. Bro, I was trying to fucking, and I couldn't think of the word. But then you have the other people that it's segregated. It's stupid. It's just like a lot of bugged out different shit.
Right.
But it's like we come in different forms, fashions, everything. That's why I said, for you to say we racist, I mean, I feel like a lot of the old school like Latins were a little bit racist because some
But you know, a lot of old school people, regardless of
are racist.
you know, race, they were though. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
no,
Because of the times that they grew up in,
yep.
right?
And everybody wanted everybody to have kids with their own race and
Right. To
their own.
purify the bloodline and everything. Yeah.
I mean, like I said, I think a lot of it was confusion. Like people were misled, people confused, people don't know each other. Look at religion. This shit is like bro, I'm not a very religious person. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I do speak to God. I do believe in God. I just don't have a name for him. I don't know if
Right.
that makes sense. You know what I mean?
No, I understand what you're saying.
It's just, I definitely speak to him. I know my mom's is there with him. I know my pops is there with him too now. But I definitely don't need a church or a temple or anything to speak to God. I speak to God on my own terms every day.
And I think that's become more common, in this day and age, that people are about their personal relationship with God versus having to be governed, I guess, by
organized religion, by organized,
right.
of course, because at the end of the day, why should I have to pay this dude to go talk to God? Or why do I have to go through a middleman and tell him my secrets? My secrets are between me and God. That way nobody gets convicted.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on,
right,
bro.
right, right.
It's like, I don't know, it's bugged out. Everything's bugged out the way things are, bro. But, hopefully we're moving in a better society that hopefully everybody will start learning how to respect each other and start trying to live in a better way. I definitely have seen that things have been changing. You know what I mean? Like, you go to certain parts of the country, it's not like it used to be, bro. Like, you know, nobody really looks at you not out of place in certain neighborhoods. Look, you go to Brownsville now, you go to Brooklyn, you go wherever you want now. You see, what are they, the yuppies, the hipsters, and nobody's fucking with them. So times are changing. You know what I mean? Everything's changing. But Bushwick, which was a bad neighborhood, is full of it's the yupster, bro. That's like, bro, you go over there, you probably won't find anybody that
It's gentrification, though. That's why.
gentrified. The whole thing, but it's not just white people. It's all yuppie people. They're Spanish. They're black. They're yuppies. They're not just. Everybody's saying that
Right.
the nation is white. It's not white. It's that class of people, which is white, Spanish, black, is just that yuppie, hipster. I don't think they have a specific color.
Well, I think that sometimes people also forget about classism versus racism. You know what I'm saying? Like that's another thing. Like when you start to think about economic class and how that plays a part in things too.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
know. All right. Well, last question. What do you?
We went from music to religion.
Right. Well, okay. Well, I really got two questions, but all right. Why did you leave the music industry?
I kind of got disgusted with it.
Really?
Yeah.
Because of what? The politics or what?
I feel a lot of it was politics. A lot of it was plugs. It wasn't based on talent or music. I just started getting disgusted with everywhere you went. Everybody got their hand out, and it just started. It just I lost the taste for it, bro. To be honest with you, I just started losing the. Besides that, it was time to grow up because I was losing more money than I was making at the time too. Because it's like, you go away on tour, you get a little bit of bread, but then you come back, you gotta pay the studio, the house, the this, and it was just like everything was starting to pile up, and
it's a big sacrifice. It's not an easy.
nah, it's definitely not easy.
Yeah.
I mean, if I would have been the artist, I think it would have been different. But since I had to depend on everybody, like, you don't even understand how hard it is to get Cuban in the studio. It was like pulling teeth, bro.
I thought you said that he did whatever you wanted.
No, he did, but it was like, no, like I don't mean it like that. Like, if I told Cuban I need you to get on this joint, he didn't just do it just right there. You would have to drag him because Cuban got to be in his zone. If he's not in his zone, he don't want to do music. And there comes times that he just don't want to fuck with it. He used to go through his phases. And I'd be like, nah, come on. I will push him. And push him and be like, yo, nah, let's go. I'm going to pick you up. Fuck that. I'm on my way. I don't want to hear it. Hang up, go to his house. All right, let's go. He'll come, he'll start, blah, blah, blah. I'll finish it tomorrow. Or he'll start working on something else and something else. And he got to get into the mood, bro. It's just different. And it was
So
just,
that's just one example, but obviously you're
it
talking
wasn't
about
just
dealing
him. You
with
gotta
people.
understand, I was dealing with a team. I was
Right.
dealing with Reychesta, same thing. The only one that I could say that was very, very hardworking, and he was definitely ahead of his time, was Nostra. Nostra had he had a different style about him. I'm gonna keep it real. Me and Poe used to make fun of that nigga all day.
Bro, he said that in our interview. Poe was like, man, roll the clip.
Nostra, bro, he was really ahead of his time. Even the way he sung, like the way he spit, like was a real high tone, melodic reggaeton type of shit, right? And I'm gonna keep it a buck. I don't lie, bro. And you got me on this show right here, man. So shit. But I didn't really like it, right? Back then, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't fucking with it. I'm like, yo, what is this? Shit is soft, right? Bro, and nowadays, what's going on? All these kids are harmonizing, singing.
Right.
So my man was ahead of his time, bro. So salute to him on that.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like that shit. He's like, but then I
Yo!
realized later on that he was ahead of his time because of the high pitch and everything. Like
Because
he was used to.
everybody's doing everything he did 14 years ago. Everybody's doing it now. Every other artist is doing it now, and I'm like, wow. You know what I mean? He was definitely ahead of his time. He definitely helped me out a lot. He was one of those dudes that I could call him to do anything. And he was another one even to this day, he still calls me. He's still doing his music thing. He's in Mexico doing different things over there. He didn't give up on his dream. That's one thing. Yeah, he always asks me, he's like, oh, when we gonna get the crew back together? Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. I'm like, oh, let's do one start with the Nos Tiene Miedo. Come on, let's do another one. I'm like, oh, nah, bro, I'm good. You know, but he's definitely tries to inspire me. But it was hard, bro. It's definitely hard, bro. Like the last one that we did, I got a number 3 still. Believe it, I just never put it out.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Who's on it?
I was halfway done with it. I got Cuban on it, Poe's on it. I think Melly's on it. This group from Colombia, Crack Family's on it. Yeah, it was a few people. I don't know if you heard of my man Alex Fat.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on it. He was actually on 2. Was it 2 or was it on 1? He was on one of them, and I took him off because he never sent his video clip, so I took him off. And then he was mad as hell. But yeah, nah, bro. It was like, bro, let me tell you, I love the music thing. I had a time that I loved it. I just got disgusted, bro. The funny thing is when we would go overseas, bro, everybody overseas was do things out of love. Like
It was so I see what happened. Okay, so it came from a pure place, and then it didn't feel like pure anymore.
nah, I didn't. And it just felt like, honestly, it was just like out here, bro. It's just like I seen the hate, bro. It's like everybody's a fucking hater, bro. It's like so much different things. Like certain DJs was cool. Like there was certain DJs, you know, like Tony Touch. He didn't know us from a can of paint, bro. He hit us up, yo. I love that song. Can I put the record on my song? Boom, yo, on his album. I think it was on I forgot which album is on, bro, right now, but. And another thing is, bro, look, we put all this time and effort into this artist. He met a chick on tour with us, left the tour, left the music. Like, bro, like after you invest all this money, you got certain deals set up for the dude, you know?
Yeah, because that's the other thing, right? Because Poe was telling me that you guys funded so much of this.
Funded, plundered, all type of shit. The shit was it was basically everything. Everybody, the studios, that was me and Poe. Me and Poe basically funded it. Yeah, people were starting as partners a month, 2 months. What happened 5, 6 years down the line? You know what I'm saying? I sacrificed money that could have been going to my kids. Like, I think I sacrificed my marriage behind that music thing. Honestly, my second marriage, I think, went because of the music. To be honest with you, I definitely think it was definitely had a lot to do with it. You know.
Man, so you sacrificed financial, personal, just everything. your blood,
Yeah,
sweat, and tears.
yeah, bro. It was bad, bro. Poe missed a tour one time because he didn't want to miss his daughter's birthday. You know what I mean? So there was certain things, bro, that was it was already starting to affect us. Like, you know what I mean? Because it was I didn't really see no gratification out of it. You know what I'm saying? And every time
Right.
you turn around and you're trying to do something for artists is like I felt like some artists didn't appreciate what you was doing for them. They was just I don't know, it was just weird, bro. I just started like I said, I started getting a bad taste, bro, with a lot of things and before I got into trouble or took it a different route, it was time to just shut shit down and go to reality, start fixing cars.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's really what it was. I'm happy that Poe kept with the music thing. You know, I'm proud of Poe. You know what I mean? I'm definitely proud of everything that he can. Well, he's doing what I was doing, but on steroids. He's doing what you know what I mean? But I definitely think that we was ahead of our time with a lot of the things we was doing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yo, do you still have access to the 326 Music YouTube page?
yeah,
Cause you guys got some amazing stuff on there. I feel like you don't have it monetized, huh?
nah,
Cause you guys got tons of views on that joint, man.
yeah, I never monetized it, bro. I don't know. I never really.
There's a lot of gems on there, bro.
You know, it was funny that at the time we didn't even know about it. So there was certain people like the King Blood song. My man had put it up on his page, and yo, that shit had like 2 million and change, like crazy. And then somebody, I forgot, somebody did something to it. Oh, he put up some songs from some other person. I don't know that they got copyright, and his whole channel got shut down. Then
Right, because you know what? They started the YouTube
yeah,
program
the
in
YouTube
2008.
police,
What?
the YouTube police.
No, but I'm saying the YouTube program started in 2008 where you could start making money, start getting monetized. So that was kind of around that time when you guys were doing things.
Yeah, you know what it was at the time though, that the I think the algorithms were mad different, and I really never took into account that page is mine. That actual page is my page. Um,
But bro, YouTube was better back then because it wasn't oversaturated like it is now, bro.
it is, but it's like at the time though when YouTube first came out, it was more like just a place to rip your videos. To be honest with you, like we didn't, you know, we used to use more than YouTube was MySpace. MySpace,
Right.
like the bro, we was fucking. But then when we started doing the embedding thing, I started. That's what I started doing the YouTube for. Was because every channel what we was using before to embed like on the web pages and on the MySpace, as soon as somebody remember back then everything was crashing, and it was all different type of engines pushing it. So YouTube was the best place to rip the videos to put them on MySpace at the time. But then remember they stopped letting you rip the videos on MySpace. They stopped letting you use the YouTube link on it. I don't know if you remember.
Hmm.
You remember that everybody used to have the video come on when you used to turn as soon as you go on somebody's MySpace page, the first.
No, I know what you're talking
So
about.
they started stopping it from you being able to get the views that you. Let's say, for instance, on MySpace, let's say 1,000 people hit your video up. Those views wouldn't count unless you went into the YouTube channel and
Right.
the YouTube channel, not from the rip video. You couldn't get the views from the rip video, I guess, because people were starting to fuck with the bot shit and all that dumb shit that they was doing back then.
But I think that because there wasn't so much content before that platforms like 326 was able to benefit because of there not being too much of a choice. Because now I feel like there's just so much content that people really get
Yeah,
screwed
you can't
over.
find. Yeah, you can't actually find
Yeah,
something
and
you want to find.
it's also like I was explaining this to Poe, where it's like, you know, you ever scroll through Netflix and you just don't know what to watch because there's just too much shit. So you get bored. Like you're just like, I don't know what the fuck to watch. It's like it's just too much. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna be real. I don't even use YouTube lately, bro. I'm gonna be real. I just use YouTube to like watch the Nick highlights and certain videos. Like I watch certain podcasts and certain things, but I used to use YouTube heavy for I used to go into the algorithm and look for Latin music, Latin trap, Latin rap. and rip it, start watching all the stuff that would come out of there. And that's how I found a lot of the different talent came from watching different videos and different things like that. But now, I mean, now is a different story. I just feel like I fell out of touch with like a lot of the advances of technology, bro. To be honest with you,
You getting too
like
old now.
it's not that I'm too old. It's just that I don't know, bro. Like I used to see a lot of different things, and
You sound like you lost your passion for things, bro.
I did, bro. Honestly, I did. I kind of, like I told you, I got disgusted, bro. I got disgusted, bro. I got disgusted to the point that you walk into an office with a deal that was already negotiated, ready to sign the deal down. All of a sudden, somebody threw some spice on it, and you're blocked for no reason. It was just like a lot of politics that if I continued down that road, I was gonna end up. It's just a lot of politics, bro. I don't like politics.
Right.
I like to be judged on merit and on my work and on everything that I put together. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I feel like a lot of the people we dealt with, like Cuban's one of them. Like I tell you, Cuban's one of my favorite artists. Not because I got a personal relationship with him, but because I feel he's one of the most talented artists I ever met. And like I said, lyrically, harmonized, everything, the way he puts everything together. I just think sometimes he's his worst enemy. You know what I mean? When it comes to doing certain things, it's just. I feel like a lot of artists have that problem. Like you get trapped in your own head, can't you can't get out of certain zones, and you get stuck. And I feel like that's what happened with a lot of them. Ray's another one. He's the first one that he was going at it with. He had and again his word Guinness Book of World Records. He was in there for the word shit, like Twist. I think the one that knocked him out of the record was Twister. If I'm not mistaken, it was Twister that knocked him out. He was there, and then Twister knocked him out of the thing. But he's another one that's very talented. I think I don't know, Melly Mel, superstar. I think we were dealing with a lot of and Poe had that gritty Spanish, you know, it's just like I said, it bothers me because I feel like we were supposed to do certain things and be in certain places, and I feel more hurt that they didn't get a chance to do what they were supposed to. I was behind the scenes regardless, but I think a lot of them deserve to have got that spotlight. You know what I'm saying? Like they were supposed to. It's just they put in the work, the talent was there, everything was there. It just didn't materialize.
Right. All right. Last question, okay?
You said that 20 questions ago, Panda.
All right. You just like a fountain of knowledge, okay? I'm just
Listen, I'm not going nowhere. We could do another time, but all right, let's go.
How do you feel about all these interviews that Latin Kings are doing these days?
As far as interviews, as far as what? You mean podcast?
Yeah, like putting on YouTube. Like I know you have had to seen some of them, right? Like
a lot of them are full of shit.
Really?
Yeah. Some of the ones that I've seen is some of them are just doing it for trying to get monetized, and make money off of it. Some of the stories don't make sense. Some of the timelines don't make sense. Some of the dudes I've never seen a day in my fucking life. So
that's a dangerous thing to do, bro. Like that's violation, right?
Yeah, but see, the problem is that a lot of these dudes slip through the cracks. Some dudes don't even be around. So, you go to my page or wherever you see, I'll be in a picture with 50 of them or 30 of them or whatever. Like I go to events here and there. You know what I mean? Like I said, I just don't like the bullshit. Like if you're gonna do something, be real about it. Then I see a lot of these dudes using the King's names, like, oh, they drug addicts, they this, they that. That's because you ain't bump into the right one. Like I seen some podcasts with some informant ass mob nigga, whatever. He's a turncoat mobster, whatever, talking shit. Oh, this dude was this was motherfucker. You a fucking rat, and you talking shit about other people. You fucking informant. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, bro. It's like I don't know, bro. I know you're talking about specific ones. I'm not gonna touch on specific ones.
No, no, no. I'm not trying to name specific ones. I just want to know how you feel overall
If
about
they got a
how.
positive message, I don't have a problem with it. That's why I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like doing this stuff. You know what I mean? When I did the Queen's Flip one, I did it because I felt there was a narrative that was being pushed that wasn't accurate, and I felt like somebody had it wasn't even me. I got pushed into it by a lot of people from a lot of different places. Was reaching out to me to do it, and
But you guys were like the first, almost like you inspired a whole bunch of people to start doing it, though. Don't you think so?
yeah, I do. I definitely do. I mean, I got asked to be on several different podcasts, and a lot of people did it. You know what it was, though? I didn't want to push that message, you know what I mean? Because it was a war that happened 30 years ago. Why are we still pushing that narrative? You know what I'm saying? If we want to talk about what we're doing now, cool. But to keep beating a dead horse and going backwards, some of us have real bonds and real relationships with individuals that were part of that at one point, and then why keep bringing up the past? You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that, and plus, certain people bring up things that could affect uh, a war popping off in jail behind somebody's stupidity or somebody's nonsense on a
Right.
YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? Like if I go up here and I be like, oh, tell all them to do this and that, and that it depends who sees it, but it could spark a whole different chain of events. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean, I have nothing against somebody trying to better themselves or trying to. If you're telling stories for entertainment purposes, let it be known that it's for entertainment purposes. Cool. But if you're trying to really like empower the youth and steer the youth, like there's certain brothers like Blame that works for 914 United, and there's different brothers that's working for different programs that's actually taking time out, volunteering, and doing different things to better these kids that are going down the wrong path. By all means, you know what I'm saying? If you're going to use a channel as a platform to try to do that, but a lot of these dudes, bro, they was nobodies. They continue to be a nobody, and they act like they somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I'm better than anybody or I'm somebody, but dude, nobody knows you. Nobody heard of you. Like, what story you telling? Like, I see mad different dudes. Oh, they told me to do this. You got to get jumped in. Ain't nobody get jumped in to be no fucking king. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Y'all be making up stories, bro. That they pimp out sisters, nigga. It's just, you know what I mean? I just get so aggravated sometimes that I don't have the patience to sit there and just watch some of this stuff. Like I seen some of the stuff. Like there was a story that some dude was talking about one time, and I'm like, yo, he talking about a story where I was present. And I don't know that dude. So when I start seeing things like that, is when I was like, you know what? It's time for me to just stay in the cut and not even acknowledge it. Cause I got a bad habit. Like I start, and once I start, it's hard for me to, you know what I mean? I'd rather not even get into it. You know what I mean? So I said, I don't like shitting on people. Unless I got paperwork on you, unless I got the paperwork on you that you a rat, I don't want to talk about it, bro. I don't want to even, there's certain things that, I got a lot of bros I got brosins in jail that are innocent because of rats right now. Like I'm being 100% innocent. That they came up with a story to give the government for them to get out of their crimes to put them in prison. You know what I'm saying? And it's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? For you to actually take somebody away from their mother, from their kids, from their wives, some of these people never going to see those family members again because they're going to pass away while you're in prison. There's nothing you could do. And some of them was innocent. You know what I mean? Like, just because you a piece of shit, you did dirt and you can't handle your water. That's why, bro.
Yeah, because I see a lot of those stories where that like from former members, and they say like, "Oh, this happened, and I had to leave because of this," and then you see people talk about it in the comments that, "Oh, I'm a former member too," and this that. So like, I feel like it must make you feel a certain type of way to see that.
I mean, you know what it is? Look, certain people are they need something to talk about, so they'll run around and be like, "Oh, I was a member." Okay, you was a member, but what did you do? What did you do? I'm not talking about putting in work. We're not talking about doing nothing illegal. We're not talking about none of that. We're talking about what did you do? What did you actually do for the family? Did you protect people in prison? Did you hold them down? Did you send money to people in prison? Did you go visit them? Did you go to youth programs and try to teach the kids not to follow your footsteps? It's like, what do you really do? Oh, I was down. Okay, but what did you do? What did you do? Oh, I banged out. I did this. Really? You wasn't putting in too much work because I ain't see you go to jail. Oh, you just one of those guys that just put in work and miraculously never get arrested. Yeah, we know. Or the dudes that want to be hypocrites and say they do this, they do that. Bro, listen, everybody right now, the way I look at society, everybody's for $1 right now. That's why we got no workforce. Everybody's trying to find a gimmick to make money. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. I get lost sometimes. I know your question goes one way and I go a different way, but
No, I get you, and I think that
I just
what you're saying.
frustrated. It might sound like I'm sour. I am kind of sour with a lot of different things, bro, because it's like, bro, if you're gonna do something and you're gonna risk your freedom, make it count. You know what I'm saying? Make it count. Make it count. Makes things count. Like, all this, you want to go gang bang against your own kind, against your own people. Like, it shit don't be making sense no more. This shit don't. It ain't like they fighting for a cause anymore. It's different when we was fighting for a cause. There is no cause. What's the cause now? Like, break down the cause of what are we fighting for as a people. And I'm not talking about the Land Kings. I'm talking about in general as a people. What? You know what I mean? Everybody forgot. Like, you remember back in the days, everybody used to have the Puerto Rican rallies or the Dominican rallies to bring nation awareness. And it's like a lot of things is different now. Now it's getting political, which is on a different level with the politics overseas and all that stuff. But I don't know, man. I'm just like, I don't know. I think I just got lost again, and I'm.
I think though, bro, like the problem is that with monetized content now, a lot of people will say things and do things that wasn't acceptable before.
That's the right words for it. No, a lot of this shit is fantasy land, bro. Like, bro, I sit there and I look at certain dudes and I'm like, I don't fucking know you. Where was you? You know what I'm saying? Like, where you been? It's hard to say, like, look, for instance, there's certain faces in the Kings, no matter what, you've seen them. Whether you know him or not, you've seen them. But these dudes that put themselves into these places and nobody knows them, like, where the fuck you been? Who are you? I ain't see you. Where I know you from? Where's your bloodline? Where's your literature? Where's your lineage? Where you come from? And they coming out with these wild stories, and these are the stories that's causing a lot of consequence to a lot of people, because it'll be a member that really was a member, that was really involved, and he's pillow talking. He's either pillow talking to his wife, or he's talking to neighbors, or he's talking to somebody, and somebody's taking that story now and changing it to his thing, and then they change it to this thing. And next thing you know, the finger gets pointed at this kid. This kid gets indicted. He don't know what's going on because this person, you understand what I'm saying? It's
Right.
like there was just an indictment that just went down, right? And I raised a lot of those dudes that got indicted. Like, you know what I mean? Not raised them, like physically raised them, but I seen them grow up in the nation from when they were like kids, 15, 16, you know what I'm saying? Now they grown men in their 30s, you know what I mean? And I know for a fact there's one of them there that's innocent. He got life. He got life. He blew trial. He got life. And the witnesses were all lying. They all got together, gave a version. They knew what happened, but they heard what happened, so they put a version together. Dudes that he never even met was saying that he told them personally that he did this, he did that. Got on the stand and testified and want to act like gangsters. And this fucking kid is fucking innocent. Like, everybody knows it wasn't him. Everybody. Like, it was even on video. But, nobody's going to come out and, show the video to convict somebody else or do whatever. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's like, it's fucked up how somebody could take your life away. That's why I'm like, I'm disgusted with society, the way everybody runs around like tough guys. And bro, I don't want problems with nobody. So whoever sees this, I don't want problems with nobody. I'm good.
I feel like stuff like this makes you want to just disappear to like somewhere, you get your own land or some shit and just be left alone, bro. Like, you know
Why
what I
you
mean?
think you don't see me nowhere, bro? I be with my dog. I be with my dog over here in the crib. I'm just like, you know what it is? I got a small circle of friends, and that's who I deal with, you know, on the level, you know what I mean? And it's the same thing with the music. The music, like everybody I dealt with the music, I think was like basically family. Like even with Petey. Petey was family, bro. I mean, who meets a person, lets you come stay over their crib? Like you understand what I'm saying? There was certain things that he didn't have to do, and certain things Cuban didn't have to do. Even when we was fucking with Mike Beck, you know what I'm saying? Beck was a stand-up solid dude. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, and it was a little bit of things I had to put him and Cuban together so they could speak because there was like, you know, remember he comes from KR, Cuban didn't really fuck with them, so you know what I'm saying? So it was a lot of different things going on, bro. I just feel we had a strong click, you know. Not to forget my man Rock from Helter Skelter. He was fucking with us heavy, you know what I mean? I mean, listen, we had a good crew, bro. Good crew, bro.
Yeah, man, definitely. I feel like you guys don't get your credit. That's why I wanted to cover the 326 story so much. You know what I'm saying? But Cano, man, I feel like I took up so much of your time already,
Oh,
bro.
good.
Is there anything else that you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up?
Nah, I appreciate everybody that still supports and listens to the music and appreciated what we was doing at that time. You know what I mean? I definitely, you know, want to give shout out to some of the groups that I feel should have been, you know, recognized. Like, you know, I definitely feel like the Beatnuts should get more of their props. You know what I mean? That's definitely one of the groups I've always, you know, looked up to and listened to as far as music, content, hits, everything. I feel like they never got the due credit they should have got, especially as Latino artists, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know, man. Hopefully, you know, they get a nice wave again and everybody starts bringing the old school Latinos since all the old school hip hop heads are coming back out, doing what they got to do. Maybe we'll have a reunion.
Right.
Bring out another Nestinian meal, you know what I mean?
Right.
You know, there's always. I still got the other one in the stash, bro. You don't even understand how much music I got. Yo, I got like a album and a half of just Spanish music of Cuban. I
You
got,
gotta let me hear it. Please let me hear
bro.
it.
I got so much music, bro. It's crazy, bro. Poe shit. I got some Petey Crack joints that's in the stash. Bro, telling you,
Let me hear the Cuban stuff, man, please.
yo, bro. I'm telling you. Him and Tony, bro, we gotta make them niggas them niggas will be fucking millionaires, bro, with some of the music they was putting together as Latinos. I know that ain't gonna happen.
Right.
It's just sad, bro. The talent that was in that crew, bro. I mean, look at all the other crews, bro. At least my crew didn't fall apart for fighting or arguing or none of that. That's one thing I can say about 326. You know, we all still deal with each other one way or the other. You know, it's not like, you know, anybody got beef with anybody or anybody snaked anybody or anything like that. So that's one thing I could say about the team that we had, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Cuban, you know, even though he disappears every here and there, you know, I speak to him every now and then. You know, no sure. Everybody pops up every now and then. Melly, everybody, you know what I mean? But I don't think nobody left on bad terms. Like that was part of the intricate group, the inside of the group. I don't think there was any of that, you know. I really,
Right.
but
All right, Kanos. Salute, my brother. I appreciate you, man.
anytime, you already know. You know how to reach me.